Chapter 401, Competing for the World of Titan. The Tower of Heaven could control the world's internal climate, earth, sea, and everything within the world of Titan. It was the control hub of the world of Titan but limited to controlling of the insides of the world of Titan. The Tower of Heaven didn't have the ability to control the movement of the world of Titan, much less attack or defend beyond the world of Titan, hence it wasn't as powerful as what Mint and Wendy had previously thought. But Wendy was clear-headed. She knew that Zhiyu would never leave behind the authority to control the entire world of Titan in the Tower of Heaven or even the ability to interfere with the outside. If that really happened, if the Tower Spirit really became the owner of the world of Titan, with the massive power of the mythical alchemy tower and the power of a whole half-bit wall, no one in the entire Star Soul world could be on par with it. Then the Tower Spirit wouldn't be one that Zhiyu left behind to watch the gate. Instead, it would truly become the owner of the world of Titan, even the master of the Star Soul world. Your Majesty, I'll stay here to build a portal and foster a plan to host and welcome Fhardasil's fairyland. The old elf and the troll stood under the Tower of Heaven and they watched Wendy go. The Arcane Kingdom, on the other hand, embarked on its plan to create a brand new fairyland of elves. It became a national effort to merge Fhardasil's fairyland into the world of Titan. There may be no world of Titan in the future, only the Arcane Kingdom and the Fhardasil's fairyland. An arcanist stood on the palace of the fairyland, watching the boundary as he slowly spoke. The door to the supremacy of arcane magic is open, there's no more boundary. A young arcanist saw a different future. With a world of blue sea and blue sky, for them it wasn't only a brand new half-bit wall, but also the path to supremacy. The entire mythical boundary of Fhardasil's fairyland was activated. The sea, earth, sky, and boundary were integrated into one as they gradually emerged from the illusion. If one was to stand outside the boundary, they could immediately see that within the original empty forest land there gradually emerged a kingdom of fantasy and a fairyland city. A colorful bubble bloomed in front of the whole world and the sun shone a golden radiance inside the bubbles. There were azure lakes, golden wheat fields, and flower fields. It was an imaginative soul's fantasy land. Wendy the Elf Queen had become an enormous divine shadow, akin to the goddess of the wind. Cher was drifting above the clouds, observing the entire Fhardasil's fairyland which was a representation of her will and strength. Clouds and wind condensed into her mythical body as she controlled Fhardasil's fairyland. Wendy lowered her head and looked down at the fairyland city below. She spoke to the arcanists in the city who monitored and managed the data of Fhardasil's fairyland. There's no movement or action from the Wizard Alliance. Wendy's biggest concern was the Wizard Alliance and the Wizard Tower. At such a critical moment, if the Wizard Alliance did something, they were likely to achieve victory if they launched an attack on them when they were least prepared. Although they had kept it strictly confidential, Wendy believed the Wizard Alliance must have received some news about them. Especially since the Wizard Alliance had suffered a loss but had been inactive for so long, Wendy didn't believe that the Wizard Alliance would be so calm if they knew about the Arcane Kingdom's decision. The Wizard Alliance would never let them occupy the world of Titan that easily. The intelligence systems and magic transceivers in Fhardasil's fairyland constantly received news from the distant Wizard continent, keeping an eye on any movements of the Wizard Alliance. The 3 floating space towers of the Wizard Alliance remain in its spot. The Wizard Tower, the Mechanical Clock Tower, and the Philosopher Tower aren't moving. As for the 3 masters of the towers, they aren't in their floating space towers, and their whereabouts are unknown. The Monoguru legions of the Wizard Alliance and the Sky Fortresses don't have any abnormalities. Wendy nodded. Her huge mythical body, with her every move and every breath, drove changes in Fhardasil's fairyland. That's enough, as long as the 3 floating space towers remain in its spot. Even if the 3 mythical wizards have all arrived, they can't stop us. We're ready. Fhardasil's fairyland rises into the sky. The majestic kingdom of the fairyland, with the flow of the power from the mythical arcanists, with hundreds of thousands of arcane ancient trees sublimated into the brilliance of arcane magic, and the radiance from the magic crystal network connected the earth and the sky, transformed into several magical lines which were interlinked. Numerous arcanists merged into that system to create their dream fairyland. Everyone was a part of that fairyland. Colorful ribbons of light flowed through the entire fairyland, drifting along the boundary, dancing around all of Fhardasil's fairyland. The brilliance of the arcane magic bolted up to the sky, attracting the attention of numerous cities of the Arcane Kingdom in the surrounding forest. Those who were initially busy with work, in the midst of their rest or travel, one after another, looked up and saw a dreamlike kingdom that slowly rose up from the earth and gradually ascended into the sky. The train passed through the forest and an elf child looked out of the cabin and looked at the sky in surprise. "Mom, look at the sky, there's a continent in the sky." "It's not a continent, it's another world," said her mother, a tall and beautiful elf, cupping her mouth in astonishment. In the sky, the clouds were swirling and on the decks of civilians' airships stood many goblins, dwarves, and elves. A genie vibrated its wings and made a twittering sound. "What's that?" "A fairyland, our elf's dream fairyland, Fhardasil's fairyland." "Oh my god, what am I seeing?" "The legendary Fhardasil's fairyland." Many of the elves who lived in the cities and villages around Fhardasil's fairyland were seeing it for the first time. The previous fairyland of elves was hidden deep in the boundary and no one could find or see its trail, they could only see it through a special passage, the special train of Fhardasil's fairyland to enter the fairyland of elves. Fhardasil's fairyland slowly rose up to the sky. It was gradually moving closer to the sky, bolted above the clouds, and about to approach the bit wall. Wizard City. At the top of the wizard tower, clouds were swirling over the stone stairway, and Catherine, the master of the tower, wore a silver-trimmed white wizard's robe with the silver symbol of the wizard tower on it, a symbol of the tower's eternity. Because of the mythical power of the forest fairy overflowed, her entire appearance had changed. Her pupils and ears were somewhat closer to the characteristics of a fairy and her body emitted a mythical radiance akin to the legendary goddess. Fhardasil's fairyland of the Arcane Kingdom has risen into the sky and we've targeted the boundaries of the world of Titan according to their spatial anchor coordinates. Lord Catherine, Master of the Tower, it's time for us to act. This is our last chance. Cook, are you ready? Catherine asked, listening to the two men behind her who were hastily reporting. Behind Catherine stood a man wearing the same silver-trimmed white robe, but there was no eternal symbol on his robe. To her right stood a man with a mustache dressed in white, a human who looked a little ladylike. The two were the master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bey, and the master of the philosopher tower, Job. Cook Bey was a little short, but the aura he eluded was immense. When Catherine asked, he immediately answered, "Master of the tower, the portal is ready for use, the second generation of the portal has been tested and perfected, and we've truly created a stable portal. It's enough to provide a guarantee for our plan. We can definitely catch them off guard. Will there be another problem like the last time? It looked like we lost the world of Titan because of the last failure." The master of the philosopher tower, Job, was picking on him. Cook Bey immediately retaliated. The last failure wasn't due to the second generation portal but resulted from a non-deniable cause. Moreover, without my last failure, we wouldn't have found out about the legendary world of Titan. As for losing the first chance to take down the world of Titan, it was all because of your carelessness. Job snorted and then he said, "Lady Catherine, I'm ready to get rid of the shame and hatred. This time, I must let the other party remember that the wizard is the master of the world." Catherine took a good look at Job and Job suddenly felt goosebumps. Catherine looked away and walked towards the tower. The goal this time is to seize the world of Titan, primarily to deter and negotiate through force, not to establish an indelible hatred. In the wizard tower, the strongest being was the master of the tower, Catherine. The second was the genius alchemy warlock, Cook Bey, who was crucial to the whole era for the last 1,000 years. That goblin was Catherine's most faithful follower. Even the master of the philosopher tower, Job, had no authority in front of Catherine whenever he was around. We and the Arcane Kingdom are in a state of coexistence and cooperation, there's no need to create an indelible hatred. Have you forgotten about the threat from the Divine Kingdom? They've become unimaginably powerful and have reached out their power towards the Star Soul world and the outside world. One day they'll discover our existence, and we and the Arcane Kingdom, which don't have any conflicts in our fundamental interests, should stay in a state of coexistence and mutual development. Yes, yes. A large spire in the wizard city that was 200 meters tall radiated an intense brilliance from the magic crystal. The vast mana released from the two spires converged, and they created an oval-shaped space akin to a mirror. There was a translucent spatial vortex within the circle. It was an activated portal, but no one had ever seen such a huge portal before. It was simply shocking. Similarly, only the vast and complete magic crystal network of the entire wizard city could power such a large portal. The wizard tower, mechanical clock tower, and philosopher tower suspended in the clouds in the sky moved simultaneously, all heading towards the ground. The mechanical clock tower was the first to pass through the portal. The spire of the tower passed through the vortex bit by bit, slowly disappearing from the sky of the wizard city as it headed for the sky of another distant continent. Chapter 402, The Mythical Battle. Fhardasil's fairyland rose above the clouds, and as it rose higher and higher, there were no clouds in its surroundings. The air became thin and wasn't enough for ordinary life to survive and breathe. There was even an element storm that appeared as they rose further up, but the bit wall was still visible then. The fairyland boundary is working as normal. Enter the bit wall now. The arcanists in Fhardasil's fairyland were all extremely thrilled. For nearly 1,000 years, they had been eager to place Fhardasil's fairyland into a bit wall. Only a fairyland which was above the sky could be called a true fairyland kingdom. Oh no, there are anomalies and interferences in the traction of the coordinate anchors. An arcanist suddenly found out something was amiss. Wendy's mythical body had been placed on top of the arcane ancient tree which supported the entire fairyland behind the palace. She said, "Someone has opened the portal." Wendy had sensed something was amiss. The Wizard Alliance, which hadn't launched any attack, was indeed waiting for such an opportunity. When the fairyland broke out of the earth but had not yet merged into the world of Titan, they were at their weakest. Who opened the portal? An old elf arcanist who stood under the arcane ancient tree was frowning. The news came from the magic transceiver that there was something unusual about the wizard city. They had opened a huge portal. At the same time, all 3 floating space towers gave signs of being activated. A great fairy flew in from the sky and reached the place where they were standing. Many of the arcanists who knew nothing about the situation with the Wizard Alliance were immediately alarmed. "This is bad, they're going to open the portal and transmit over here. How is that possible?" "It's possible. I heard that they've perfected their 2nd-generation portal." Just then, circles of dimensional folds and spatial fluctuations appeared in the sky, and then a spire appeared above the side of Fhardasil's fairyland. Although it was tens of kilometers away from Fhardasil's fairyland, the 3-dimensional projection witchcraft had perfectly transmitted the image on the other side. An old arcanist immediately recognized who had arrived. There were only 3 floating space towers, each of which had an obvious feature. Mechanical clock tower. "It's the mythical alchemy warlock, Cook Bay." Wendy was composed, her mythical body lowered its head, and she waved and issued her command. "Fully activate the mythical boundary. Charge the light of the arcane magic to its limit. Take the opportunity when they haven't landed, blow them up, and destroy the portal." The arcanists below were a mess as they hurriedly engaged in emergency preparations. In a flash of light, the magic crystal network was activated, runes were surging on numerous arcane ancient trees, and they were huddled into a massive elemental wave, aggregating into a huge ball of brilliance. The brilliance aggregated and it was so dazzling that most couldn't open their eyes. The light was akin to an artificial sun. As the energy converged to the extreme and at last erupted, a beam of light shot out from Fhardasil's fairyland spanning dozens of kilometers. In the blink of an eye, it had bolted forward and bombed the mechanical clock tower. By that time, most of the mechanical clock tower had emerged from the portal. It revealed its mythical alchemy made from steel, bearings, gears, and clocks, but it was unlikely that it would escape the light of the arcane magic. Bam! The crisp sound came from above the mechanical clock tower. The bells rang and brilliance immediately spread and formed a mythical boundary that shrouded its surroundings. It had also protected the huge portal. The mythical boundary of the mechanical clock tower and the light of the arcane magic of Fhardasil's fairyland crashed and collided. The violent brilliance collided and refracted most of the radiance. The excessive brilliance went sideways, shooting out to its surroundings and far away. The violent sound of the explosion sounded as if it had produced circles of elemental waves. The magnificent forces swept over everything within dozens of kilometers of the area. But the mythical boundary of the mechanical clock tower still couldn't hold back the power of the light of the arcane magic. In less than a second, there would be immediate destruction of the tower. As they watched the entire mechanical clock tower which was about to be destroyed by the unrivaled light of the arcane magic, the master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, held his staff up and immediately activated the mana pool at the bottom. At the critical moment, Cook Bay used the natural mythical power of the mythical being, Sphinx. It was a level 7 mythical template selected by Cook Bay. It was the mythical template extracted from the tower's guardian, Sphinx. It was one of the several extremely powerful mythical templates. It was the earliest family of Zhiyu, and it could even be traced back to the connection with the Divine Kingdom's network host. Disintegration. The clock above the mechanical clock tower instantly accelerated. The seconds, minute hand, and hour hand rotated at the same time. The clucking sounds could all be clearly heard by everyone in the common space, and the crazy rotation was causing others to feel as if their hearts were exploding. The tip of the mechanical clock tower radiated a white glow. It had erased everything around it, whether it was the light of the arcane magic, the energy that spilled in the air, or the air itself. The white brilliance wiped out the light of the arcane magic, and the mechanical clock tower finally broke free from the portal. Following this, the wizard tower and the philosopher tower bolted out from the portal. At that moment, Fhardasil's fairyland was about to burst into the bitwall. Stop it, do not let it merge into the bitwall. The space within the bitwall is too complex, it will encounter diverse problems in there. Try to drag it off its track when it's still outside. 3 floating space towers simultaneously attacked Fhardasil's fairyland as more than 10 annihilation elemental artillery opened fire on the mythical boundary of Fhardasil's fairyland at the same time. It caused a violent vibration across Fhardasil's fairyland. The interior earth of Fhardasil's fairyland felt as if it was having earthquakes, and many buildings instantly collapsed. At the same time, the ancient tree of fairies from the wizard tower bloomed several dazzling flowers, seeds dispersing from the flowers and floating down to the Fhardasil's fairyland like dandelions. The mechanical clock tower sent out a large number of mechanical dolls and alchemy colossuses which looked like paraton. They were quickly approaching Fhardasil's fairyland. The philosopher tower also had several monsters in human form with wings and razor-sharp teeth. All of them flew towards Fhardasil's fairyland. That was the ancillary ability of the mythical beings, to create their species and continuously attack a single target. In a split second, the entire sky was densely packed with affiliated creatures of the mythical life, and all were bolting towards Fhardasil's fairyland. Several arcane ancient trees in Fhardasil's fairyland were blooming bursts of lightning at the same time, and numerous balls made from thunder floated out and dispersed to the surroundings. With the trigger of several thunder balls, the whole world was turned into a lightning field. A large number of mechanical dolls and alchemy colossuses were destroyed, and the seeds of the ancient tree of fairies were burned into ashes. Flocks of monsters were shrieking in the thunderous fire as they burned into black charcoal and fell down from the sky. At the same time, the light of the arcane magic from Fhardasil's fairyland was activated once more, the scorching brilliance sweeping around in a circle as the places it shone on were destroyed by the light of the arcane magic. The entire sky was cleared, and the 3 floating space towers were hit by that force, and they showed signs of being driven away. What a joke, the mythical arcanist is so strong. The master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, dealt with the mythical arcanist for the first time. It was unexpected that the mythical arcanist was so formidable. 3 floating space towers couldn't suppress a mythical arcanist who owned a huge fairyland. No, Meent isn't that strong, he can't even beat me in a fight. It is the elf queen Wendy who is formidable. With such a big fairyland, it is equivalent to having a constant source of strength to supplement her job. The master of the philosopher tower felt his expression darken. 3 floating space towers were constantly bombarding Fhardasil's fairyland with annihilation elemental artillery from a higher position. The mythical boundary of Fhardasil's fairyland began to stir up a succession of ripples, although it wasn't broken. Still, Fhardasil's fairyland stopped their momentum of breaking into the bitwall. There was a lot of confusion within Fhardasil's fairyland. They could see that there were many problems, and they were in the midst of repairing the damage and perfecting the system. The original arcane magic network and magic crystal system had also been destroyed. Just then, the wizard tower once again bloomed and released batches and batches of flower species. The flowers were like rain sprinkling down onto Fhardasil's fairyland. Fhardasil's fairyland tried to get rid of it like how it had previously, but the new batch of flowers bloomed all of a sudden, dodging and bypassing the attack as they fell on the mythical boundary of Fhardasil's fairyland. Immediately, those seeds grew on the mythical boundary of Fhardasil's fairyland. They occupied a large area instantly, constantly extracting the power of Fhardasil's fairyland. They were eroding the barrier to reach the inside of the Fhardasil's fairyland, and they had increased the confusion within the arcane magic network. They also weakened and interfered with the power of their attack. From the inside of Fhardasil's fairyland, one could even see the dreamy flower rain falling from the sky. However, before the flowers could land, they were intercepted and destroyed by the arcane magic network. They seized the opportunity and the mechanical clock tower and the philosopher tower started to besiege it. They were trying to drain the power of the mythical boundary of the Fhardasil's fairyland as their affiliated creatures attempted to attack inside. Divine projection. Just then, a mythical shadow up to thousands of meters tall emerged from Fhardasil's fairyland. The Arcanists had learned from the Arcanist in the divine system and developed arcane magic which could imitate the body of a god. It was an elf queen dressed in a white robe and a crown. The huge mythical shadow ballooned from thousands of meters to tens of thousands of meters in an instant. The huge palm swiped across and immediately the mythical boundary was cleared from all its enemies. With the elemental wave blown out from the mythical body, the attack from the sky was also cleared. The massive mythical body filled the world, attaching to Fhardasil's fairyland. Its every move could trigger a huge surge of force. At that moment on the wizard tower, which was like the ancient tree of fairies, a beautiful mythical creature emerged. It had its huge wings spread out and brilliance akin to starlight was seen. It had a stunning and exquisite figure akin to the legendary forest fairies. Wendy, you've lost. You can't enter the bit wall. If you hold on any longer, Fhardasil's fairyland which is out of the earth will collapse. Stop what you're doing now. Give up. This world of Titan was originally discovered by the Wizard Alliance. It belongs to the Wizard Alliance. We can compensate you, but the world of the Titan must be ours. Chapter 403, The Prelude of the Bitwall Era. Wendy was in a dilemma. As every wizard knew, the world of the Titan was important to the Arcane Kingdom, but it was no longer possible to successfully enter the Bitwall and incorporate Fhardasil's fairyland into the world of Titan as originally planned. While the Wizard Alliance had discovered the coordinates and position of the world of Titan, the mobility and flexibility of the three floating space towers in the Bitwall were unrivaled. Once they took over the world of Titan, transformed it into a huge witchcraft garden, a Wizard Alliance's base camp, and garden, it wouldn't be possible for the Arcane Kingdom to snatch it back. Wendy looked up at the heavens. By now her mythical body was partially immersed into the Bitwall, and then she looked down into Fhardasil's fairyland. At that moment, Fhardasil's fairyland was tilted and some parts of it had entered the Bitwall. If the floating space ring hadn't stabilized it, everyone was afraid that Fhardasil's fairyland would have collapsed. Moreover, after a series of attacks and defenses, Fhardasil's fairyland was unable to bear another round of attacks. The arcane system and the magic crystal network were largely destroyed, and if they continued, it might cause the disintegration of Fhardasil's fairyland. Such a huge fairyland kingdom under the siege of three floating space towers. They wanted it to enter the Bitwall, reach the planned coordinates, and smoothly integrate into the world of Titan, but Wendy always knew the opportunity for success was slim. Wendy sighed. Just then, in the Bitwall, a strange event suddenly occurred. The dimensional folds of the entire Bitwall were severely disrupted and peculiar colors of light began to bloom from it. Then, everyone saw a colorful bubble emerge from the depths of the Bitwall. It continuously expanded and inflated, and at last, it became something which was beyond everyone's imagination. It had covered the whole sky. This is... Wendy, what are you doing? Catherine stood on top of the wizard tower. She looked into the sky, her robe dancing with the wind. She watched the movement from the Bitwall and was extremely confused. What's this? That's too big. Job, the master of the Philosopher Tower, didn't understand what was going on. It was too close to him. In addition, he had never seen a half Bitwall, and thus he couldn't fathom the existence of the thing that had suddenly emerged. But Wendy's expression revealed bewilderment as well, she didn't understand what was going on. Only the master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, who had observed it for a long time, finally figured out what that was. The big green head was full of shock and horror. This is the legendary world of Titan. Is this a half Bitwall? It's too big. Cook Bay's expression was left with yearning and longing. Compared to this, the space bubbles we've discovered before, our witchcraft garden, even Fhardasil's fairyland, they are all nothing. This is the true half Bitwall. This is a mini-world. The battle between Wendy and the three floating space towers, if seen from the Earth, were only a few large spots of brilliant light, as well as the vague outline of Fhardasil's fairyland. Then, the outline of the world of Titan covered the entire sky over the Sylv continent and everyone on the continent saw that the sky had suddenly darkened. They looked up and saw the colorful light and shadow in the sky. That was the world of Titan, an unimaginably massive shadow of a half Bitwall. One could see the clouds through that light and shadow. In the depth of the clouds, there was the earth and the sea, the colorful dreamy kingdom, and there was a tower which connected the heaven and the earth. It was as if, above the sky, there was an inverted world. On top of the tower there stood a mythical shadow which was thousands of meters tall. The ripples of the divine language emerged from the world of Titan. It was the voice of St. Ambrose. Your Majesty! I'm here to pick you up. Part of the world of Titan was protruding from the bitwall as if a bubble was inching closer to Fhardasil's fairyland. It then engulfed Fhardasil's fairyland and took it into the bitwall. Just then, the arcanists in Fhardasil's fairyland, who were all in despair from their failure, saw the abnormalities and the figure of St. Ambrose gave a loud cheer. St. Ambrose sensed the danger and had incorporated his fairyland of elves into the world of Titan ahead of time, rather than wait for Queen Wendy's arrival with Fhardasil's fairyland. His approach was extremely dangerous. Still, Wendy dared to do so because her mind power was dozens of times greater than that of the average level 7 mythical wizard, and she also owned the gigantic Fhardasil's fairyland. While St. Ambrose's action was like pouring a glass of water into a pond, in an instant his power would be assimilated to nothingness. But with the troll, Colin, who was in control of the Tower of Heaven, coupled with his risky bet, he had succeeded in merging his fairyland of elves into the world of Titan. With the Tower of Heaven alone, there was no way to move the half-bit wall, but by virtue of his fairyland of elves and mythical power, coupled with the authority of the Tower of Heaven, it was enough to move and control the world of Titan. St. Ambrose moved the world of Titan from the depths of the bitwall to the core world. In the process, St. Ambrose could feel that his mythical power was constantly being integrated into the world of Titan and assimilated. If he didn't speed up, he may be assimilated into the world of Titan and become a part of it. If that happened, he would become part of the bitwall's consciousness with no feelings, desires, or will of his own. As Fhardasil's fairyland entered the world of Titan, he quickly adjusted its direction. It gradually landed on the small continent in the world of Titan and slowly integrated into it. With the chanting of the arcanists, the arcane magic network and the magic crystal network spread instantly, an arcane ancient tree rooted into the earth, hordes of ancient war trees, farmer treants, ancient trees of life, and other ancient trees were scattered about, and the entirety of Fhardasil's fairyland assimilated into the half-bit wall. Watching Fhardasil's fairyland blend into the world of Titan, watching the shadow of the huge half-bit wall, Catherine, who was standing on top of the wizard tower, turned her head. Luck was with you again, Wendy. Let's return. She has succeeded. The master of the Philosopher Tower, Job, was extremely reluctant as he looked at the sky above. But we're so close to it. Kokbei looked at the half-bit wall with a longing expression. Legends say that in the depths of the astral world, there are countless half-bit walls and many other magical and different worlds. One day, I'll go there and take a look. As the Arcane Kingdom took control of the world of Titan, the Arcane Kingdom, which had fallen into the disadvantaged position in the development competition with the Wizard Alliance, gradually caught up. However, this caused the conflict between the Arcane Kingdom and the Wizard Alliance to become more intense. The forces of wizard schools under the Wizard Alliance, the Goblin Dynasty, the Dwarf Empire, and the city-states, kingdoms, and duchies under the Arcane Kingdom engaged in war occasionally. Although both sides were still restrained, their competition had become even more intense. And with the loss of the world of Titan, the Wizard Alliance had grown an even stronger desire for the knowledge of the mysterious half-bit wall and other new worlds in the astral world. The Wizard Alliance had accelerated the process of exploration by taking control of the bitwall. The floating space tower which had stayed within the world had gradually risen within the bitwall. The later batch of mythical wizards built a floating space tower that was no longer based on war and deterrence within the world, but a tower that was suitable for navigation and exploration in the astral world. The new floating space tower was also getting increasingly stronger, and its function was beyond human imagination. It had gradually evolved from the floating space tower into the boat of the bitwall. Perhaps with the improvement and development of several generations, the floating space tower of the mythical wizard would one day become a ship of the astral world that could explore the astral world. The Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom also began to compete from the ground below, gradually turning their advancements into a competition for space and strategic positions within the bitwall. More arcanists and wizards had set their targets beyond the astral world. They were frantically looking for and exploring the signals of any abnormal spatial fluctuations from the astral world and clues from the astral world's creatures. They were trying to find half-bit walls from other worlds. They longed for the knowledge of the astral world. A new occupation had emerged, the astral world scholar, which specialized in the knowledge of the astral world. The prelude of the Bitwal era had begun. Chapter 404, The Daughter of Fate. Within the highest divine palace in the floating space city of the capital of God. Inside the temple, there was a huge blue-colored sphere of light. It was Maria's world. One could see many tiny nodes and features in it. Similarly, one could also see the model of the world tree inside the sphere of light, which sustained and supported the entire world. The model of the world tree had expanded to its limit and enveloped the entirety of Maria's world. Its branches and leaves had grown to fill every corner of its interior. Zhiyu was standing under the sphere of light wearing a peculiar white robe. It looked like a single piece of white cloth wrapped around him. He stood barefoot on the floor. Zhiyu was very relaxed in the attire. There was only one person in the huge divine palace. It was empty enough to cause ordinary people to feel lonely and cold, but Zhiyu had long been accustomed to. He was also used to his identity as a creator and god, and he no longer had the shame he felt in the early days when he thought of himself as a god. In last few years, Zhiyu had been full of doubt. As the creator, he could feel that the final step of the upgrading plan of the world, perfecting of the divine system and the emergence of the last god, would be a hard nut to crack. According to the deduction drawn from Zhiyu from the model of the world tree, the last god, the god of fate, would be in charge of fate, but Zhiyu's deductions had been stalled from that point onward. God of fate, what a joke! Can fate really be controlled? So does it mean that the future is unchanged and everything is predestined? In this way, the power of the god of fate will surpass that of the creator. If it's a fully sealed up world, it's possible, like a game which had the beginning and the end set up. Everyone is struggling in a so-called long river of time and with their destiny, but Maria's world is an open world with infinite potential and future. Communication with the outside world will cause a change every time and anywhere. Everyone is subject to the vibration of the butterfly's wings because they trigger a chain reaction. Of course, the complete world model had 16 gods who controlled all the material, energy, space, time, souls, and desires of the whole world. The rules of the divine system penetrated into the slightest places without leaving any dead space. The final god of fate would weave the web of fate. The line of fate controlled the destiny of all living beings and all things in the world. The whole world would be like a stage play that had been completely arranged, and the divine system would then be thoroughly perfected. It would be a divine world with stringent guidelines and without any loopholes. There's another way. Could I degrade the god of fate into the god of prognosis and future? That sounds good. A world without any loopholes will also lose its potential in the future, which is not what I want. Zhiyu then confirmed and acknowledged the last god. As for the candidate for the last god, they had already been selected. Not now, but more than 1,000 years before, it had been determined, and it was possible, perhaps, that even before the ancient times, the god had already been unconsciously chosen by Zhiyu. Zhiyu stepped out of the temple and entered a floor below the witchcraft garden. Eva was sprinkling holy water on a tree covered with bright-colored fruits. Eva! I'm leaving. As soon as Zhiyu appeared, Eva immediately turned around. Where are you going? Master! Eva held up the holy seal silver vessel which she used to sprinkle water. There were 2 eyes on the holy seal silver vessel. The nozzle nose looked like an elephant's nose at a quick glance. It was an alchemic being, and its shape was lovely. Maria's world. After Zhiyu spoke, he shuttled through the dimensional door and disappeared from the capital of God. After the collapse of the Peugeot Empire, the original Batco region, the northern part of Tutan and the eastern part of the exotic region occupied by the Peugeot Empire declared independence one after another. The collapse of the powerful Peugeot Empire, whose territory had spanned over most of the Alan continent, had brought about the disappearance of peace and the emergence of war. In the latter period, many people attempted to revive the power and prosperity of the Peugeot Empire, but they never succeeded. No one could revive the territory of the Batco Empire or unify the Batco region. With the advent of the magic crystal era, that area was still a symbol of war and chaos. The faith in the Temple of Sky was still flourishing, but the spokesperson of God had changed continuously. In the western Batco region, however, a new faith had gradually emerged, which was quite normal in Maria's world. There were always a few powerful saints who managed to acquire some of the incomplete world tree model template and found ways to become gods. People were always eager to try and become the next god, but most of them had very tragic ends. Because most of them died in the process of igniting the divine fire, some of them burned themselves to death. Some of them ignited the divine fire in an attempt to condense their divinity. However, they would soon realize that the position had already been occupied when they were punished and destroyed by the gods whose toes they had stepped on. Of course, there were a few lucky people who were chosen by God to supplement the divine system and expand the divinity, and thereby became the true God's side God. Most of the believers in that new faith were ordinary people and poor people in the western region. They believed in Goddess of Fate, and they were led by a teenage girl who they called the Daughter of Fate. In the Sea of Death of the Great Kafir Desert, several steam alchemy trucks went through the desert. All of the steam alchemy trucks had been remodified. The original trunks had been dismantled and converted into steam locomotives capable of transporting people. A chimney was hoisted on the front of the truck. When the truck was running, boiling steam would pop out from it. Most of the trucks looked old and worn. The coat of paint on the fronts of the trucks had worn off. Some of the steel rings were rusted, and there were even patches on top of the tarpaulin of the trunk. The desert road was extremely uneven and the trucks would bump up and down. The people riding in them were all people from Batco with the typical features of the Batco region. The Sea of Death had been called the Sea of Death for more than 1,000 years, but since mankind had conquered the sky, the earth, and even the Bitwall, the Sea of Death was no longer a place where death happened. The professionals of the Temple of Sky historically weren't good at forestry or the irrigation of rivers. With the advent of the Magic Crystal era, although the original barren Batco area gradually became rich and fertile and the rivers broadened, the Sea of Death remained as it was. A convoy drove into a small oasis in the desert with small houses, dilapidated wooden shacks, and temporary tents. To the southwest of the oasis there was a jujube forest that protected the oasis from being hit by sandstorms. There were steam locomotives, old hot air balloon airships, and alchemy sand dredges in the oasis, which could sail in the sea of sand. With the arrival of the convoy, all the people in the oasis rushed out excitedly. A few hundred people all seemed to be waiting for the arrival of someone. When the passengers arrived, from a truck in the middle of the convoy, a strong male professional in a long black robe alighted and knelt on the ground, then several Batco women with headscarves and veils emerged with a young girl. Dressed in a black cloak with black thin chiffon masking her face, the girl had short dark wavy hair and stunning eyes. The most attractive thing was her irises, which were blue, but not the usual kind of blue. They were light blue, closer to green, and were as transparent as the sky. It was a pair of eyes that could reflect everyone's inner self. Everyone in the oasis knelt down and shouted the name of the young girl in the language of Batco as if it was the holy name of a god. It was as if they believed in the absolute supremacy of this young girl. Natasha, the magnificent daughter of fate. A young man whose lips were dried up and cracked because of lack of water shouted her name enthusiastically. Daughter of fate, Natasha! All hail the goddess of fate! Crowds of men and women followed the girl and screamed hysterically. As the young girl's feet touched the sandy land, a miracle happened. Green buds grew little by little throughout the land, and the little green buds turned into lawns and quickly proliferated and spread everywhere. Flowers grew among the grass and young saplings emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, they grew into big trees, while the mouth of a fresh spring emerged under the girl's feet and gradually formed a lake. In that way, the girl stepped on the surface of the water and slowly entered the oasis. That magical scene had driven the followers of the goddess of fate crazy. They kowtowed and shouted the name of Daughter of Fate, Natasha. That was the typical level of enthusiasm the people had for the goddess of fate, so the secret arrival of the young girl, the legendary Daughter of Fate, Natasha, had caused an uproar. With the arrival of Natasha, the Daughter of Fate, the oasis continued to expand and more Batco people arrived and gathered there. In the barren Sea of Death of the Great Kafir Desert, the establishment of a magical desert city had begun. Legend had it that this was a city that could only be found by the believers in the goddess of fate. It was hidden in the deepest part of the Sea of Death. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to find or see. Everyone who arrived there believed that they were guided by fate. Legend had it that if they arrived at the city, they could see the great Daughter of Fate, accept her enlightenment, and see their future and the trajectory of their destiny. Hence, people in Batco called the city the Enlightenment City. Chapter 405, Using the Whole World as a Bet. Lu Zhiyu crossed the streets of Enlightenment City. They had built a defense wall outside the original oasis and the jujube forest had become even larger, plentiful and substantial fruits growing on the trees. The magic radio in the shop on the street played the channel from the Peugeot region. The soprano was melodious and pleasing to the ears. The sand-colored stone buildings seemed to have camouflaged and fused with the desert until they were one. The sand on the ground was hot, yet the people in the city seldom wore shoes. Lu Zhiyu walked along the spacious road and through the town square, arriving at the Temple of Fate. Most of the priestesses in the temple were women wearing black robes and veils. The thin robes couldn't conceal the graceful figures of the Batco women. But any believer who arrived there dared not have any frivolous or evil thoughts toward them. Above the dome of the Temple of Fate was an eye. The moment one saw it, it gave them a feeling that one could see through all fates through the long passage of time. Lu Zhiyu walked up the stairway in front of the Temple of Fate. He ignored the praying and begging of the people in front of the temple. He had walked all the way to the temple because, on that day, the daughter of Fate wasn't praying for blessings or enlightening anyone, so the temple was empty. Lu Zhiyu could see everyone from there. There was a thread of consciousness on the body that led directly to the Temple of Fate. In Enlightenment City, the thread of consciousness emanating from the consciousness of all people weaved into a huge net above the city. When Lu Zhiyu stepped inside, all the priestesses in the temple knelt on the ground as if they had known he was coming. Lu Zhiyu walked towards the middle of the temple and the eyes of fate on the dome seemed to be watching him. There were many pillars in the empty hall, each of them carved with stories about fate. The young girl with a black veil sat cross-legged on top of it. She saw Lu Zhiyu and, in an instant, her sky-blue eyes were attached to him, trying to gain insight and understand him thoroughly. Lu Zhiyu walked toward her and stopped more than 10 meters in front of her, sitting on the blanket beneath the steps where she would pray and enlighten her believers. Lu Zhiyu sat at a lower position compared to her. She looked down at him from above, but somehow, it made the priestesses feel that fate was trembling. "I knew you were coming, Creator," said the young girl with the black veil. Lu Zhiyu looked up at her and said, "That's really terrific. The power of fate." Then he sighed. "I didn't think you really existed. What should I call you, daughter of the world, the daughter of fate, or Maria?" Yes, Natasha was the reincarnation of the world's consciousness. After the creation of Maria's world, with the continuous advancement of Maria's world, the formation of the world's consciousness began to come into being. And the name of Maria, which was chosen as a joke by Lu Zhiyu in the past, had seemingly determined her image and gender. If there had been no Lu Zhiyu, she would have been the first god born naturally in Maria's world and the genuine master of Maria's world, but everything had changed because of the emergence of Lu Zhiyu. She was born too late, and when she appeared, everything was already established. She was the last god that was born. Lu Zhiyu had been unconsciously suppressing her birth prior to this, but when he was at the last step of perfecting the divine system, he found that only when she was integrated into the divine system could Maria's world be transformed into the real divine kingdom. This was because she represented the world. Natasha sized up Lu Zhiyu and Lu Zhiyu sized her up too. She was the first person to be born with a sacred existence, and her birth represented the will of the world. She was a level 7 mythical being at birth, she was an inherent god. She was born to be a being of mythical life. In her body, it was very difficult for Lu Zhiyu to see the feelings and strong desire like he could in ordinary people. Instead, there was a superior and non-human temperament which was extremely cold and ethereal. There was a great difference between Natasha and Lu Zhiyu. The existence of gods and other mythical beings which had gotten rid of the restraints of the body and advanced as gods had formed their personality imprints. Emotions and desires were just part of the personality imprint. Even if they became gods, emotions and desires would go along with them. But the young girl in front of him was different. She was born into the world without the shackles of the body. She was born sacred. Lu Zhiyu didn't know how to make a comment on which was a better definition of God, whether the existence of natural gods was more in line with the definition of gods, or whether gods of his kind, which had advanced from mortals, suited the definition. "Are you here to destroy me?" Natasha looked at Lu Zhiyu without a tinge of fear. "No, I'm here to seek enlightenment." Lu Zhiyu smiled. Natasha asked, "Can the creator feel confused?" "Yes, even the creator can't fathom his own fate." Lu Zhiyu nodded. "Since you're the daughter of fate, I wanted to ask, what is fate?" "Fate is the trajectory of all life forms." The two beings asked and answered interchangeably. The questions were straightforward and simple, and the answers were straightforward and simple, too. Then Lu Zhiyu asked a tough question. "What's my fate?" Natasha looked up. The fate of the immortal is immortality. The undead have no fate. Fate is reincarnation, fate is destiny, and without death, there's no reincarnation, there's no destiny. The life of ordinary people is a long river, flowing from top to bottom, and I'm in charge of fate. As long as I'm standing on the long river of time, I can calculate their futures and life trajectory. But the fate of the immortal is round, there's never an end. Lu Zhiyu felt a little disappointed. He had expected to see something different. He didn't expect that it was so simple. The circle will be broken, and it's just that you can't fathom it now. But Natasha replied, that's because you've limited my future. Without you, I would be the real goddess of fate, in charge of everyone's destiny. Natasha fixed her gaze on Lu Zhiyu. There was a slight fluctuation in the girl's sky blue eyes. She didn't know whether it was longing, helplessness, or regret. When I was born, it should have been the beginning of everything, but I realize it's the end of everything. Because I'm your creator. I'm also the creator of the world. You believe in fate. Isn't this your fate? The beautiful face beneath Natasha's veil showed a trace of mockery. Fate? No, I'm just a god who can't control her own destiny. Goddess of fate. Lu Zhiyu sunk into his own thoughts for a good moment, then he looked up and asked, do you want to bet? As he said that, Lu Zhiyu looked energetic all of a sudden as if he was a child. The chip of the bet will be, this world. Natasha looked at Lu Zhiyu. The way Lu Zhiyu made a bet using the world as a chip was akin to tossing a coin out from his pocket, it was insignificant and unimportant. What are you betting on? Natasha's usually indifferent eyes, like the light of stars, were constantly being stirred up because of the man in front of her. Fate. Lu Zhiyu said excitedly. Natasha was unable to comprehend him. In your eyes, can the world be easily used as a chip for a bet? Lu Zhiyu nodded. Of course, neither this world nor the crystal wall system is important in my eyes. The world is just a combination of energy and material. As long as I master its knowledge and truth, and then possess material energy and time, I can produce one after another. If I'm not bored by it, I can make infinite numbers of them, but what does it mean to me to have so many worlds in a huge crystal wall system? It's like the gold coins that can only be looked at but can't be spent. Meanwhile, I'm a ridiculous miser guarding the treasures. If you can discover and unravel the truth about fate, then why not? Even if I lose the whole crystal wall system, I'll take the people I cherish and leave. It'll merely take thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, to recreate a crystal wall system, perhaps a more perfect, more beautiful and magical crystal wall system. Bulletin only if you can do it. Chapter 406, The Goddess of Fate. Natasha thought about it for a long time, as if she was counting the possibilities with the help of the power of the Daughter of Fate and of the entire world. Lu Zhiyu was in no hurry. Although he thought Natasha was unlikely to accomplish it, human wisdom was infinite. There must be a time when they could surprise Lu Zhiyu by accomplishing the unexpected. It took until the sun had set on the hilltop, but Natasha finally looked at Lu Zhiyu indifferently and said, I give up. Not giving it a try before giving up. As Lu Zhiyu waited, he sat on the rug near the starry Wai, leaning on it and looking at the sunset beyond the temple above the desert. Because this is a paradox in itself. Even if I put all people, including gods, into the web of fate, the existence of the goddess of fate is the biggest destroyer of the tight system of fate. That is unless I give up all consciousness and personality and become an observer of fate. Natasha didn't move an inch. She sat there like a statue. She would never move an inch unless necessary. Natasha looked at Lu Zhiyu and said, and even if I succeed in the end, it's not what you wanted. What you wanted was to explore is the essence of fate, the truth of causality. You didn't want to see your own fate, you want to break it at the moment of seeing it and be a master of it at the same time. Lu Zhiyu looked at Natasha and said, so you've already owned your own will, not just the world's consciousness. Natasha didn't deny it. Hence, I'm Natasha, not Maria. Then you're a goddess of fate who can't control her own fate. Lu Zhiyu quipped. Sometimes, it's a terrible thing to see your own fate. Without a fate that can't be changed, the world would be so wonderful. Maybe fate isn't destined to remain unchanged, maybe fate is only a guide for everyone to see the possibility of their future, and then they can choose to develop in their preferred direction. Perhaps this is the reason why I became the daughter of fate, it's also the choice and desire of all living beings. Natasha said, and there was a divine brilliance sparkling in her eyes. Everyone's prayer towards fate is to hope for a good change. Those who pray and believe in me didn't want to see their doomed fate, but to change their own fate. It seemed that it was because of Lu Ziyu's prompting that her thought process was geared towards what he'd hoped for her to gradually understand. Now, at last, she spoke in that way. Lu Ziyu saw more and more brilliance radiating off Natasha's body, and the web of fate which had densely covered the sky above Enlightenment City was completely torn and broken. Those believers of fate who were previously like marionettes struggled and broke free from some kind of bondage. Originally, the city had looked like a marionette city, a stiff and lethargic desert city. It suddenly seemed to glow with a new radiance. The brilliance which symbolized fate was glowing on Natasha, the daughter of fate, and the radiance scattered and lit up the entire temple of fate. In the night sky over Enlightenment City, one could see luminescent spots and threads pouring out of the temple of fate, akin to fireflies filling the desert city. It was beautiful and full of hope and vitality. The goddess of fate's divine shadow rose from the temple bit by bit. The divine shadow reached thousands of meters into the clouds, visible from thousands of miles away, appearing as if it could directly touch the stars in the sky. The people in Enlightenment City hadn't yet fallen asleep. Many people followed the fireflies and the divine shadow out of their houses and into the street, immediately seeing the shocking scene. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people rushed out. After that, tens of thousands, more than 300,000 people in Enlightenment City came out and gazed in the direction of the Temple of Fate. The lights and shadows of the goddess were mysterious. Among the brilliance of the mysterious light of fate, an illusory and hazy image of the goddess was tangled, the entire body hidden in the ambiguous dark robes, the face of the goddess of fate concealed by the veil, akin to unfathomable fate itself. The goddess of fate has descended. A lean, yellow-skinned old man in the noblest black robe of the Temple of Fate walked out of his house and knelt to the ground in an instant. "The true God we believe in. Are you really answering our prayers?" asked a housewife, bringing along her whole family to cheer at the sight of the goddess of fate. They were the poor people of the Moru kingdom, north of Batko. Because they couldn't survive the bankruptcy, they had come to the city under the guidance of the goddess of fate, and that had changed their family's fate. "Look! It's God! It's really God!" Batko's child had darker skin, and his brother stood on the top of a steam truck with his younger sister and younger brother in his arms, looking in the direction of the Temple of Fate in the distance, shouting excitedly. His younger sister in his arms said, "It's the goddess of fate. It's the goddess of fate who brings us good luck. The goddess of fate who saved our family. I offer you our most pious belief and hope that you can bless us and my children forever. Goddess of fate, please relieve me from my misery and save me from my sorrow." At that moment, Natasha heard the voices and heartfelt wishes of everyone. It was the desires of all living beings in the world. She looked down Lu Zhiyu. Maybe this is fate, it's the real goddess of fate. On the top of the sky, there seemed to be an unusual movement above the clouds, as if the whole world was calling for the last god's arrival. The world was longing for her to become a god. All the stars and star kingdoms appeared in the sky at the same time, just like when the divine system had appeared and when the world tree model was first discovered. At that time, the peculiar emergence of all the stars symbolized a beginning, while their present emergence symbolized an end. They were symbolizing the perfection of the divine system. Stars, so many stars, big ones. In the airship flying above the clouds, a little girl looked out through the glass window and shouted loudly, immediately waking up the sleeping passengers. Her father wiped his eyes and said incredulously, "It's not a star, it's a god. It's the star kingdoms." At the top of St. Sarl City, the Temple of Light looked as if it was built above the clouds. The current high priest of the Church of Light looked at the divine kingdom and asked, "What's going to happen this time? I wonder it's a good or bad thing." Every clergyman, king, noble, or ordinary person in the whole world seemed to have a hunch that something important was happening in the world. The divine personality of the god of prognosis and future, also known as the divine personality of the goddess of fate, fell from the star and transformed into the brightest light. It was akin to a meteor falling from the bitwall, eager to meet its master. When the divine personality of the goddess of fate fell down, it fell into Natasha's body like a blazing fire. Natasha's divine body had undergone tremendous changes. Her robes were dancing and swept over the city, instantly scattering a massive flare that scattered over the whole city. Many people in Enlightenment City, in the midst of the blazing brilliance, became Natasha's clergymen and accepted the divine seed of the goddess of fate. The black robe and black yarn which had symbolized the mysterious nature of Natasha faded gradually, and the robe turned white little by little. It had transformed into a friendly and bright color. Her mysterious and elusive aura from before was transformed into one of hope and warmth. And the veil which had masked her face also gradually faded. It revealed a beautiful and delicate face, as well as eyes the color of a clear blue sky. Everyone could see the face of the goddess of fate. At that moment, everyone in Enlightenment City jumped up and down madly. They cheered for the goddess, shouting her holy name and praying to her. I saw the face of the goddess of fate, and I looked straight at my own destiny. Good luck was favoring us. The goddess loves us all. The city was brightly lit. Many people took out their alchemy vapor lamps and waved them on the rooftops. The whole city seemed to have transformed into a starry sky on land. The lamps and candles of myriad families gathered in one place, and it looked like the Milky Way. The goddess was in a beautiful white robe, and with a mysterious smile she said, "Fate is in your own hands." Immediately afterward, a divine stairway leading to the Star Kingdom was seen, and the goddess of fate followed the ladder of light, ascending to the clouds to enter the Star Kingdom. When Lu Zhiyu watched the last god ascend her throne, he knew that the last piece of the puzzle of the divine system had finally been placed, and that Maria's world and he himself would face the greatest changes as a result. Chapter 407, Creator, I. 17 star kingdoms appeared at the same time across the night sky. The web of divine power intertwined and extended continuously along the bit wall, revealing itself from amid the darkness. The earth, sky, professionals, mortals, animals, and even hell and the souls within it were all suddenly connected to that vast network of the gods. 17 star kingdoms and gods supported everything, forming the cornerstone of the world. If one looked into Maria's world from the outside at that moment, it would look to them as though the huge lights and shadows of the world tree had magically appeared in the world's interior. Its tallest branches and leaves penetrated the sky, the star kingdoms, and the bit wall. The enormous roots went deep down into hell and touched the essence of reincarnation. Every single person, every single being, even the lifeless forms and gods were on that tree, bound together with the tree. The world tree that originally existed as a template for the world and had set it up was now growing out of Maria's world. The world's cornerstone, which served the star kingdoms as its core, had blossomed with brilliant and radiant light. On it, the searing light of divinity and divine personality itself had appeared. Light, sun, death. The star kingdom ushered the sun into the sky. The moon and the sun, the divine kingdom's network host, appeared simultaneously. At the same time, the star kingdom of death, which represented death and hell, also appeared out of the earth. From the world's 3 largest religions and kingdoms of faith came countless believers who kneeled and prayed to their gods. 4 seasons, night, ocean, machinery, master, earth, storm, time. Every church and its followers looked up to see their gods. Whether they were human beings, orcs, semi-orcs, elves, sahajins, or magical beasts, they all could find the star kingdom they believed in. The god of civilization and wisdom. The god of commerce and trade. The god of history and race. A large number of believers in the kingdom of Sumerian waved their hands at the sky and cheered. The colossus figure of Frank appeared in the square of the 3 gods of civilization in Naya, holding the slate of civilization up high. The slate seemed to be echoing with the voices of those in the star kingdoms up above. On top of Alva's enormous magic crystal tower sat the largest magic crystal in the world. At that moment, it began radiating a dazzling brilliance of mana glow. The whole city of Naya was illuminated by the brilliance, and the city looked like something in a dream. The magic crystal warlocks on the tower prayed to Alva, the god of magic crystal, who rewarded them with magic crystals. Even at night, there were still many scholars, students, and professionals going in and out of the Grand Library of Wilbert. Suddenly, a large number of professionals wearing their scholars' robes stopped on the stairs. The god of space and exploration. The god of desire and prayer. Who is the last one? I've never seen it. It's like an eye. More people looked at the overwhelming radiance of the cornerstones of the world. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they noticed a god there that they had never seen before. That's fate. I've seen it when I visited the Batco area. It's the symbol of the goddess of fate. A belief that exists only in the desert, a faith from a very remote and small area. Unexpectedly, there is a true god behind it. A scholar from the Grand Library of Wilbert recognized it immediately. The highly educated scholars were tasked with recording every race in the world and the history and beliefs behind them. Because of this, they now had the largest library in the world, the Grand Library of Wilbert. The library belonged to Wilbert, the god of history and race. The brilliant light of divine power covered the entire world and assimilated the entire world. The Divine Kingdom's network host in the sky, the huge silver moon, had already reached the top of the world tree. The Divine Kingdom's network host controlled the entire world and recorded everything, from its origin to the present. Every mark of life, birth, and death were all recorded in the Divine Kingdom's network host. The modification of every rule, the agreements of gods, and the original data of the world could all be found there. Every little bit of the world, every single god and their authority originated from that. It brought together all the lines of divine powers, and the one controlling and governing the Divine Kingdom's network was the Goddess of Light, Kelly. All the floating islands which had originally circled in the middle of the Divine Kingdom's network host dispersed and merged into their star kingdoms and the bodies of their gods respectively. Each of the divine thrones represented the authority of their gods and their authority within the Divine Kingdom's network host. There were only 2 divine thrones left in the sky of the Kingdom of Light, one represented the Goddess of Light, and the other was the divine throne of the Creator. At that moment, the empty divine throne of the Creator suddenly sparkled with brilliant radiance. A pillar of light shot down the sky and ran through the entire Kingdom of Light, passing through everything in the kingdom. The white radiance enveloped the whole world. Ding! All the rules that had kept the whole world running halted. Even the river of time had stopped, no longer flowing. No rainwater fell, it had paused in mid-air. No light spread and life forms lost their ability to act and think. In the original, grand, and prosperous world, countless beings from different races had become stuck in a freeze frame all at the same time. The whole world had turned into a motionless picture. It was like a huge epic film, and someone had suddenly pressed the pause button. Kelly looked at the divine throne opposite her and could see that one of the pillars of light, the divine shadow, which had bolted down from the sky, was condensing. It was magnificent. Not the Kingdom of Light, not even the whole world seemed able to accommodate him. Lord, you've finally returned to your own kingdom. Kelly looked at the familiar figure opposite her as if she had been looking forward to him. Lu Zhiyu sat on top of the divine kingdom which belonged to the Creator. He could feel the power of the gods and the limits of authority that the Divine Kingdom's network host had over the world. However, the first action Lu Zhiyu took was to give an order to the Divine Kingdom's network host, Gaia. Cancel the authority of the Divine Kingdom's network host. Gaia. Transfer to me the power of the Star Kingdom and the network host's data of the world. Confirming the limits of authority. From the supreme authority of the Creator. The robotic voice of Gaia, the Divine Kingdom's network host, suddenly sounded. Accept, orders. At the time to execute the final order, Gaia didn't know why, but it paused. Gaia, who was supposed to have no emotions or feelings, seemed to have felt its imminent doom. The whole of Silver Moon had undergone tremendous fluctuations. The secondary brain of the original Divine Kingdom's network host, Gaia, collapsed in an instant. It had turned into countless bits of data and runes as it merged into the Kingdom of Light. Within the Kingdom of Light, under the Divine Throne, one could see the vast Kingdom of Heaven. It had several huge cities of God, saints who had risen into the Kingdom of Light thousands of years ago, and an angel with white wings who was radiating holy light. When they looked up, they could see the Divine Throne of the Creator and His Divine Shadow. At that moment, the dense and substantial cloud of data and runes emanated from the Divine Kingdom's network host. It filled up the entire Kingdom of Light and merged into the light pillar, pouring into the divine body of the Creator. The original Divine Kingdom's network host and the world Lu Zhiyu had created had borrowed power from the picture scroll. Lu Zhiyu didn't have the divine power of a creator or that of the 17 gods, so instead of having their godly power bestowed by Lu Zhiyu, their power was actually bestowed by the picture scroll. Lu Zhiyu had truly ascended to the divine throne of the Creator and become a real creator. Lu Zhiyu was receiving the whole world from the power of the picture scroll. The Divine Kingdom's network host, which was designed by Lu Zhiyu to drive the sovereign power of his creation, was no longer necessary. Gaia was dying out little by little as it transferred the world's data to him. Chapter 408, Creator, 2. Lu Zhiyu sat on the divine throne of the Creator. He seemed to have acquired another perspective at that moment. He watched the birth and development of the whole of Maria's world, the birth and death of every being and race. He saw an albino bear running on the grassland, the mouse people trying to catch prey with a stone spear, the traces of life gradually appearing in the ocean. He saw the growth of all things, the reproduction of life, the birth of civilization. It was a world full of vitality. And then, he saw himself. It was the first time he had set foot in Maria's world. At that time, he was only 20 years old, young and immature. He'd first appeared on a hillside on the Red River Plains. At that time, the orcs were only mouse people and human beings hadn't appeared. He was just an ordinary person then, a vulnerable, ordinary person who could only live for less than 100 years. A fragile life that could be extinguished so easily. Behind him was the dense and primitive jungle, and in front of him was a massive and broad river. There were many animals drinking from the water beside the river. Birds were singing in the jungle, eagles were gliding through the sky, and fat rabbits were running on the grassy slope. The 20-year-old him rushed excitedly down the hillside, frightening the animals at the riverside. The animals dispersed in an uproar. He stood by the riverside and looked up at the blue sky, as if the old him was exchanging a gaze with the present him at that moment. They were divided by thousands of years, yet they looked at each other. Everything was like samsara. Everything began with him and also ended with him. But at that time, with that old him, his gaze was filled with excitement, expectant and hopeful. His smiling face had been incomparably sincere, but now there was only a mysterious face hidden behind the divine shadow. He was wearing the mask of Pharos with the sun engravings on his face, and under the mask was a pair of eyes that looked absent of emotions. With the birth of civilization, the orcs established a city-state of civilization, and the 12th generation of orc kings ruled Saga City, one after another. When Ahneton, the Golden King, killed Kosta, the 12th generation Wolf King, the era of mankind was proclaimed. He saw Ahneton, a young man who had travelled with him to the kingdom of Orc, grow old little by little until, in his palace, he begged bitterly for eternal life from Zhiyu. Finally, he held on to the sword of the king and looked at the portrait of himself at the moment when he had received a revelation from his god, Zhiyu, and died reluctantly. War, fighting, the substitution of dynasties and the advancement of civilization. The dynasty established by Ahneton, the Golden King, perished. On the remote Yala continent, he'd planted his first tree of life and embraced Mihare, the world's first elf, with his own hands. The tribes and city-states of the orcs had surrounded and fought with Saga City for thousands of years while human beings had split apart and merged. After the Golden Dynasty, there emerged the Silver Dynasty of the Proles Empire and the Bronze Dynasty of the Tyrone Empire. At last, the Iron Dynasty of the Crete Empire emerged. At the same time, human beings continued to travel to distant places, the Batko region, the Exotic Kingdom, and the Tutan region. Human civilization began to emerge. He created and killed Saken himself. The blood of the ancient god of the sea diffused all over the ocean, it announced for the arrival of an extraordinary era. Sahajins, Titan dragons, and all kinds of magical beasts appeared in the world. Saint Tess Kelly gained her own Ichur. The first Pope, Pope Hodap, established the Kingdom of the Church of Light. The first wizard tower rose in the Black Forest. The first generation of wizards came and arrived with the oldest alchemy ship, the SS Eternity. Boer, Akkad, Uruk, Leaves, Henry, Wendy, Catherine, and Wolf, all those familiar figures appeared in front of Luzai one by one. That was when they were at their youngest, each one owned a pair of eyes which reflected innocence and dreams back then. In his dream, he gave Kelly the mask of Pharos, he nudged forward the supernatural era of Titan dragons, magical beasts, gods, and wizards to their peaks. The saints established the divine system in baptism. Rooney, the one who was loved by God, destroyed the kingdom of Lumen and established the kingdom of Rosa Doro. Leaves went crazy as he roared madly at his punishment of death by burning. With a lovely pair of lion's ears, Vert Handy acted in a pettishly charming manner. He took her around the world and explored the world with her. He gave her the sword of the king and the power of the divine kingdom's network host because she was a real descendant of God and the chosen one of heaven. With the rise and unification of the orcs, the Lion King, Will, established the Holy Civil Empire and the war between humans and orcs broke out again. The Crete Empire of the Iron Dynasty perished, the Holy Civil Empire crumbled, the Tutan Dynasty vanished, and the Peugeot Empire succumbed, countless large and small countries withered and new countries were rebuilt among the ruins. The era of the sea had arrived. Thousands of sailing ships and alchemy ships competed for hegemony over the ocean. A large number of professionals, derived from the perfection of the divine system, maneuvered across the ocean. Wizards explored every corner of the world. Elves walked out of the Yala continent and the Mermaid Kingdom dominated the world within the ocean. With the arrival of the era of gods, numerous powerful professionals competed with and killed each other for divinity and divine personality in order to ascend the divine throne. They came to hold the Star Kingdom above the clouds. The goddess of harvest, Bernice, the legendary adventurer, Marina, the Queen of Mermaids, Gina, the Lord Torvald, Jonathan, the fourth-generation master of the Wizard Tower, Edward, and so on. There were successful cases and unsuccessful cases, but Lu Zhiyu was incomparably familiar with all those figures. The civilization on Earth was also advancing by the ancient way of survival. Then, with the emergence of the three gods of civilization, the age of magic crystal had arrived. One after another, people or things which Lu Zhiyu was familiar with continued to vanish, and finally, nothing was left. So long! I've lived for so long! Lu Zhiyu sat on the divine throne of the Creator and looked at the world's aboriginal information recorded by Divine Kingdom's network host. At the same time, all the rules and information explored by the 17 gods flowed into Lu Zhiyu's body. Lu Zhiyu had mastered every rule that 17 gods had explored and understood, and every rule and piece of information related to the aboriginal of the world had been carved into the divine shadow of Lu Zhiyu. Massive amounts of information in the form of light continued to rush into the body of Lu Zhiyu, and the divine body of Lu Zhiyu was undergoing dramatic changes. From the memory of the world to the deeper degree of rules, Lu Zhiyu saw the composition of the world, the tiniest parts of the world, every rule and every basic particle. Lu Zhiyu seemed to have seen a gate, the door to the truth, the door to the true sovereignty of a creator. At that moment, Lu Zhiyu completely grasped the power of a creator. Even without the picture scroll, he could create a new world. The current growth of Maria's world didn't have a significant use for Lu Zhiyu any longer. The various powers and abilities of the creator were constantly transformed into various bit of knowledge and truth and became part of Lu Zhiyu. They awaited being used and digested by Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu had mastered everything. The huge light pillars had dispersed and even his divine power was vanishing. It was like he was returning to his original simplicity. He revealed his original appearance, transformed into a huge human figure, and sat on the divine throne of the Creator. At the same time, there was a series of glimmering lights twinkling in the kingdom of light. One by one, several floating islands of the divine throne appeared in the sky of the kingdom of light. The floating islands of the 17 divine thrones, together with the throne of the Creator, formed into a circle. The difference was that, at that moment, on every throne, there was a divine shadow that emitted a strong divine radiance. 17 gods were looking at the throne of the Creator and at Lu Zhiyu at the same time. Many gods had known the identity of the Creator long before this and they had even guessed the real identity of Lu Zhiyu. They were still uncertain then, but now when they were facing Lu Zhiyu as the Creator, they could feel his irresistible power. No matter what the power, authority, and rules were, when in front of him and his power, it was significant. The gods were no longer superior. They were waiting merely at the feet of that man. Lu Zhiyu, who was hidden behind the mask of Pharos, scanned every god. Some smiled, some looked afraid and frightened, some were at a loss, some seemed to have no expression or emotion. Even the other most powerful god expressed the various characteristics of a human then. Lu Zhiyu stretched out his hand, reached to the mask of Pharos on his face, and slowly took it down. It exposed his black hair and the face underneath the mask. He wanted everyone to see his true appearance. He ignored the confusion of various gods. The gods didn't know why Lu Zhiyu did that, but many of the gods who were present looked at his face and their gazes suddenly settled down, as if they had received the answer and closure they wanted. Lu Zhiyu stood up and the Creator's divine throne disappeared behind him bit by bit as his entire body transformed into blurry starlight that dissipated in the kingdom of light. Now, this world belongs to all of you. Chapter 409, Welcome back. The sky of the floating space city in the capital of God was glowing with a marvelous light, and a brilliant colorful ray passed through and surrounded the entire capital of God. Lu Zhiyu emerged out of the light without using a dimensional door. His appearance in the midst of the light meant that the existence of space was now meaningless to him. The vastness of the capital of God was almost the same as that of a whole continent. Outside the city of God inhabited by Lu Zhiyu and Eva, there were all kinds of magical beasts, animals, and fairies living on the vast continent, as well as towns and cities belonging to fairies. Eva was at the top of the witchcraft garden, her silver hair coiled behind her head. She was in a gorgeous pale-colored classical dress. She looked as if she had been standing here and waiting for Lu Zhiyu to come home since he left. She quietly stood by the beautiful fountain in the magical plant garden. She wore a look of expectancy on her face while she waited. Lu Zhiyu descended beside Eva. Eva stretched out her arm to hug him. When she saw him, she found that Lu Zhiyu was in a strange state, as if he was there with her, but also in some other space. Eva couldn't even feel the huge fluctuation of divine power in Lu Zhiyu. When she looked at him, it was as if he had lost his mythical power. If she wasn't looking at him in his real form, she wouldn't have been able to feel his presence at all. It was as if the two parties weren't in the same dimension anymore. Her hand went through the shadow of Lu Zhiyu. She couldn't touch him. She was stunned for a moment, but she still stepped forward, trying to hug Lu Zhiyu's body in vain. "Master, welcome home." When Lu Zhiyu landed in the capital of God, he saw that the unique forces belonging to the Creator had eroded the capital of God and that everything in the capital of God had stopped moving. My level 7 mythical template was called Dream Controller. When I reached level 8, I built the Divine Kingdom's network host, which I called Lord of Dreams. When I reached level 9, I had wanted to name it King of Dreams. But at this point, I've discovered that the so-called King of Dreams is actually the Creator, and the so-called world is the dream of the Creator. It was born in a dream and will die when one wakes up from it. Look. This is the power of the Creator, and I call this the light of the source, the brilliance and power of every being's beginning. The capital of God had transformed into a ball of light, and all the beings in its presence seemed to be transformed into shadows. With the ball's rotation, the structure of the capital of God became extremely complex and odd, and even the internal vertices and lines bulged outwards. 4 dimensions. 5 dimensions. When one was standing outside the capital of God, they could see the continuous rotation of the place and how the whole structure continued to expand and magnify. Through the exterior surface, the scene inside the capital of God could be seen. That was a view that was only achievable when one looked from the 3-dimensional perspective at the high-dimensional objects. 3 dimensions. 2 dimensions. And as the capital of God revolved another time, it returned to normal again. The dimensions which had been climbing upwards went back down. At last, there was only a thin sheet remaining when one was looking at it. The original 3-dimensional capital of God, at that moment, looked like a huge picture floating in the astral world. The whole world looked as if it had been squashed. As it revolved again, it looked like only a straight line was left, like looking directly at the edge of a paper. Then, the line contracted and only one dot was left. At last, even the dot vanished, and the capital of God was completely lost in the astral world. "Master, where are we going?" Eva could feel that she and the capital of God were in a strange state, somewhere between reality and illusion, like a dream, or like a picture in a book. 0-dimensional aboriginal space, the source of everything, the origin of the world. Lu Zhiyu hugged Eva and closed his eyes as Eva's fragrance brought peace and warmth to his soul. "Come on, come with me on a dream that'll never end." Eva looked at Lu Zhiyu in a daze. Although she didn't understand what Lu Zhiyu was talking about, her partially mechanical eyes radiated a faint glow, and a smile like he had never seen appeared on her face. Yes. Together with Lu Zhiyu, the capital of God had fallen from a high-dimensional level to a level of 0 dimension. Lu Zhiyu returned to the 0 dimension level from his crystal wall system. This time, unlike his numerous explorations of the 0 dimension in his thoughts previously, he, who had become the Creator, had seen the truth of the 0-dimensional world from the perspective of the light of the source. Lu Zhiyu saw countless creators like him who were in deep sleep in the source of the 0 dimension. Everyone sat there in the shadows and lights that were huge enough to reach the limit of life's imagination. Each one was the source of a universe, they were the beginning and the end of everything. Floating above every creator, their thoughts and consciousness broke through the 0 dimension and created one universe after another. Every creator was like a perpetual motion machine, their wisdom and thought power expanded out of the 0-dimensional world and created one universe after another. The universe created by countless creators stretched upward and interlaced, forming an endless parallel universe with the 0 dimension as its source. When he looked up, there were all kinds of universes, 2-dimensional universes, 3-dimensional universes, 4-dimensional universes, a crystal wall system universe, and the entangled timelines which bundled the universes together. Each universe had its own peculiar rules, and there was no relative superiority or inferiority between them, only a difference between their imaginations and whether they were interesting or not. All kinds of universes beyond the imagination of Lu Zhiyu appeared there, connected to their creators by the light of the source. It was like a zero-dimensional channel. The birth of every planet, the birth of every intelligent life, the vanishing of the universe, those were all born from the ideas and thoughts of the Creator. As Lu Zhiyu broke away from the crystal wall system universe, he entered the zero-dimensional world and became a creator. The crystal wall system universe also broke away from the cracks in the dimensions, aligning with the endless parallel universes and becoming one of them. Originally the zero-dimensional channel, which was akin to a passageway stealing source form, had now become a ray of light connected to Lu Zhiyu. When Lu Zhiyu looked up, he could see that the crystal wall system universe he had created was now integrated into him. He sensed that, with an idea from his head, he could transform the world into whatever he wanted to, whether it was a 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, or 11-dimensional world. It was akin to his dream in which he could transform and create the world with just his thoughts and intentions. He was just like a painter who was splashing ink freely on a paper. There was no limit to energy or material. There was no limit to his thoughts and fantasies. His dreams and imagination could create anything. So there's nothing like the material energy. Everything is simply the dream of the Creator. Everything is the coagulation of the Creator's thoughts, and the light of wisdom. Material, energy, space, soul, and source are all the same. Lu Zhiyu looked at the nearest creator beside him and immediately saw the universe he had created. It was a vast universe of infinite dimensions. Lu Zhiyu saw a familiar shadow in it. As the scene enlarged, Lu Zhiyu saw one of the dazzling galaxies, the Milky Way. When his thought changed, Lu Zhiyu saw the blue Earth. This is the Earth's universe. I've been living in another creator's dream. Once again, Lu Zhiyu shifted his gaze and saw the truth. It had been sailing in the Earth's universe for a long time. Now the truth had traveled many light years beyond human imagination, reached Alpha Centauri, and embarked on its first stop. The truth now had a huge fleet of subordinates and was attempting to transform the planet. Groups of new humans were reproduced and became a new race in the universe. That would be their starting point and a way to usher into their new future. Lu Zhiyu saw many more familiar figures, Gu Kairan, Wang Yi, and Zoe. Lu Zhiyu looked away and saw an interesting scene. Outside the Earth's universe, a half-human and half-insect's high-dimensional creation was positioned on the outer dimension of the Earth's universe, looking inside. It projected its strength into it and had transformed it into a huge dark mother tree. It was trying to extract the energy of the universe bit by bit while looking for something. The forces of the groups of mythical creatures represented by the Dark Mother Tree were at war with the Pan-Galactic Alliance of Civilizations within the galaxy. They had defeated the Pan-Galactic Alliance of Civilizations, which was thriving with its advanced science and technology. Most of the galaxy was in a state of collapse because the Zerg and the army of the mythical creatures were engulfing everything. Sunika, the queen insect? So you've come here. Lu Zhiyu couldn't help laughing. He reached out his hand and flicked his finger. The palm of the great creator's body of light protruded out of the zero dimension. At the outer layer of the Earth's universe, he grabbed Sunika, the queen insect. She was from the first batch of life that he had ever created, the one which had escaped from the world of the picture scroll. He held her in his hand. Sunika, the queen insect, shivered with fear. She had no idea what had happened. She only saw the giant light of the creator, Lu Zhiyu, and it took a long time for her to collect herself. Is that you? The creator of Zerg? The great god who's given us life and everything. Sunika seemed to have smelled the scent on Lu Zhiyu, and it was similar to the scent buried deep in her memory. Her face was full of pious joy as she looked up to the body of the creator, Lu Zhiyu. Sunika has found you at last. Sunika smiled from the bottom of her heart, as if she had found her parents, or met a beloved wanderer who had returned home. Welcome back. Lu Zhiyu put her into the capital of God under his body of the creator. He had lived for such a long time, but he still remembered her, her creation was still fresh in his mind. Lu Zhiyu had constantly pondered over her whereabouts, and now he finally had the answer. In that moment, the creator of the Earth's universe seemed to be awakened from a deep dream. He turned his head and looked at Lu Zhiyu. Lu Zhiyu had never seen the face of his creator under his radiating body, but now he was surprised to find that the creator had the same face as himself. Welcome back. At the same time, in the zero-dimensional aboriginal space, innumerable creators were looking at Lu Zhiyu at the same time. Lu Zhiyu saw countless versions of himself. Each of them looked exactly like him and had the same presence and aura as him. All the creators greeted him with the same voice. Welcome back. Chapter 410, On an Expedition to the Half-Bit Wall. Wizard's Calendar, 1593. In the Adriatic Sea of the Star Soul world, the great fairy Muriel lived in her ancient Tree of Fairies tree tower. The tree tower was full of gold and silver treasures and magic crystals. Her favorite hobby was to lounge on top of those treasures, do nothing, and squirm on them with a red face of infatuation for a day. "Lady, isn't it painful?" a little fairy in the tree tower asked. "What do you know? These are gold coins, money. It's warm and hot. How could it be painful? Money. Money can buy everything." Muriel gave her the daily rebuke. "Come on, this is a new morning. Let's shout it together. Our slogan is, make money. Make money. Make money. Our goal is, make money. Make money. Make more money." Muriel owned a territory that was given to her with a decree personally signed by the Queen of the Arcane Kingdom. She was the Lady of the Arcane Kingdom and a Duchess of the Arcane Kingdom. Don't ask about what was going on with the extra title of Duchess. It was not a surprise when one realized that the leader of the Arcane Kingdom was an elf queen. Muriel had her own territory. At the same time, she'd been given a seed of the ancient Tree of Fairies. Things went smoothly for her for a few decades. She was promoted to become a great fairy. She had gone from being a glittering and lovely little fairy and had transformed into a charming exotic beauty. As a level 4 great fairy, not many dared to provoke her. Muriel's territory was very distinctive. It was an island between the Sylve continent and the Fairy continent. It was originally a barren island with nothing on it. Whoever received that place would have been called really unlucky. But since the construction of an aqua track that connected it to the Sylve continent and the Fairy continent, it had become an important transportation hub with a continuous stream of aqua trains coming in from both continents every day. The barren island had become a popular site, but nobody dared to snatch up that lucrative site. That was because it was a territory which the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom had personally endorsed, and the one occupying it was a great fairy. Muriel was very business-minded. She transformed that important aqua train station and built a commercial island. It had the famous fairy pub, Fairy's amusement park, and the fairy department store. The most famous one was the Summoner's Canyon. Yes, Muriel invented a new kind of entertainment. As a summoner, she invented a similar combat competition like the former Colosseum. However, the bloody Colosseum had long ago been banned. Muriel invented a new form of summoners' combat competition in Summoner's Canyon, and under her leadership, it was popularized all over the world. There were 5 summoners on each side. Each summoned a contractor and fought 5-on-5 combat in the Summoner's Canyon. There were audiences and tourists who flocked to the island because of the renowned game. The public even named Muriel's territory the town of the Summoner's Canyon. With the popularization of the Summoners' Combat competition, hundreds of summoners gathered there. With every victory, they would win great prizes. There was also a points ranking system. Every game also used the latest recording pearl for video recording and was then broadcasted on the channel of the Magic Telly. At the same time, Magic Radio broadcasting channels would broadcast synchronously. Summoners' Combat competition was popular all over the world. Men, women, children, everyone knew the number 1 summoner in the world. He had a good reputation and a huge fan base. At the same time, according to their ranking points, summoners were also divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamonds, and master grades. There was also the most powerful level, the legendary King's Summoner. It was the annual Summoners' Combat competition, 5 versus 5. The match was interpreted by Lady Muriel personally. The participating teams each had several master-level summoners and a King's Summoner. Now what we see is that the griffin has gone around, it has gone around, and we're about to see a brutal massacre. Yes. Kill him. Oh, 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 oh. Muriel stood on the platform hanging down from between 2 airships. She was passionately explaining the competition because she earned a huge income from every match. At the same time, more income came from other elements of the Summoners' Combat competition. Videos, live broadcasts, concessions, and gambling all brought in lots of money. Gorgeous fairies of all nationalities fought here. The spectators on the higher seats outside the canyon and above the airship in the sky cheered in unison. Everything could be experienced here. After a series of intense and exciting combat matches, audiences could also experience intense and exciting nighttime activities such as pubs, theaters, ballrooms. This place had everything that anyone could want. Hey, give me some real acting. The last time you did that it was too fake. You jumped straight in the face of someone else. And you? What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree to play a fake match? What's the matter with your killing spree all the time? At the end of the game, Muriel was dissatisfied as she closed accounts with the summoners. At the same time, she was rebuking their wrongdoings and exploring various reasons to deduct their fees. A military train from the distant troll continent suddenly arrived in the town of Summoner's Canyon. Like the trolls who built it, the train was boorish and bulky, built from heavy iron sheets that looked twice as thick as those on an ordinary train. Many trolls carried rifles, steam Gatling guns, and annihilation elemental artilleries as they stepped down from the military train and lined up in a compact formation in the town square. They wore the latest anti-demon armor and had thunderstorm grenades at their waists. When released, the grenades could release a large power grid, effectively targeting professionals with long-range ability. Over the sea, warships were passing by. On top of them were steam cannons, magic crystal tanks, bombing airships, and battle airships fully equipped to be launched. That situation caused them to feel the serious aura of the severe and destructive power and the smoke from gunpowder. Muriel, as the lady of this place, immediately arrived and received the commander's war mobilization order with the seal of the Arcane Kingdom and the signatures of the managerial elders of the kingdom. What's the matter? What's going on? Another war? Who are you fighting with this time? Although Muriel was somewhat frivolous and only cared about money, upon seeing the grand lineup, she knew it wasn't trivial and that something huge was going to happen. The troll officer who led the army said, "It's time to fight, but it's not with anyone. It's another operation order." The troll officer coughed twice with his gruff throat and said mysteriously, "A new half-bit wall has been found." Muriel's eyes suddenly sparkled. New half-bit wall. Chapter 411, The Battle on Bitwall. The newly discovered bitwall was called the Thunder Bitwall. There were very strange things in there. Volcanoes rose up everywhere on the land. All the heat energy came from inside the earth. There were strange iron trees growing in the ground that didn't look like plants. Water was everywhere within the bitwall. The sky had countless lightning and thunderstorms. Relatively speaking though, the environment wasn't as bad as one might imagine. The Wizard Alliance was the first to discover the existence of the Thunder Bitwall. It was discovered by the laboratory of the Institute of Space Exploration in the Wizard City. They first noticed the spatial fluctuation of the bitwall. However, upon stepping into the half-bitwall with their goal of conquering it and taking over, they soon realized that there were other human beings already in the bitwall. At that point, the two parties had thought that they were all humans from the same world and that everyone had simply come in through other portals and by different forces. But later, it was discovered that the other party had obvious differences from them when they saw their different races, trolls, goblins, and orcs. When this news returned to the Wizard Alliance, the managerial level of the Wizard Alliance immediately understood what they had come across. They had met those who had expelled them from Maria's world, those who had forced the Wizard Tower to its wits' end in their own homeland, the Divine Kingdom. Within the Wizard Tower, there was a heated debate among the wizards in white robes. Some were full of confidence in the Wizard Alliance, some were full of fear of the Divine Kingdom because they didn't believe in the strength of the Wizard Alliance, and some were more cautious and chose to wait and see. "It's Maria's world, the Divine Kingdom. We've met them again." A level 5 old wizard walked to the front of the stage. He had lived for a long time and naturally had a huge influence on Parliament. "They've found us." Another old wizard recalled the power of gods and true gods and his face expressed panic accordingly. "No, that's not right, we've found them. Now, we're not the same as we were in the past. We're the Wizard Alliance, the powerful Wizard Alliance. We're not afraid of any challenge." The new generation of powerful wizards was eager to try. "What a joke, there are 17 true gods on the other side. But what we've met this time was only the god of space and exploration and the professionals under the goddess of the night and the goddess of harvest. The 17 true gods of Maria's world aren't one. It's impossible for them to confront us all at the same time." At that moment, both parties appeared in the Thunder Bitwall at the same time. Whether it was based on past threats and confrontations, or because of the new fight for the Thunder Bitwall, but the war between the two parties was imminent. The two parties sent a large number of soldiers and professionals into the Thunder Bitwall, fighting for the control of the Thunder Bitwall. One after another, fully armed legions and professional officers were sent into the Thunder Bitwall. The elite wizard team of the Wizard Alliance also entered another world through the portal. The soldiers of the Wizard Continent with their alliance, the Titan Continent, and the Right Continent all traveled through the portal on steam trains. There were goblins, trolls, dwarf soldiers, and many of them were powerful humans and Monoguru legions. In the sky over the Wizard City, airships passed through the sky, one after another. Several sky strongholds and fortresses with all kinds of weapons and combat airships went through the huge portal that opened up between the two spires of the Wizard City and reached the Bitwall. The Battle of Bitwall had already begun, but the Wizard Alliance hadn't won yet. Instead, it had already suffered a heavy blow in the Thunder Bitwall. In order to compete for that half-Bitwall, the god of space and exploration pulled the half-Bitwall towards Maria's world and devoted the strength of the church to the Thunder Bitwall. The Church of the Dark Knight and the Church of the Goddess of Harvest also joined the war. Comparing the sizes of their forces, the three churches were not on par with the Wizard Alliance. But with their huge high-end combat power and continuous remote support from the Divine Kingdom's projection, the Wizard Alliance was losing. They were losing bit by bit the portion of the Thunder Bitwall which they had occupied, and several of their portals were destroyed. In another Wizards' Parliament, the Wizard Alliance decided to pull in the Arcane Kingdom to explore and compete for Thunder Bitwall while sharing risks and tensions. The war mobilization order was issued and the whole world knew that, outside their world, another Bitwall had been discovered and they were fighting for it against the powerful forces of another world. For the first time, many people heard about Maria's world and the existence of the so-called gods. What is a god? Many young people on the Wizard Continent didn't grasp the concept of gods at all. The beings from another world? Is it that strong? Was the Wizard Alliance defeated? Most people were in disbelief. It's not a defeat. The lords of the Wizard Alliance haven't even launched their attacks yet. The floating space tower in the sky of the Wizard City hasn't moved yet. Wizard apprentices strongly reprimanded anyone who questioned the strength of the Wizard Alliance. In their eyes, wizards were the most powerful beings in the Crystal Wall system. Within the main city of the Sylve Continent, a battalion of soldiers passed through the portal, the special door open. Young soldiers of all nationalities carried long guns, wore magic armor, buckled their helmets, and arrived in another world. At the same time, there were a large number of airships and sky fortresses with the symbol of the Arcane Kingdom passing through the portal, and the city was decorated with lanterns and colored festoons. They held a grand celebration to see them off. Heroes, may you win! Fight for our country, bless you! Arcane Kingdom! Forever! Soldiers from the Arcane Kingdom who were about to enter another Bitwall wore anti-demon armors and air helmets on their heads that could purify the external air for the soldiers to breathe. After all, not everyone could breathe in the harsh environment of the world outside. However, as soon as the army arrived at the Thunder Bitwall, the once sunny sky and the joyous scene immediately turned into something hellish. It was dark everywhere. The world could only be seen by the light of the continuous lightning in the sky. Thunderbolts crashed down, striking and killing unlucky soldiers from time to time. Their transmission node and base camp were being attacked. Groups of battle airships in the sky continued to be shot down and crashed. Airships were bombed and crushed. The flat land was bombarded until it turned into a sea of fire. The blaze of bullets from gun chambers could be seen constantly, and the fierce sound of machine guns was unceasing. "Come on, get off! Everyone alight now," an officer shouted at the newly arrived military train. Chapter 412, The Power of the True Gods. In 1423 on the San calendar, the war for the Thunder Bitwall began. In order to strengthen his authority and perfect Maria's world, Rode, the god of space and exploration, launched a war against the Star Soul world. At the same time, the Church of the Dark Knight and the Church of the Goddess of Harvest joined the war. Rode said that all the resources of the Thunder Bitwall belonged to the Goddess of the Night and the Goddess of Harvest. He only needed them to help him win control of the Thunder Bitwall and lead it to Maria's world. In 1424 on the San calendar, the two parties invested nearly 10 million troops respectively. They even made use of the industrial systems and magic crystal systems of several large kingdoms to produce their weapons and equipment. Several portals were established on the Thunder Bitwall. Numerous combat airships, large airships, and even sky fortresses and mobile strongholds were stuffed onto the battle. However, only the number of losses and damaged items were reported in the end. The battlefield occupied most of the Thunder Bitwall. 1/10 of the soldiers there were professionals. The losses were so severe that the three churches couldn't accept. Moreover, the mythical wizards who had been afraid of being lost in the astral world also began to cross the portal into the astral world. They entered the Thunder Bitwall to fight, putting enormous pressure on the three churches. In 1425 on the San calendar, Rode, the god of space and exploration, decided to enter the Thunder Bitwall. At the same time, he took his star kingdom away from Maria's world. He wanted to cross the world and the Bitwall to engage in battle himself and assess the battle situation in the Thunder Bitwall. Rode, the god of space and exploration, was the first god to take his star kingdom away from Maria's world. Nobody knew what negative impact it would have beyond losing the limits of his authority and the additional power of his world. If he had really broken away from the covenant of gods and the constraints within the world, would the real power of his true god erupt, or would he become extremely weak and lose the support of the rules? But Rode still decided to enter the Thunder Bitwall in order to prevent the war from worsening. Only by entering the battle could he really decide the direction and next steps of the war. At the same time, he could determine who the controller of the Thunder Bitwall was. After a meeting between the gods, and with the support and acquiescence of most of the gods, Rode took control of his divine kingdom. He used his authority to open the largest portal in history, letting his divine kingdom cross the distance between it and the unimaginable astral world. Within Maria's world and inside of its Bitwall, stars were orbiting. The divine kingdoms were mighty. A huge silver star radiated an intense and extraordinary brilliance. On the surface of the star was the imprint of the god of space and exploration. On top of it was stored all of the knowledge about the truth of space, as well as some mysterious and inscrutable divine symbols. Within the space divine kingdom, Rode sat on the sky of the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom under his feet was made up of the endless continents of floating islands. It looked like Rode's Bitwall, where followers, saints, those favored by gods, and sacred beasts rested. Now, the whole divine kingdom was in turmoil, as if it had predicted what changes were about to take place. In the name of Rode, I'll take over all the powers of the Star Kingdom. Out of the control and positioning of the world. Out of the established orbit of stars. After the command was given by the great divine shadow above the divine throne, the Star Kingdom twinkled and rotated. It was so dazzling that it looked ready to burst open. In the name of Rode, I command the portal to open. Move towards the Thunder Bitwall. In the midst of the brilliant light, a portal which moved in waves and layers opened in the Bitwall and led to an unknown field. Let's go. The hand of the divine shadow stretched out, and the huge silver star was moved out of its orbits and away from Maria's world. They lost most of the rules and powers of Maria's world. They only retained their mythical power as they set out towards another far-away half-Bitwall. At the same time, the clergymen of the god of space and exploration from all over Maria's world felt their divine incantations weakened. A large number of portals failed, space storage devices failed, and the main access to the Rhodes Bitwall was sealed off. Amir, the owner of the Tower of Frost, who recently became a mythical wizard, was one of the top decision-makers of the Wizard Alliance. Because the Wizard Alliance couldn't afford such heavy losses, even when the Arcane Kingdom began to back out, he crossed the astral world and entered the Thunder Bitwall. Amir was wearing the white-silver robe representing the master of the Tower of Wizard Alliance. He stood on the ice-blue mythical wizard tower. The pale blue frost tower was made up entirely of ice-like blocks, but only when it was touched would one realize that it was actually a special handcrafted kind of crystal with a delicate structure. The tower was surrounded by more than a dozen sky fortresses, as well as battle airships and bombing airships which were constantly darting down from the sky fortresses. The sky forces, with the frost tower as their core, continued to attack the ground and their opponent. They stood like a giant in the sky, instilling confidence and motivation in the Wizard Alliance's soldiers who had to fight fiercely on the ground. Upon seeing the ice-blue Tower of Frost, a batch of wizards and Monoguru legions rushed up to their opponents desperately. From the sky, the sound of artillery and guns was heard constantly. The elemental battery above the Tower of Frost emitted ice-blue rays. Anywhere that the light passed over became instantly frozen. The ice spread rapidly over the land. Mountains and garrisons were frozen under the irradiating light. Thousands of despairing people were frozen into ice sculptures. In the sky fortresses and mobile strongholds, under the ice-blue ray, instantly froze, transforming into ice crystal and breaking apart as they fell to the ground below like hail. Icy blue light constantly traveled through the earth and sky, and even a rainstorm was frozen at that moment. These horrible scenes made legions of soldiers and professionals from the Divine Kingdom feel hopeless and desperate. From now on, the situation works in our favor. This is the power of the mythical wizard, and this is the power of the mythical wizard tower. No one will be an opponent of the Wizard Alliance, not even the so-called Divine Kingdom. Amir, the mythical wizard, looked down from the top of his frost tower. Behind him were rows of respectful wizards. To them, Amir was no different from a god. He was practically the ruler of the Thunder Bitwall. The Wizard Alliance Corps and the Arcane Corps on the ground were also constantly rushing to the original base camp of the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom Corps, which had lost its air supremacy, was also losing under the artillery and airship bombardment of the Wizard Alliance. At that moment, the sky of the Thunder Bitwall suddenly set off a violent wave. There was a huge eddy above the whole sky and, even from a great distance, one could feel the intense fluctuations in the sky. With the fluctuation came the dazzling light. It illuminated the whole world like the sun. A shining star descended from the Thunder Bitwall. At the same time, the professionals following the god of space and exploration felt their divine incantations become several times more powerful in an instant. Their power had increased by an unimaginable extent. What is that? There were doubts among the soldiers of the Wizard Alliance who had never seen such a scene like this before. It's the Divine Kingdom and the gods. The gods have descended to our world. Everyone in Maria's world knew what this symbolized. The true God himself has come to redeem us. Crowds of soldiers who had suffered from artillery fire and other disasters knelt to the ground and wept bitterly. Please punish these demons and devils with destruction and eternity in the abyss. Soldiers who had lost their comrades in battle shouted and cursed wildly. Amir and the warriors inside the tower with him looked up one by one. They had heard of the Divine Kingdom from legends and records, but they were actually seeing it for the first time. Is this the Divine Kingdom? It looks like, no, it's not, isn't it just an altered floating space tower? The wizard in his black robe was shocked as he marveled at the sight. How can it be possible? That's a mythical alchemy tower. Ordinary mythical beings couldn't support such a huge mythical wizard tower. Only a legendary level 8 mythical floating space city is on par with that. The level 5 wizard standing behind Amir immediately made an educated guess. Amir was fixated on the Divine Kingdom in the sky. The huge star was shrouded. It looked like an entire continent falling out of the sky. It was concealing the whole world. The strong divine waves it emitted created an illusion of people falling into the infinite abyss, unable to see its end. This is the Star Kingdom. Is this the so-called Divine Kingdom? Just then, a murderous voice came from the Star Kingdom. Open the realm of God. Invade and take over the half-Bitwall. The lights of the gods poured out of the vast star in the sky and illuminated the whole Thunder Bitwall as if it was daytime. The whole world changed instantaneously under the projection of the Divine Kingdom. The realm of God with the rules and authority of a level 8 true God had begun to invade the half-Bitwall, just like when Road had invaded and offered sacrifice to the Death Indicator Bitwall. The intense brilliance enveloped the whole world, and the power of the realm of God brushed past the Frost Tower, immediately recognized. The Frost Tower was targeted by the Star Kingdom before it could respond. A space whirlpool erupted in the center of the Frost Tower, detonating and destroying the entire Frost Tower. The tremendous power rotated and kneaded the Frost Tower into a mass, and then it was engulfed. It was like seeing a tin can be crushed under someone's foot. True God, it's a level 8. After the death of Amir's body, one of the coffins at the bottom of the Wizard Tower was lifted up and a figure identical to Amir appeared, rebirthed through mythical power. Chapter 413, The War Has Ended. In Wizard City, everyone was panicked and angry. In the streets and alleyways, groups of people stood together reading newspapers and discussing what was going on. Everyone was stirred up. Information about the Battle of Bitwall was broadcast over the channels on the magic radio. The mythical powers have fallen, the floating space tower was crushed onto the Thunder Bitwall. 16 million soldiers are trapped in the Thunder Bitwall and are in desperate straits. The Star Kingdom descended, the Divine Kingdom now occupies Thunder Bitwall, and their opposition was completely defeated. All over the news were slogans that aroused panic and fear in the public. Some newspapers and other sources of media spread the news in a tactful way, but it didn't change the fact that they had lost the war. As the news of the loss spread, hundreds of wizards in white robes and 5 masters of the towers were holding an emergency meeting in a wizard tower in the sky. Although Amir, the master of Frost Tower, had lost the Thunder Bitwal in the war, he wasn't condemned for the loss. He was sitting on the last seat in the meeting hall feeling great desperation. There was a lot of hubbub over the meeting, but the formerly raucous and radical wizard factions were all silent at that moment. The wizards who had been passive about the war now blamed the loss on those who had initiated the war in the first place. The goblins and dwarfs who had suffered enormous losses were roaring angrily in their seats. The whole wizard conference was a mess and all the different wizard factions were fighting. Several mythical wizards were silently sitting at the head table, but no one dared to speak and no one dared to make a decision. Catherine, who had been sitting in the middle of the Masters of Towers, stood up. All the wizard factions, elemental wizards, alchemy warlocks, fairies, and goblins who had been standing up before that sat down in an instant. As the oldest mythical wizard, Catherine's strength had reached a level that ordinary mythical wizards could scarcely imagine. Her wizard tower was also one of the largest and strongest of all the other towers. Everyone looked at Catherine and waited for her decision. Catherine looked down at the crowd of members seated in the lobby. The Thunder Bitwal can be abandoned, but 16 million people cannot. We can't let the soldiers who were stranded after a fierce battle or their families suffer this way. Catherine sat down. Cook Bay, the master of the mechanical clock tower, stood up and spoke on Catherine's behalf. He waved and projected the Thunder Bitwal on a screen as he explained their detailed plan. Most of our soldiers and the soldiers of the Arcane Kingdom were expelled to the vast plains of the Bloody Stone Forest. All other areas were occupied and the only accessible portal had been destroyed. The Divine Kingdom had blocked the openings of the other portals. Our people were completely surrounded by enemies and left in despair. Their home is in the distant, unimaginable depths of the astral world. Most of the remaining 16 million people are trapped here. The remaining half are scattered elsewhere. Our goal is to rescue the people trapped in the Bloody Stone Forest. At the same time, we have the support of the Arcane Kingdom. They'll join us in welcoming our heroes back. What we need to do is to use all our strength to break through the blockade and get access to the Thunder Bitwal. Then Miss Catherine, the Master of the Tower and the Queen of the Arcane Kingdom, will step in and stabilize the passageway for us while blocking any counter-attacks. After Cook Bay had worked out the overall plan, the members of the Warfare Department of the Wizard Alliance immediately issued an order. Although the mission for the Thunder Bitwal had failed, the war wasn't over yet. Rescuing the soldiers trapped in the Thunder Bitwal would be their last battle. The giant ancient tree of fairies traveled on the surface of the sea. Its thick and dense roots were tangled, forming two thighs. It ran like a man on the sea, dashed across its surface and splashing the water. That was Muriel's ancient tree of fairies. In its branches were houses connected to the natural tree holes and stairs inside the trees. Inside, there lived her fairy citizens. Muriel was sitting in the treehouse at the very top. As the tree tower ran along, the whole treehouse shook. All her furniture was fixed to the floor for that reason. She was sitting in her chair and looking at the latest newspaper. Wow! Such a miserable loss. They spent so much money and nothing was earned. Those damn businessmen who took this opportunity to make a fortune from their country's misfortune should be shot to death. If they were to give me that much money, I can even buy my own country. Muriel bitterly rebuked those businessmen, all the while deeply regretting not becoming a businesswoman of the same trade. She could have been an arms dealer. In the face of those who had made a fortune, she was envious. Muriel had received a war order from the Arcane Kingdom. They had ordered that all the remaining key forces in the arcane system, including the ancient war trees, the ancient trees of fairies, the arcane ancient trees, and the ancient trees of life must go to Fhardasil's fairyland through any portal controlled by the Arcane Kingdom before June 8. The Arcane Kingdom needed to use their power to form the largest arcane territory ever. Their plan was to break through the blockade and open the door to the Thunder Bitwal. At the same time, they would form boundaries to protect the transmission node and build new portals to bring back the soldiers trapped in the Thunder Bitwal. Muriel had not returned after her first trip to Fhardasil's fairyland. Occasionally, she did recall the elegance of the elf queen, Wendy. Ah! It must be great to be a queen. Everything in the Arcane Kingdom is hers. She has infinite money that can never run out. Muriel had a longing look on her face. Ancient trees of fairies crossed the sea and arrived at the port of the Sylve continent. As the moving castles in the sky swept overhead confirming their identity information, a passageway was cleared immediately above the town square. A portal was selected and opened for them. Muriel stood on the trunk of the tree with her badge and the permit signed by the Arcane Kingdom. The giant ancient trees of fairies took Muriel through the portal in the town square and she arrived at Fhardasil's fairyland. Wow! This is huge! This must be the world of Titan. No, it's the new Fhardasil's fairyland. When Muriel crossed the border, she was immediately shocked by the enormity of the world. Unlike the last time she had come here, Fhardasil's fairyland was now fully integrated into World of Titan and had merged with the two mythical arcanists' arcane fairylands, including the one belonging to Meent Ambrose. The three fairyland cities were in the center of the World of Titan. In the distance, the vast ocean was visible. The plants in the fairyland had blended with a large number of special plants from the original World of Titan. The colorful grassland dyed the ground into a picture scroll. Strange flowers and mushrooms added to the original fairyland city a tinge and flavor to the colorful garden that was beautiful and dreamlike. At the same time, many birds, animals, flowers, and insects brought from the Star Soul world had also undergone special changes in that strange half-bit wall. Transformed from their original monotonous color into vibrant hues, all kinds of colorful beasts and horses were running around everywhere. The fairyland city that Muriel had come to was the main city of Sylve, where thousands of ancient trees and high-level professionals had also arrived. In the center of the city was an arcane ancient tree that soared into the clouds, its whole body made of crystals. 3 enormous mythical shadows condensed under the arcane ancient tree as it activated the power and network of Fhardasil's fairyland. Colorful ribbons and lights connected it to everyone's ancient trees, including Muriel's fairy tree tower. The tallest of the mythical shadows in the center opened its mouth and said, "I need to use the strength of each one of you to work together to rescue my fellow citizens who are trapped in the Thunder Bit Wall." At that time, a vague and illusory feminine shadow seemed to be forming out of faint clouds and condensed wind. Its appearance was accompanied by the emergence of stars. When everyone saw that, they knew that she was the founder of the Arcane System and the Arcane Kingdom. She was the one who brought them to the peak. Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom, Her Majesty, Wendy. After that statement was made, all the arcanists in the city were stirred up and began roaring angrily. The enormous lights of arcane magic poured out violently and merged together. The huge arcane ancient tree gathered a brilliant white light behind it. The brilliance diffused and a door opened. The huge portal darted directly into the clouds, bigger than anyone could have imagined. In the white brilliance, they seemed to be able to see the projection of another world. At that moment, a huge force bombarded the portal. The huge pressure and light of the Holy Spirit penetrated in from another bit wall and the whole arcane system was nearly instantly destroyed by the collision. At the same time, 3 arcanists stabilized the portal. Crowds of space arcanists crossed the portal and went to another bit wall to establish a stable transmission node. In Wizard City, the same situation was happening. Several floating space towers were connected and opened up the space channel, resisting the shock and resistance from the realm of the gods. Muriel felt that her power was constantly being drawn out and that the whole of Fhardasil's fairyland was surging with the power of their combined arcane magic. The huge amount of power sustained the process without any interruption. At last, she saw a batch of soldiers stepping out of the portal. They were bathed in blood. Many of them carried stretchers with wounded people on them, helping each other out. Many tough professionals wailed. Everyone's anti-demon armor was broken. Many battered and scrapped magic crystal tanks, steam locomotives, and steam trucks drove out. There were burn marks and black ash all over them. Several sky fortresses and mobile strongholds which were still on fire burst in through the portal, landing askew in Fhardasil's fairyland. The airships rushed into the portal with a series of battle airships, each one was overloaded. They had abandoned all their weapons, ammunition, and other articles in order to carry back the dead and wounded. The cruel scene was contrasted by the beautiful Fhardasil's fairyland. Not only were the arcanists saved, but also the wizards of the Wizard Alliance and the Monoguru legions. Many soldiers started crying the first moment they entered the beautiful Fhardasil's fairyland. Fhardasil's fairyland provided doctors and arcanists who surrounded the wounded soldiers, helping them and delivering food. The seemingly endless influx of soldiers occupied the whole land. Muriel was struck dumb by the horrible scene. She had initially thought only of making a fortune out of the war. In the sky of the Thunder Bit Wall, Rode was in the vast Star Kingdom. He was assimilating and seizing the control of the Thunder Bit Wall with all his strength. The realm of the gods was constantly eroding and spreading into the Thunder Bit Wall. He could feel that the authority of the world was gradually falling into his hands and that his every move could adjust and slightly modify the rules of that bitwall. Road's eyes penetrated tens of millions of miles and saw the remnants of the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom. They had scrambled away and fled from the Thunder Bitwall. He only attacked once and didn't continue on his attacks thereafter. He didn't want to exterminate everyone. Road knew a little about the origins of the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom. He had a half-human lineage and a half-elf lineage, so he didn't look at any of them as foreigners, he just wanted them to surrender. The legions of the Divine Kingdom were still on a killing spree and they were madly seeking revenge for their old grudge. Forget it, let them go. The war has ended. Road sat on the Divine Throne, closed his eyes, and took full control of the Thunder Bitwall. That half-bitwall was the most important harvest in that war. Chapter 414, I'm here for all of you. In Maria's world, there was a legend that, somewhere in the clouds above and deep within the space of the Bitwall, there was a mysterious paradise called Blackjack's Dreamland. Only the most noble and fortunate guests could get tickets to enter Blackjack's Dreamland. At Blackjack's Dreamland, one could see the world's most exciting and extraordinary performances, the world's largest stage, the most innovative songs and dances, the best classical operas, a large band composed entirely of elves, the top-notch Sahajan's acrobatics troupe, the most magnificent orcs military music, and top actors from all over the world. It had the world's largest amusement park. The Ferris wheel was underwater and the roller coaster dashed through the clouds. There was a sky park, an underwater theme park, a volcanic theme park, and all kinds of other theme parks. One could experience the best variety of exquisite entertainment at any one of them. There was a virtual reality game that used projection to turn the whole world into a battlefield. They had the world's largest tennis court. There was also an astral world telescope used to satisfy one's desire to spy on the mysteries of the astral world. There were not only games from Maria's world there, but also from other worlds and the Bitwall. One could even see special races from the astral world and other exotic people. Blackjack's Dreamland distributed platinum tickets to people around the world every year on March 6. It was an invitation to 300 children to visit Blackjack's Dreamland for free. The world's largest Blackjack festival was hosted at Blackjack's Dreamland. It was the children's paradise and dreamland, a world from their dreams. Every invited child would be the subject of their peers' envy. Tickets would be sent out by Wind Raven to each invitee's bedside. Every year on March 6, children would check their nightstands to see if they had received the free tickets to Blackjack's Dreamland. Children who didn't get tickets were extremely depressed. The winning children would be as happy as if they had won the lottery. Because of Blackjack's festival and Blackjack's Dreamland, the Wind Raven, which had once been synonymous with mail delivery, gradually became a symbol of luck and fortune. Some people even thought that the Wind Raven was Natasha's spokesman. March 6 arrived again. Morning came, and children with tickets in hands waited by their windows or stood at their doors. They were waiting for the platinum train to pick them up and take them to Blackjack's Dreamland. A little girl led by her parents stood on their balcony. She was holding onto a ticket with a picture of a mischievous cartoon Wind Raven with its tongue out. She was looking out into the far distance. Just then, a burst of movement was seen in the sky. A platinum train passed through the clouds, gliding all the way down until it had stopped at the little girl's door. The train cabin was full of children heading to Blackjack's Dreamland. The little girl cheered as she boarded the platinum train with the help of several alchemy dolls dressed in their uniforms and red hats. The little girl stood on the train and waved to her parents who watched enviously as she rode away. The long carriages of the train cut across the sky, all the children cheering in excitement as they watched the world slip by under their feet. The train went through the portal and arrived at the next stop. It picked up the next child, then continued on its path, crossing through several more portals. At last, it brought everyone to Blackjack's Dreamland. The first scene which the children saw upon entering Blackjack's Dreamland was the gate above the clouds. From there, they watched the world's most exciting performances and were entertained by a multitude of games. The whole park was filled with childlike laughter. The well-known play The Legend of the Mysterious Wizard Tower was staged at Blackjack's Theatre, the world's largest theatre. But the Wizard Tower in the play was portrayed as the evilest place in the world. It was behind all of the world's disasters. Finally, it was destroyed by the brave and powerful Saintess Kelly, and all the wizards were driven to another world. The world was peaceful under the protection of the Goddess of Light. The whole story was fabricated and nonsensical, but it was joyful and funny. The wizards of the Wizard Tower were all turned into comical characters. The great and wise Anthony was played by an old man with his mouth stuck out and an ape-like chin. Threatened by Saintess Kelly, who was wearing the mask of Pharos, Anthony fled the world. Ha 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 ha! Anthony is a bad man. Kill him, kill him! With all your might. Yes. Watching from the audience seats among the herds of children, a young man squeezed into the crowd. He awkwardly sat down with a group of children to watch the drama on the stage. Soon, his face had filled with embarrassment and helplessness. A wind raven stood on Lu Ziyu's shoulder. It gloated, saying, "How is it that the children's reactions are so pure and innocent? Did you hear that? That's the whole world cheering." Lu Ziyu squinted at the wind raven, Blackjack, and replied, "I heard barbecue wind raven is pretty delicious." Blackjack pulled its feathers closer to itself. "I didn't choreograph this. The story was written by those specialists. I'm only responsible for the layout of the thing. I didn't expect that you'd be able to get Road to help you build such a large spell garden. You even let him help you with that grand Blackjack festival every year. Of course. I'm the man who raised Road. I'm his benefactor." Blackjack had no qualms about Road's divine identity. It joked around with the god of space and exploration frequently. Lu Ziyu looked at Blackjack. "I came here to see if you're alive and how you're doing. I also wanted to ask you that question I've asked you before." Blackjack spread its wings. "How about now? Ask me. Just ask." Lu Ziyu shook his head. "Perhaps I no longer need to ask. I've seen the answer. Go ahead with your work. Don't interrupt me watching the play." Blackjack spread its wings and flew off. Lu Ziyu suddenly said to it, "The truth is, I envy you." Blackjack laughed. "More people like us are envious of you than you are of us." Lu Ziyu sat at the back of the stage. He accompanied the children to watch the performances. There were performances by various ethnic groups on stage constantly. Out of nowhere, a few figures appeared beside Lu Ziyu and accompanied him to watch the performance and embrace the children's laughter. "It's been so long. You're finally willing to come back." Dolmiti looked unhappily at Lu Ziyu. "Dad, welcome back," Verthandi said as she hugged Lu Ziyu around his neck. Kelly smiled at Lu Ziyu, only to say, "Welcome back. I didn't expect time to pass so fast. I only wanted to have a few words with the others." Lu Ziyu made an apologetic expression. "Hence, this time I've personally came to pick all of you up." "Well, have all of you played enough? If you've had enough, come home with me." Dolmiti, Verthandi, and Kelly all smiled brightly as they kissed Lu Ziyu on his face. "Yes, let's go home." In 1586, the goddess of light, Kelly, gave up her divine duty and everything related to it. She transformed into brilliant light and faded away. At the same time, the goddess of the sun and the goddess of death also disappeared. The three powerful goddesses, having mastered the world, left at the same time. It shocked all of Maria's world. Their respective believers and saints and their respective side gods inherited their duties and ascended the divine thrones. Inheriting the role of the god of death was Deputy Lord Kedasu's. Inheriting the goddess of the sun's role was the first-generation holy knight, Tiridan. The successor to the goddess of light was from the first generation of the Church of Light, Pope Hodab. No one knew why they left or what they left for. Some said that they went to the depths of the astral world to find the legendary creator, while others said that the creator had long ago left the crystal wall system and was not in their world anymore. Some people said that outside their world, there was the capital of God, which was the home of the creator, and that they had gone there to live with the creator. Chapter 415, Mythical Summoner and Guardian Wizard. "Ah! I'm done for. I'm going to die from my old age." Muriel was surprised to have found a terrible problem. Muriel calculated on her fingers and found out that she had actually lived for nearly 1,000 years. Unknowingly, she had become a level 6 fairy summoner. She had also become an important member of the Arcane Kingdom. She had the opportunity to participate in important meetings and be a decision-maker throughout the Arcane Kingdom. However, as lazy as she wasn't interested in anything except earning cash. Muriel lay on the mountain of her gold coins, wriggling wildly. She felt as if she had no worries when she was hugging her fortune. Wendy, Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom, had summoned her to the palace of Hardasil's fairyland. The emperor of the entire arcane kingdom, who ruled half of the entire Star Soul world, had unexpectedly become good friends with Muriel. That lazy and peculiar fairy who was more like a goblin or titan dragon than a fairy unknowingly had something in common with Wendy. Wendy walked into the palace garden's ring gallery wearing a long white dress. She was followed by Muriel, who was looking listless. Wendy glanced at Muriel and said, "You may try to become a mythical summoner." Muriel glanced at Wendy and pursed her lips. "Mythical summoner? There's no such thing, okay." Wendy winked. "There was no mythical arcanist before me. You can try to become the first." Muriel's eyes sparkled, but then the sparkle died down. "How can it be so simple in your eyes? I'm not a genius. There's no way." By the end of the conversation, Wendy's words had planted a seed in Muriel's heart. They had unintentionally enlightened her. The origin of the arcanist is the arcane fairyland. The wizard's origin is the mythical template and floating space tower. So what's the origin of the summoners and the strength they rely on? Muriel lounged on a branch of the tree tower of the ancient tree of fairies under the stars. The stars of the Star Soul world and Maria's world weren't the same. Each star represented the will of a world. Muriel's eyes glowed. Yet, the origin of the summoner comes from the Star Soul world. Our strength and everything comes from the Star Soul world. Perhaps our path to mythology lies in the Star Soul world. If we choose the Star Souls as our partner and power to rely on, will we be like the fairyland of the arcanists or like the wizard's floating space tower? Muriel told Wendy about the idea. It hadn't occurred to Wendy that Muriel's little head was able to invent such a different idea. "I think it's good, but how do you open up the Star Soul's consciousness and sign a real companion symbiotic agreement? It's a very difficult problem. They represent the will of the world, how do you get the Star Soul's approval?" Wendy made a good point. "I'm the best at dealing with people," said Muriel confidently. Over the next few decades, Muriel began to try to communicate with the Star Soul world again and again, constantly modifying the summoner's contract about the aboriginal source. Finally, during one of many attempts, she happened to communicate with a Star Soul in the sky and obtained its recognition. On a star-studded night in the capital city of the Fairy Kingdom, countless little fairies surrounded Muriel and danced happily. They surrounded the ancient tree of fairies and formed a huge pedestal. The city of dreams belonged to the fairies and was built on that pedestal. Above a huge town square, several great fairies were singing her praises. Hundreds of thousands of fairies could be seen throughout the sky. Fireworks fell from the sky as fluorescent starlight lit up the city. The starlight fell down from the sky, shrouding Muriel's body as it brought her and her ancient tree of fairies to the sky. Under the power of the world, Muriel's body transformed into brilliant light. At last, it transformed into a huge mythical shadow and shrouded her fairy kingdom in the sky. On top of a star in the Bitwall, Muriel re-established her territory, a beautiful garden town with oceans and islands, a variety of rides akin to those in the theme park, a fairy pub, and the largest ever Summoner's Canyon. She became the first mythical summoner in history, and the first to have signed a symbiotic agreement with a Star Soul. At that time, with the exception of the Arcane Kingdom, the whole wizarding civilization had developed to the point of extreme prosperity. The wizards and the arcanists had begun to occupy the whole world and had fully explored the Bitwall. At the same time, the Wizard Alliance owned the first half Bitwall from their exploration, the heart of the ocean Bitwall. Wizards were also involved in that development. They were gradually divided into several types. There were exploration wizards, guardian wizards, auxiliary wizards, and so on. Exploration wizards were primarily Titan warlocks, blood wizards, elemental wizards, dream wizards, undead warlocks, and so on. They were wizards who were mainly employed for war and exploration of the outside world. Auxiliary wizards were pharmacists, alchemy warlocks, barrier masters, and other similar professionals. They were pretty similar to their past roles and there hadn't been many changes. The only difference was the guardian wizards. The reason for the birth of the Guardian Wizards was because of the mythical summoner, Muriel. The summoner of the Wizard Alliance followed what Muriel did. When he had successfully stepped into the peak of level 6, he looked for a Star Soul in the sky in the hopes of signing a symbiotic agreement with it. Most of his attempts failed, and it had been more difficult for him to get the recognition from the Star Souls than it had been to reach the peak of level 6. It wasn't until a few hundred years later that an astrologer at the peak of a level 6 finally gained the recognition of Star Soul and became a Guardian Wizard. Because the Star Soul was the spokesman of the will of the Star Soul world, when a wizard signed a symbiotic contract with them to become the Guardian Wizard also naturally become the guardian of the Star Soul world. It also meant that the Guardian Wizard had control of a portion of the rules and power of the Star Soul world. The birth of the Guardian Wizard had raised the professional statuses of both summoners and astrologers. The wizards had begun to realize that they could be the masters of their own world in such a way. They could achieve a real understanding of and be masters of the entire Star Soul world. This is our first step towards the truth. The role of the Guardian Wizard is perhaps more important and powerful than that of any other wizards. Cook Bay, the owner of the mechanical clock tower, explained this excitedly after discovering the situation. They'll be the guards and ultimate bottom lines for Star Soul world, as well as an important hub for regulating and operating the rules of the world. The Star Soul world is a strong world, by no means weaker than Maria's world. We can act like Maria's world, advance our world step by step, and even learn from the god of space and exploration, Road, how to capture a half-bit wall and merge it into our world. Perhaps the summoners and astrologers can be an independent force. They don't have the floating space tower and therefore can't leave Star Soul world, but their combat power inside the world is far more formidable than the floating space tower. The floating space tower is an important weapon to explore the astral world, and the Guardian Wizard is the guardian of the world and the fortress of the Wizard Alliance. Catherine, the master of the tower, finally made a decision. Guardian Wizards stood out as an important force in the Wizard Alliance. Although there was only one Guardian Wizard at that time, in the future there would be tons of Guardian Wizards. They would be the masters of the operations of the entire Star Soul world. They had a symbiotic relationship with the Star Souls. They would coexist with the entire Star Soul world and guard the world forever. Chapter 416, Catherine's Floating Space City, I. Wizard's Calendar, 3986. The Wizard City was the most unique on the entire Wizard continent, not only because it was the central capital of the Wizard Alliance, but because it represented the power of the wizards. The huge Wizard City had several gigantic stone spires towering overhead. The chimneys of several tall buildings and alchemy workshops had exhaust smoke constantly pumping out of them. The whole structure was a huge network of magic crystals and element arrays. The broad and vast roads interspersed and intertwined, the vehicles on them crisscrossing. Altogether, it was extremely noisy. At the end of the four main thoroughfares of the Wizard City, 4 portals were soaring. A train could be seen running through the portal. Soon, a large number of wizards appeared. After the lights flickered, a steam locomotive, train, and commercial airship came out from the portals and entered the Wizard City. Everyone was fascinated by the bustling magic of Wizard City as soon as they arrived there. Everything there was created by the power of witchcraft. The magic network was used in all aspects of life, from water and food to war and defense. Everything there was all replaced by mana. Different races inhabited the city. Humans, goblins, fairies, dwarves, and trolls could be all seen. In addition, there were a variety of domesticated magical beasts. Occasionally, there were even Titan dragons in the sky. They were the red guardian dragons of the Wizard Tower and the friends of the Master of the Tower, Miss Catherine. The 9 floating space towers landed on the ground. They had all returned from the clouds and the Bitwall and into the Wizard City. The huge mythical alchemy tower was glowing as the power of the mythical wizards merged with the Wizard City's magical crystal network, aided by the pedestals of the floating space towers. Civilians in the city were cheering. The flags of the Wizard Alliance were hanging on top of the classical apartments, and families were huddled on their balconies waving signs to show their support. Several magic crystal towers were plastered with banners. Huge airships pulled along banners drawn up with slogans. The entire Wizard City could see that they were written with the words, "Congratulations to the Master of the Tower, Miss Catherine, on becoming a level 8 mythical wizard." Meanwhile, written on the Colossus in the town square, there was another banner that read, "Happy 4000th birthday to Lady Catherine." The White Castle in the middle of the city, the famous Tower College, used witchcraft projection to project several large words on its wall, "I wish all the best for the ascension of the Sky City." The entire Wizard City as was bustling and lively, it was akin to a carnival. All of it was because of Catherine. She had finally become a level 8 mythical wizard as she approached 4,000 years old. At the same time, the Wizard Alliance, which had tried to transform the floating space city for more than 3,000 years, had finally come to an end. After more than 3,000 years, under the influence of the legendary capital of God, their floating space city had become one of the ultimate goals of all alchemy warlocks. Generations of alchemy warlocks and wizards were involved in the research and creation of floating space cities. The master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, had successfully produced the first level 7 floating space tower. But the attainment of the floating space city was still out of reach. A level 8 mythical creature template, a level 8 mythical levitation ring, Heaven's Ring, and the magic machine were 3 important obstacles that had obstructed all alchemy warlocks from advancing further. But more importantly, there had not yet been the appearance of a level 8 mythical wizard. Level 8 mythical wizards were only heard of in the legends and from the Origin of Truth, the creator of the wizards and the wizard tower, the great and wise Anthony. Most wizards thought that there was no such person. This person was more like a concocted legend, or an absurd myth. If not for the existence of 2 first-generation wizards, Catherine and Wendy, the so-called first generation of wizards, would just be a legendary story to most people. When Catherine became a level 8 mythical wizard, she achieved a breakthrough. As the most powerful genius wizard, the first mythical wizard, the original floating space tower wasn't enough to complement her status. Only the legendary floating space city could represent the talent and prowess of a level 8 mythical wizard. Only the level 8 floating space city could embody the capability of the Wizard Alliance. The establishment of a sky city belonging to the wizards was a must. After Catherine had become a level 8 mythical wizard, the design of the floating space city, which had already been gradually perfected, had started to be manufactured. Countless wizards and alchemy warlocks were involved in the construction of the new floating space city. The level 8 Heaven's Ring was manufactured, the magic machine was created, and the mythical kingdom was pushed to perfection in its simulation. The wizards even drew on the problems that Emperor Wendy had encountered when they had left with the entire floating space city. They were subjected to the rejection and judgment of the will of the world. With the help of their guardian wizard, they had signed an agreement with the will of the world. They paid the price of incorporating the heart of the ocean Bitwall into the Star Soul world. That allowed them to bring the entire floating space city with them. As was their expectation, it was a city that could survive whether they were in the clouds or within the Bitwall or inside the astral world. They were the real mythical city. The interior had a true circulation system and had been perfected by the level 8 mythical wizard's rules. It was a small world floating in the astral world and the Bitwall, a divine kingdom owned by a level 8 mythical wizard. Finally, only the last step was left. It was time to bring the floating space city deep into the sky of the astral world. Boom! A bunch of witchcraft fireworks rose into the sky from the corners of the city, the beautiful scene catching the attention of the waiting crowd. Boom! The fireworks erupted and the sparks formed into several words in the sky, most of them celebratory wishes for Catherine's birthday. Hot air balloons rose from the town square one after another. On top of the rising hot air balloons were several students from the wizard school. They were singing the wizard's song of truth. The city cheered and roared as if it was a joyous festival. As the song ended, a platform was hoisted into the sky above the wizard city. On them, several famous performance troupes and opera troupes from the wizard continent could be seen performing. The Wizard Alliance even brought in a performance troupe from Black Jack's Dreamland, which had a famous reputation throughout the astral world. The Festival of Joy had been going on all day and all night. At last, it had ushered in the most anticipated moment for the new floating space city. Assimilation. Activate the mythical territory of the mechanical clock tower. A slightly sharp and funny voice resonated in the sky of the wizard city. Activate the mythical territory of Philosopher Tower. Activate the mythical territory of Titan Tower. Tower of Frost. Activate the mythical territory Circular Ring Tower. Under the order of numerous masters of the floating space towers, the towers started to merge into the wizard city. Mythical lights above the ground of the wizard city were shuttling, suddenly showering the streets below in golden radiance, each passageway a network of elemental magic. The rays of light assimilated every corner of the entire wizard city, every brick, every house, every alchemy workshop, every magic crystal tower, and every elemental tower. The whole city was changed dramatically under the glowing brilliance. Everything had connected to become a whole. A golden glow surrounded the city and darted over to the center of the city. Several beams of light surged up from the floating space towers, connecting to the realm of the mythical boundary above the sky. It then shrouded the entire floating space city. The golden brilliance finally gathered at the foot of the wizard tower. It was the symbol of the beliefs of all wizards. It was the mythical alchemy tower of Catherine, the master of the tower. Chapter 417, Catherine's Floating Space City, 2. While everyone outside the city was celebrating Catherine's birthday and celebrating her becoming a level 8 mythical wizard who owned her own floating space city, Catherine sat alone at the top of the tower. The stairway from the circular ring to the gate looked like a spiral that never ended while she sat at the top of it. It was a place that belonged only to her, as no one else could enter and she didn't allow anyone to enter. The only living life form was Pyros, the Sphinx, who was dozing off while guarding the door. Pyros was the nth generation of Pyros, passed down from generation to generation, and it accompanied Catherine, who would never reach the end of her life. Catherine had no idea how long it had been since she celebrated a birthday, until that moment, when she suddenly remembered that she'd had a birthday. 4,000 years ago on that exact date, she had been born in a small town in the Mara kingdom, and she was the daughter of a court pianist. One day, she had received a letter from a wind raven. She had quietly set foot on the route to the wizard tower, then spent half of her childhood there, the whole of her youth, waiting for the old age that never came. The entire wizard city beneath the tower was hosting a happy festival for her, but she couldn't feel the joy. However, the sound of the joyous occasion reminded her of her last birthday. La la. La la. La la la. La la la. She looked out of the window and saw the blue sky decorated with white clouds. She hummed an unknown melody, a song that should have been a happy tune to celebrate her birthday, but in her humming, it had become a little too gentle and lengthy. There was a tinge of sadness in the tune. In the past, when she had been in the tower's castle, dressed in a grey apprentice robe, with a crown made of paper, she had been surrounded by more than 40 classmates of the same batch, each of them holding onto a candle while they sang, surrounding her, who was like a princess in the center. Several figures were flickering in her eyes, their appearances fleeting across her mind. There were males and females, familiar and unfamiliar, and there were images that were clear, while some had long sunk into the depths of her memory. Ha. Ha. La 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 la. There'll be a day, when we reunite. At the end of her humming, Catherine closed her eyes involuntarily, shook her head gently along with the rhythm, and sang the last sentence, then fell completely into silence. After a long time, she stood up. The time was almost up, and everyone was waiting for her for the final lift-off of the floating space city ceremony. It was meant to complete her final takeover of the authority of the floating space city. Just when she stood up, she suddenly saw a huge telescope used to observe astral world near the window. The telescope was an old model, one that had long been eliminated. The telescope was really old and broken, even though it had been made from alchemy. After all, it wasn't an item made from magic, it was broken, rusty and beyond repair. Although the layout in the room had been changed several times, that telescope hadn't been moved. She remembered how her teacher had made an appearance in front of the telescope. He had taught her how to observe the phenomenons of the astral world, and then he had given her the last lesson. Then, when she became a mythical wizard, he made his appearance there too, and he even let Cook Bay gave her a floating space tower. Just then, Catherine looked back and suddenly saw the telescope. It was as though she had seen her teacher's shadow. He was wearing a white robe, his long black hair was tied at the back of his head, and he had a faint smile while looking at her. Catherine's face flashed with a beaming smile. "Teacher! You're here!" Just as she spoke, the wind gushed through the window, and the shadow in the breeze dissipated into starlight. Catherine's gaze instantly sunk into loneliness. She sighed, turned away, transformed into a mythical light, and disappeared from the top of the wizard tower. The mythical light of the entire wizard city converged towards the end, bolted up to the top of the wizard tower, and transformed into a colorful ribbon that wrapped around the tower's peak. The whole wizard tower was shrouded in the brilliance of the mythical light. The light and shadow of the last forest fairy stood out from the wizard tower and gradually transformed into a giant goddess of light and shadow that then enveloped the entire wizard city. The mythical power of a level 8 forest fairy integrated into the entire wizard city, connected to various floating space towers, assimilated and controlled the entire city. The huge wizard city was like the base of the floating space towers and also the pedestal of the floating space city. All living things started to flourish, flowers and grass grew, and several special hallucination fairies were born from the flowers. Several vines and ancient trees of fairies were born in the city, while flower petals from the sky continued to fall and filled up the whole land, then regrew on the land. The power of vitality filled the entire sky. The mythical boundary around the wizard city began to change. It gradually became a mythical kingdom that belonged to a level 8 mythical wizard, the divine brilliance condensing into a huge flower bud towards the center of the region. It grew from the surroundings of the wizard city and gradually sealed up the entire wizard city. Everything in the city was taken over by Catherine. The air, temperature, humidity, and life cycle system were all set by Catherine. As long as they had a magic machine and the power of a level 8 mythical wizard, they would have a constant stream of force to support the existence of the floating space city. The wizard city was like a country that grew within a flower, and a mythical kingdom condensed into a giant flower had enveloped the wizard city so that everything had floated into the sky from the earth. The great energy from the magic machine connected with several floating space towers and radiated the power from the heavens ring, the silver halo projected in the sky. If one looked from the sky, the whole plane could be seen floating up in the sky little by a little. The base of the floating space city had long been built from a special material that looked like metal and wood. There was an eternal symbol at the bottom that represented the wizard tower. The masters of all the floating space towers had exhausted all their power to support the floating space city of the wizards. They had tried to maintain the structure of the entire floating space city. To avoid any accidents, they had fully integrated it to Catherine's power, so she was now the master of the tower. It had become part of the power of Catherine, the mythical wizard. Millions of people in the city were cheering as they watched the changes of the entire wizard city. They were delighted and thrilled. Only a wizard could accomplish such a magnificent feat. The power of wizards is omnipotent, and the eternal wizards will become the greatest beings of the entire world, the best among the astral world and the entire crystal wall system. Congratulations to us! This will be our first step into the future of floating space city that belongs to the wizard tower and the master of the tower, Catherine. The huge city of the sky was encased in an illusory boundary of a flower. It was moving a little by a little into the bit wall, moving farther and farther away, and finally, they would reach somewhere beyond the world, to the established orbit, and revolve around the star soul world. In the future, it would become an important basis for wizards to explore the entire astral world. The huge and magnificent floating space city would shuttle across the entire astral world to explore and unravel its various mysteries. Chapter 418, The Military Parade of Arcane Kingdom. The Tower of Heaven. The tower was just like its name, a giant tower connecting heaven and earth. The mythical alchemy tower was the space tower and the hub of Hardisil's fairyland. Its master was the Arcane Kingdom's emperor, Wendy. The insides of the tower didn't even have any stairways. The space within interspersed and tangled in a complex manner. Layer after layer overlapped upwards, like an infinite cycle that bolted up to the clouds and sky, and at last, landed inside the half-bit wall. Numerous cities and villages were built around the tower. It was the center of Hardisil's fairyland, since one could see the place from anywhere by simply looking up. Clouds surrounded the middle of the huge tower, which was like a giant pillar supporting the world. Anyone who saw it would be dazzled. That day, the Arcane Kingdom was holding a grand military parade. The entire army of the Hardisil's fairyland surrounded the Tower of Heaven. Tens of millions of arcane core were divided and lined up in different units. From the steps of the Tower of Heaven, on the first layer of the platform, the entire sky was filled with the arcane core, the dense population making everyone feel the horror and strength of the Arcane Kingdom. From the military parade, troops of steam-powered armored military vehicles, magic crystal artillery units, magic crystal tank troops, lights of the arcane magic troop completely composed by an arcanist, the troll armored legion, and the fairy medical corps could be seen. In the sky, there were numerous sky fortresses and mobile strongholds on top of which arcanists stood, looking up at the top of the tower above the clouds. The tower was the symbol of the Arcane Kingdom, the representative of its power. Thousands of battle airships towed long gas trails through the sky. The white tracks made from those clouds covered the entire sky, beautiful and dazzling. Bam! 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 Just then, the ground shook like an earthquake. The crowd looked up and saw a scene in the distance that was enough to terrify anyone. A huge figure appeared at the end of the sky, its body shooting up thousands of yards directly into the clouds. It was a gigantic giant that no one could have expected, its body made from the hardest red jade. There were several ravines on its body and magma was flowing through them, like a volcano that was blooming hot steam. The Titan. Immediately, someone blurted out as he recognized the identity of the giant. He's the Grand Duke of the Titan, Colin. People in various cities cheered, since many of them were seeing such a mythical being for the first time. He was a creature that only existed in the legends of mythical creatures, a powerful existence that could be compared to gods. And the soldiers around the Tower of Heaven made 0 movements, as if they had long known about the scenario. They were neatly divided in their squad and opened up a wide road for the Titan to cross. In one step, he crossed the vast earth, across the city, the village, the plains, across the forest, and the mountains. Everything at his feet seemed so small, so much so that the whole world could be measured under his feet and steps. On his shoulder, he was carrying a huge silver metal throne. He stepped across the plains and placed the throne on the first floor of the Tower of Heaven, then respectfully kneeled on the ground. Several brilliant lights were flashing on the long and gigantic steps that stretched under the Tower of Heaven. Numerous powerful great arcanists and high-ranking officials of the Arcane Kingdom had harnessed their respective ancient trees and appeared under the steps, the farmer tree creatures, the ancient trees of life, the guardian ancient trees, the ancient tree of fairies, and so on, emerged at the same time. Then 8 mythical arcanists and a mythical summoner appeared at the same time, the mythical lights and bodies lined up like giants just like Titan Colin. At that moment, the most powerful forces of the entire Arcane Kingdom had all appeared in the venue. It was a rare and grand gathering. A bright and dazzling star fell from the top of the Tower of Heaven, forming a beautiful arc crossed the sky. It transformed into 7 colors, exploded into several colored ribbons, and shrouded the entire Tower of Heaven. At last, the colored ribbons converged, forming an illusory and hazy light and shadow of a goddess. She was wearing a colorful flowing robe and a dazzling crown. The center of the crown was inlaid with the legendary heart of the arcane. She sat on the throne, her arms hanging down naturally, while one of her slender arms was placed on the armrest of the throne, another hand supporting her face. With her composed and serious gaze, she scanned her kingdom. The huge mythical body and the Tower of Heaven were a neat pair. The whole arcane magic network was connected to her, since she was the core of the arcane magic, the source of all the arcanists' power. Just then, she was like a god who was looking down on the world. The whole world moved with her breath, and her mood was the weather of Fhardasil's fairyland. A shift in her thoughts could adjust all the rules of the Fhardasil's fairyland. She was in control of the entire Fhardasil's fairyland, above the clouds and within the Bitwall. She was overlooking the entire world as the queen of the Arcane Kingdom, Wendy. As soon as she appeared, she saw everyone moving like a wave under the tower, and she was like a drop of water when it dripped into a pond. It could cause a magnificent wave above the earth. Numerous mythical arcanists and a great arcanist, plus more than tens of thousands of arcane core all knelt down on the ground along with tens of millions of people kneeling down, bent under her feet. All the life forms on earth were included, and the world was under her control. Meet Her Majesty, the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom. Thousands of elves arcanists knelt down. Meet Her Majesty, the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom. Numerous trolls in armor respectfully knelt on the ground. Meet Her Majesty, the Emperor. A large number of fairies revealed intense yearning and enthusiasm in the midst of the loud cheers. The cries of millions of people echoed throughout the world, their cheers merging into a single voice. It was as if their loud roar had dispersed the clouds in the sky. Everyone looked at their emperor with great admiration. All of them had grown up listening to the story of Wendy, the queen of the Arcane Kingdom, who had existed before the Arcane Kingdom when the whole world was in a desolate state. It seemed to date back to their existence in the origin of the Arcane Kingdom. As the founding emperor, the pioneer of the Arcanists, in their eyes, she was the god of the Arcane Kingdom and their creator. As the god who had created their world, she was their god. The whole Arcane Kingdom was her kingdom, and everyone was her faithful believer. Wendy sat on the giant throne. It was like a key control station that was imprinted into the Tower of Heaven. It had taken her thousands of years, but she had finally succeeded in fully receiving the legacy of Zhiyu to merge the huge mythical alchemy tower into the system of her own strength. At the same time, she could use the power of the Tower of Heaven and merge all arcane fairylands from different fairies, then transform the entire world of Titan as her own kingdom so as to ascend to a level 8 mythical arcanist. The light of the arcane magic transformed into several complex roots and scattered from the throne, climbing along the Tower of Heaven. The golden brilliance constantly scattered, bolting upwards and merging with the tower. The radiance of the space magic from the Tower of Heaven scattered and overlapped, the space from its surroundings became fragmented as it overlapped. The radiance shone down, while the Tower of Heaven, which was seemingly separated from the whole world or connected to the world but untouchable, broke out from the void little by a little and appeared above the earth. Wendy stretched out her hand under the colorful flowing robe, and the grand body of the mythical shadow said, "Well, let's get started." Chapter 419, Level 8 Mythical Arcanist. The Tower of Heaven had completely descended to the world, and the rules of space had spread over to the Fhardasil's fairyland. The sky was like a diamond mirror reflecting the entire scenery of the half-bit wall. It was just like a mirage. And the power of the Level 8 Mythical Arcanist, little by little, penetrated the entire world with a colorful brilliance. Wendy stretched out her hand, waved her hand in the air, and a colorful sphere of light appeared in the eyes of the gods. When enlarged, the world of Titan was seen. Arcane Magic Network Connection. Activate all the arcane territory and stimulate the fairyland. All the mythical arcanists who were standing under the Tower of Heaven stood up at the same time and shouted, "Activate the arcane territory! Stimulate the fairyland!" The fairyland of elves, which had surrounded the Tower of Heaven, blossomed mythical power and light of arcane magic simultaneously. Colorful pillars of light shot to the sky, and endless arcane runes entered the core of world of Titan from the fairyland. The light of the arcane magic spread out on the earth and connected with each other. It formed a huge arcane magic network and arcane array. The dense silk threads shuttled under the earth seemed to become translucent. At that moment, in the bitwall of the whole of world of Titan, the brilliance of arcane magic was blooming. Within the bitwall, countless arcane runes represented the arcane rule were wriggling and shuttling back and forth. This is the moment. The brilliance converged on Wendy, the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom, as if it was a personification of her strength or holiness. Wendy closed her eyes and the colored ribbons connecting the heaven and the earth danced violently. The grand mythical alchemy tower had slowly vanished, transformed into a tower of light made up of innumerable silky lines. Wendy and the throne were integrated all together. They transformed as a part of the light and merged into the world. The massive mythical shadow shuttled within the half-bit wall. Its enormous size was beyond everyone's imagination. That was the existence that was controlling the world and commanding an authority of the bit wall. Oh my god! Is this the power of the mythical arcanist? An elf arcanist and an exotic professional looked up at the sky and dared not blink. On the sky above, a huge goddess's shadow embraced the entire world. Her colorful flowy robe danced in the wind. It covered entire world and sky. Her long hair emitted golden brilliance, and it shined like the sun. She spread out her hand and embraced the whole world, as if she was embracing her people, as if she was embracing the whole world. Mythical Kingdom. The world of fairyland. When the goddess opened her eyes and she said those two sentences, the whole world was advanced to another level instantly. The network of mythical arcane magic was laid in all corners. The sky inside the world became bluer, white clouds condensed one by one, and the light became dimmer and warmer. She blew a breath, lights of the elements and arcane magic filled the insides of the half-bit wall. It surrounded the ocean of the world of Titan. The entire ocean turned the other way round towards the sky. Every drop of water emitted arcane magic and mythical light. It had merged into the half-bit wall, formed a water curtain of barrier and mythical boundary, guarded the world while adjusting and propelling the water and life cycle of half-bit wall. At the same time, in the barrier of the guarding space, a variety of underwater plants and life forms began to emerge as part of the guarding space of the half-bit wall. At the same time, the ocean receded, and the whole Fhardasil's fairyland became larger. Deviate from its original track. Broke out from the shackles of Star Soul World. Entering into the orbit of the external world. Just then, the world of Titan was completely transformed into fairyland of elves. Fhardasil's fairyland was worthy of its name. Wendy truly took over the authority of world of Titan, which was between the so-called creators. The huge half-bit wall, akin to a bubble, slowly broke away from the inner part of the Star Soul World and entered the outer orbit. It revolved around the Star Soul World. When it was revolving, they could see that there was a huge astral world city floating outside the world. The incomparably vast base of the floating space city was carved with silver eternal symbols and was enveloped by the mythical kingdom. Within it, the wizard city and countless wizards could be seen. The floating space city of Catherine, the master of the Tower of the Wizard Alliance, and the Fhardasil's fairyland of Wendy, the queen of the Arcane Kingdom, stood and looked at each other from afar. They each represented their spiritual symbols and the strongest power. As the whole Fhardasil's fairyland stabilized, everyone in the half-bit wall knew that Fhardasil's fairyland had succeeded in its advancement and that Wendy, the queen of the Arcane Kingdom, had succeeded in promoting to the level 8 mythical arcanist. All hail, Your Majesty Wendy! The men, women, and children in various fairyland cities shouted in unison. The light of the arcane magic always shines on us. The arcanists who were standing under the Tower of Heaven shouted in unison, the entire arcane core were roaring too. The arcanist is the truth of the world and the most powerful force in the world. In that scene, several arcanists saw the future they belonged and the power of a level 8 arcanist. Wendy gradually picked up her fully expanded mythical body, the vast mythical shadow which seemed to embrace the world was dissipating little by little. It had transformed into the original form of the top of the tower, but the body's light of the arcane magic was still constantly brimming. The light scattered all over the body, and there was a beautiful fairy floating on the top of the tower. She was akin to be in the light of the moon and the stars. She closed her eyes and was feeling the power of a level 8 arcanist. At that moment, she felt a familiar fluctuation and power passed through the Fhardasil's fairyland. She didn't obstruct it, and she allowed it to appear directly in Fhardasil's fairyland, even in front of herself. In the mid-air of that ancient Colosseum or Titan-style auditorium, the light gradually condensed into a woman wearing a white robe with pointed ears, full of the aura of vitality. Even from the scattered light, petals of flowers and green leaves were seen falling. Catherine pointed her toes lightly in the air and looked at Wendy. Wendy! Congratulations on becoming a level 8 mythical arcanist. Previously, when I became a level 8 mythical wizard, you didn't come in person, you only sent a letter and gift. Wendy immediately replied, when we got our hands onto the world of Titan, you didn't go easy on us. 3 floating space towers attacked us directly. And the last battle, your mechanical clock tower's goblin gave us a hard time. Catherine laughed and said, that's just a common conflict between the two forces. Don't tell me you still remember that. How many years have passed? Wendy continued, then the last time you fought for Thunder Bitwall, you were beaten so badly by the Divine Kingdom. Who supported you and who helped you clean up the mess in the end? Catherine pursed her lips, all right, let's not talk about this. Today we're just here to congratulate you on becoming a level 8 mythical arcanist. By the way, what's your next plan for the Arcane Kingdom? Although the relationship between Wendy and Catherine remained good, the conflict between the Arcane Kingdom and the Wizard Alliance was increasingly intense. If it hadn't been for the oppression of the Divine Kingdom, it would have erupted long ago. That conflict of interests couldn't be completely suppressed by both of them at many times. Wendy thought for a moment, she looked at Catherine and said, I've thought about this before. We can work together to find and occupy another world. Then we can compete in strength to decide who can stay behind and who should leave. The winner stays, accepts each other's territory in Star Soul World, and the loser takes the rest to another world for redevelopment. This proposal seemed rather grim, but the core power of both the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom were basically on Wendy and Catherine. Their floating space city and Fhardasil's fairyland were the foundation of both sides, which were also the characteristics of those who transcend the world. Their power was formidable. As long as Wendy and Catherine were still there, floating space city and Fhardasil's fairyland would still exist. They were just changing place, and there was no difference at all as compared to the past. Catherine pondered for a moment and asked curiously, a competition on strength? How so? Wendy had a smile on her face, haven't we had a witchcraft fight since we left the tower? Catherine smiled, I'll never lose. You didn't win me at the tower then. Wendy raised her head, that was more than 4,000 years ago. It's different now. Catherine's figure disappeared a little by a little, but she suddenly remembered something, hesitated for a moment and asked Wendy, have you seen our teacher again? Wendy was stunned, her eyes revealed a mixed feeling. She had an expression of sadness as she replied, who knows? Heard that, he has left this crystal wall system and explored and searched for a wider world outside. Maybe he's like a kid, when he had enough fun, our world was just like an abandoned old toy, and he had gone out to find his new toy. Chapter 420, Heart of the Ocean and the New World. Wizard's Calendar, 10,029. The Heart of the Ocean Bitwall was located deep in the astral world. It was the first bitwall which was captured and developed by the Wizard Alliance. It was also the bitwall closest to the Star Soul World. It was 16 light-years away from the Star Soul World. When it was first developed, that bitwall was a frozen blue crystal, quietly slumbering deep in the astral world. For thousands of years, the wizards were involved in various development and modifications of that half-bitwall, and they had finally developed it into a habitable half-bitwall. Several batches of wizards and civilians relocated there. The entire Heart of the Ocean Bitwall became an important stronghold of the Wizard Alliance deep in the astral world. The wizards imitated the sky of Rhodes Bitwall, transformed the gaseous vitality like the yarn of silver and created the yarn of light. That special gaseous vitality filled the wall of the heart of the ocean Bitwall, and it had the same function as the sun, bringing light and warmth to the world. At the same time, that huge gaseous vitality which had occupied more than half of the space in the half-bitwall would also be in rotation on the surface of the wall, so that the heart of the ocean bitwall was able to enjoy day and night. The original huge world which was like a ball of ice gradually melted and it became a water world. The brilliance which the yarn of light radiated was pure white. As the wizards in the ocean started to cultivate plants, oxygen and the atmosphere began to appear within the heart of the ocean bitwall, the sky slowly turned blue, and rain and thunder clouds gradually emerged. All kinds of fish and marine life began to appear in the heart of the ocean bitwall. The air and temperature became suitable for the survival of normal citizens. Wizards created several floating islands and sea cities on the surface of the water. Within the heart of the ocean bitwall, humans, trolls, goblins, fairies and elves also began to appear. Each of the floating space towers and masters of the towers of the Wizard Alliance was regularly stationed there. At the same time, the master of the space tower, Rand, had anchored that half-bitwall 5,000 years ago. He did it together with the masters of the towers and the eternal floating space city, Catherine's floating space city. Several wizard towers and elemental tower were established in the heart of the ocean bitwall. The magic crystal network had assimilated deep into every corners, even the yarn of light was part of the magic crystal network. All was helping the transformation of the half-bitwall. It had engaged the power of the entire magic crystal network and the magic of life within the heart of the ocean bitwall. It had pushed the entire heart of the ocean bitwall towards the star soul world. The more life forms it had in the heart of the ocean bitwall, the stronger the momentum, and the faster it would sail. After thousands of years of accelerated movement, the heart of the ocean bitwall had become closer and closer to the star soul's bitwall. They just had to wait for another 2,400 years, and it would meet the star soul world. They could then integrate the heart of the ocean bitwall into the star soul world and become part of the star soul world, to complete the agreement between the Wizard Alliance and the Star Soul world. Only in this way can we gradually and powerfully perfect our Star Soul world. The Star Soul world is the foundation of our wizard and the foundation of everything. It's our source and original world. It's a place which cultivated the great existence of the wizard civilization. And when we first created the floating space city, the agreement signed with the will of the world was long overdue. It's time to fulfill our promise. That was the last time, on the eternal floating space city. During the wizard conference, the master of the tower, Catherine had said, "Choo-choo." The black and white seabirds spread their wings and glided across the ocean. It chased the waves and steamboats under the azure sky, and the boundless ocean spread to the end of the sky. It was a true world of sea. From every fixed distance, one could see a wizard tower stood firmly above the water. At the foot of the tower, a water town was built. Within the wizard tower, one could also regulate the humidity and wind and waves in the town. Even if they were living on the surface of the sea, there was no danger and they wouldn't feel too humid. There was no road in the town, there was only waterway and everything was navigated by boat. Numerous towns built on sea could be seen everywhere. Under the elemental tower was numerous sea cities. In addition to a human city, there was a troll city made from rugged stone, a fairy city built on vines and giant trees in the sea, a goblin city full of chimneys and mechanical aura. Between cities and towns, there were also trains and tracks built on top of the water, the aqua trains and aqua tracks. As the aqua trains crossed the sea, one could open the train's windows to enjoy the sea breeze and the scent of the sea, passed through several towns built on the sea. Looked out of the window and observed the human, fairies, the city of the goblins above the sea. It was simply beautiful and romantic. Short videos like that were broadcasted on the Magic Telly's channel again and again. It then attracted a large number of tourists and wizards. The beautiful heart of the ocean bitwall had thus become the ideal world to live in and a grand tourist attraction in the Wizard Alliance, and it was even been voted as the first and most beautiful place in the world by the Magic Entertainment. If one's gaze was to follow the wings of the birds bolting up and into the sky, one could immediately see that there was a floating space tower floating above the sky. It was a fine blue stone tower akin to a music box, where pleasant music was heard instantly whenever it passed by. The sea of dolphins and giant whales even danced along with the music. It was the Ocean Song floating space tower who was guarding the heart of the ocean bitwall for 100 years defense duties. Each tower had taken their turns to guard the bitwall. The master of the tower, Adriana, was a great fairy born in the heart of the ocean bitwall. Her mythical template was of the same origin as the master of the wizard tower, the lake fairy. and therefore she was also a part of the faction under the Wizard Tower's Lord Catherine. In that moment, the Ocean Song floating space tower was caught in a mess. The human wizards and great fairies were panicking and at a loss. A large number of people crowded in the floating space tower on the 6th floor in the Astral World Exploration Laboratory, a laboratory which should only be occupied by 6 people, and it should be as empty as a town square, but in that moment, it was crowded and bustling like a market. Just then, a mass of blue water light arrived, several water droplets and light blue light gathered and condensed, and a figure like an ocean goddess gradually emerged and walked out from the water and brilliance. "What's going on?" Adriana asked. Several humans in wizards' long robes were looking through a 10-meter-long astral world telescope, a huge telescope which extended out of the window and into the sky. "Lord, we discovered something that can't be described in words. It's awful, it's really scary, and we've never seen such an existence." "What the hell is that?" "It's beyond our imagination and it's likely to break the convention and knowledge of everything we knew." A middle-aged wizard was dumbfounded, he was at a loss, terrified and was speaking incoherently. Adriana scanned the members of the Astral World Exploration Laboratory, set foot on the watchtower, through the sophisticated long Astral World telescopes, a top-notch magic props produced by the top alchemy workshops. She looked into the depths of the Astral World. And Adriana was in a daze in an instant. She was frightened. What she saw was beyond all knowledge and truth she had learned at the Wizard School and the Wizard Tower. What is this? How could there be such a huge life? Is this a mythical creature? Or is this an unknown life form of the astral world? Deep in the astral world, a huge and unimaginable existence was creeping into the distance. Its size had exceeded all the creatures and existences that Adriana knew. It was simply not the size of any life forms, and if there was an existence which could be on par with its size, it was the world. Yes, a wriggling worm which was as huge as the Star Soul world and Maria's world. It was traveling into the far distance of the astral world. It had a huge silver vortex within its body which was constantly rotating and radiating bright brilliance. It was akin to the sun which illuminated a large area of the astral world, such that the heart of the ocean bitwall which was far away from it could directly observe that magnificent life form. With a breath, it could set off an element storm in its surrounding which was enough to destroy a mythical life. Even true God dared not easily get close to it. When it was breathing, a large area of dimensional folds were produced and then exploded. Behind its back, it was dragging a long tail. It looked like a large comet, but it also looked like a rainbow crossing the astral world. And at that moment, the great figure of Chaos Worm, as if it was carrying a world, stopped in its track, as if it was tired, or felt that its mission had arrived and it had to complete its mission. It contracted its body, stopped moving in the astral world, and the silver vortex within its body rotated violently, and then it emitted brilliance which seemed enough to illuminate the entire crystal wall system. Bang! Adriana opened her eyes and watched its demise quietly. She couldn't fathom what it was, and she didn't understand what she had witnessed in that moment. When the light dissipated, a chaotic world like a clutter was born in the astral world. The original shell of the Chaos Worm had transformed into a bitwall, and the internal rules and the world were in a slow birth and transformation, but the rapid progress was incredible. It was as if time had been accelerated, or some inexplicable force and rule were controlling it. The master of the Ocean Song floating space tower, Adriana, seemed to understand the situation. She stood up all of a sudden, looked at everyone behind, and she was in a daze as she spoke. How can this be? Chapter 421, The Fourth World. How the world was born. Where did we come from? What was the source of all life? How did the rules of the world come into being? Where did the power of arcane magic and wizard come from? What was the essence of mana? The so-called creator, did it truly exist? Generations of wizards pursued and strived to unravel such ultimate questions and the mysteries of truth, and thus derived numerous guesses, and there were discussions on those issues in the manuscripts, notes, and autobiographies of the great wizards and senior professionals. Eventually those inquirers would return to one question: how the world was born. There were endless speculations and deductions, they were divided into factions and doctrines, but no one could arrive at a solution to the problem. Even the mythical wizards, even the supreme masters of the floating space towers couldn't be sure which guesses of any theory was correct. It was only until the master of the Ocean Song floating space tower, Adriana, passed on all the information and discoveries she saw back to the eternal floating space city. The eternal floating space city floated on the orbit of the Star Soul world and revolved around the world, because only in that way could the professionals of the Wizard Alliance able to connect to the magic network and communicate with the power of the world's aboriginal. Hence, even if they had created a floating space city, but the Wizard Alliance was still not completely out of the shackles of the world. The Star Soul world was the source of their survival, the source of the power of wizards. That was why wizards had treated mana as the world's only source of power, because only in the core of the world could it evolved and gave birth to such power, and therefore led to the existence of the magic network. Just then, in the Great Hall of Truth of the Wizard Tower, the entire Wizards' Parliament was gathered. Not all members of the Wizards' Parliament had the opportunity to participate in that meeting, only the core members and all the masters of the floating space towers could participate. As Catherine, the master of the tower, played the video of the death of the Chaos Worm and the birth of a world was revealed in front of everyone, the hall was instantly silent as if one could hear a pin dropped. Several wizards stood up from their seats, from the front to the back. Everyone couldn't help but stood up. In the face of that scene, none of them was composed. It was a blasphemous to it if they remained calmed. Because it was the birth of a world. Oh my God! How is this possible? How can it be? There was a long silence before someone mumbled. It's so beautiful, it's the most beautiful radiance and color in the world. It's a song of Genesis. An old wizard stood up, he was unsteadily and trembling, he cried in an instant, his gaze was filled with an air of holiness as if he had took part in a pilgrimage, he felt that he had witnessed the greatest moment in the world. The mythical alchemy warlock, Cook Bay, who had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, felt the kind of tremor that stemmed in the depths of his soul once more. He had that exact feeling when he first saw the gift Mr. Randile handed over to him, the secret art of alchemy of the building of the capital of God and floating space city. No one could understand the wizards' quest for the truth of the world and their feelings towards the world. When they had witnessed that scene, for them, it was akin to the believers of the goddess of fate had personally lifted the veil of the goddess of fate. The world is born. Cook Bay looked at the moment of the death of the Chaos Worm and he repeatedly replayed that scene on the projection screen, the dazzling glow of the silver vortex which had erupted, and the stunning scene of endless dust of the astral world condensed and the disappearance and rebirth of the dimensional folds. So the world is born from such a huge and incredible organism. A female astrologer, who was wearing spectacles, exclaimed. What kind of creature is this? What level of existence is it? Level 8? Or level 9? It can breed a world? Was our world bred from its body too? More wizards had raised their own questions. And Catherine, the master of the tower, was standing at the top of the Great Hall of Truth, watched the great existence in which a world was born, and the silver vortex of the body which was like the sand of stars spinning and spiraling. She seemed to go back to more than 8,000 years ago when she had just become a mythical wizard and didn't yet own her floating space tower. The wizard tower was just a common elemental tower, located on the earth. Her teacher stood on top of the tower, accompanied her to watch the sunset on the wizard continent. Teacher, how many kinds of mythical life are there? Catherine, who had just become a mythical wizard, couldn't control her strength in that moment, and she was seen as a translucent forest fairy. Lu Zhiyu was dressed in a white robe. He looked like a mortal. Well, I'm not very clear, but every supernatural life can be traced back to their source of mythical life. The number of mythical life isn't fixed. Some supernatural life may mutate, the emergence of changes or deformities can happen even from the source, and the emergence of new mythical template is possible. Lu Zhiyu turned around, his long robe dropped and glided along the ground, his black gaze was akin to the stars, it was mysterious and sparkling, but the mythical template isn't absolutely strong or weak. The key lies in how it is used by the people. Your forest fairy mythical template mastered the rule of life, it is the strongest from the batch. Catherine then asked, Teacher, then, is there the most powerful mythical life? Anyone which is so strong that it was unrivaled, neither God nor true God is on par with. Lu Zhiyu pondered for a moment, and he suddenly laughed, there's really one, if it's also counted as a life. Really? What is it? Chaos Worm. Catherine didn't get a complete answer from her teacher about the Chaos Worm, and in her imagination, it was an extremely powerful mythical life, unparalleled, and lived in the depths of the astral world. She even imagined countless times how the Chaos Worm looked like. However, in that moment, she looked at the projection screen which was showing the great existence of the vortex of the world, she finally understood how a Chaos Worm looked like, and her gaze was blurred. So this is, the Chaos Worm. The mythical life that nurtured a world. At the same time, Star Soul World, which was the closest from the heart of the ocean bitwall, they were more than 10 light years apart. They were also affected by the wave of the chaos worm which had just give birth to a new world. There was a violent spatial storm. The instrument detecting spatial fluctuations violently rotated that even its afterimage was seen. Several of the top alchemy workshops and the arcane magic laboratories, catered for space exploration, were monitoring and exploring that intense spatial fluctuation. They were tracing the source of that spatial fluctuation, while various parties were also urgently reporting to their superior about that huge discovery. Is this a half-bit wall? We've discovered a new half-bit wall, Lord. This is definitely another great discovery. No. This isn't a half-bit wall, this is a new world. Inside an alchemy tower, all the goblin alchemy warlocks cheered and hugged each other. They thought they were the first to discover and witness the existence of that great moment. They were unaware that, at the same moment, several other institutes were cheering just like them. And they didn't know that the superiors of the Wizard Alliance had already received the news of the birth of the new world. The news of the discovery of the new world was immediately transmitted to the upper echelons of the Arcane Kingdom and the Emperor. At the same time, many senior professionals and secretive presences were informed of the news throughout the world of the Star Soul world. Finally, we've discovered a new world. The top-notch demon warlock who was hiding in the Wizard Alliance was holding on to the information of that new world. His hand was trembling involuntarily. This is the fourth world after the Divine Kingdom, the Star Soul world, and the Abyss world. In the Tower of Death of the Northern Glacier, a secret king of the dead was speaking. The soul flame within his gaze was glistening. As the Wizard Alliance began to locate that new world, they even tried to get close and explore. The Arcane Kingdom launched its own operations too. The news was known by many even after being completely concealed, and a large number of senior professionals were informed of the discovery of the fourth world. At the same time, several devil monarchs at the heart of the Abyss world woke up from their eternal sleep. Numerous devil lords from the depth of the world also detected a new opportunity belonged to them. They were ready to strike. At last, even the gods from Maria's world laid down the oracle. Chapter 422, The Conference of Gods. Maria's world, the kingdom of light in the Bitwall, it was definitely the brightest of all stars, because it represented the silver moon in the sky. Although the Creator abandoned the world and the gods appeared to be the masters of the world, and at the same time, Maria's world also lost the patronage of the Creator, the Kingdom of the Light also lost its original Divine Kingdom's network host and authority. It became a member of the ordinary Divine Kingdom. Although their authority had tumbled, its power didn't diminish. Hodap, the new Lord of Light, inherited the divinity and power of the Goddess of Light, Kelly. He also became a true god with the most powerful divinity. The brilliance above the sky of the Kingdom of Light fell and slid off the sky. It was akin to lines with dreamy colors. The land was a kingdom above the clouds, the heaven of gods, prayer and apostles who were wearing holy white clothes lined up till the end of the earth. Several angels in the clouds were playing the harps. And just then, on the clouds of the Kingdom of Light, 17 divine thrones appeared, surrounded into a circle. On top of each of the divine thrones sat a true god. They were true god of their own divine kingdoms. Ever since the three goddesses of light, sun, and death followed and left with the Creator, Maria's world hadn't held such a grand divine conference whereby 17 true gods had gathered together. An elder who was sitting on a white gorgeous throne, began to speak. He was the first high priest of the Church of Light, Hodap, who was now the Lord of Light. The fourth world has emerged, and this time we're discussing the issues about the new world. That's a world that hasn't yet been occupied, and we must never let it slip. The second-generation god of death, Ketesus, was speaking. The new world that had emerged could also be another world in which the system of the reincarnation of hell could be incorporated. The god of sun, Tiridan, was dressed in a gorgeous armor, sat on top of the divine throne with a wide sword in his hand. He looked up at the Lord of Light, Hodap, and asked, "So how should we deal with the new world? This isn't a half-bit wall. To seize a world that seems uncontrollable and can't be fully mastered, is it really necessary? And the world is still in the process of being born, it isn't completely stabilized, we've to be careful not to be fooled and fall into a trap of some sinister old man." The god of sun, Tiridan, and the Lord of Light, Hodap, were rivals, not to mention that when they were mortals, they had participated in a fierce battle between the faith of the sun and the Church of Light. They fought on the Sumerian plain, and a large number of Tiridan's close friends died in that battle. And the scene when Saintess Kelly died under the sword of the former Lion King, had the Church of Light lament. If the Creator hadn't interfered, he allowed Saint Kelly to ascend to the Kingdom of Light and become the first generation of the Goddess of Light. Thereafter, they were afraid that they wouldn't have survived. And after becoming a god, the overlap between the priesthood and divinity of light and sun, and the struggle over the rules of faith had never stopped. The Goddess of Light and the Goddess of Sun had their backings from the Creator. They might not care about everything in the mortal world, but their believers couldn't, because divinity and power were all they had. The god of space and exploration, Rode, and the goddess of the night, Alice, together with the goddess of harvest sat together. One could see that even the gods were divided into different small camps. The god of space and exploration, Rode, who had successfully merged Rhode's Bitwall into Maria's world, so that Maria's world had a new continent in the world, had obtained a greater authority and divine power. He had also gained the faith of an entire continent. And the newly acquired Thunder Bitwall, which had spent thousands of years, with the help of three gods, the god of space and exploration, the goddess of the night and the goddess of harvest, before they could work with the three divine kingdoms and through the use of the space divine projection, at last, they successfully brought back an entire world back to Maria's world. It would only take 1,000 years to 2,000 years within Maria's world and there would be another new continent. The great gains and success allowed the powers of the three gods to gradually catch up and surpass the first echelon. Rode looked up and said, "I think it's an opportunity and a good thing, but this time it's said that the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom have formed an ally, and the 9 Devil Monarchs in the Abyss Bitwall are ready to launch their attacks. Not to mention the large number of Lords of Abyss in the depth of the Abyss. If we pieced up everyone from the Abyss Bitwall, even if all of the gods are involved in the battle, we don't have an advantage in the battle. So, who wants to go down in person, to go deep into the astral world and take the risk?" 17 true gods who were present sunk into deathly silence. They were at a loss for words. The current situation was different from when Rhodes seized the Thunder Bitwall. The Arcane Kingdom and the Wizard civilization were now entirely different. Even with the involvement of 2 true gods, they might not be able to suppress the eternal floating space city of Catherine, and the Fhardasil's fairyland belonged to the Arcane Kingdom of Queen Wendy, in the depth of the astral world. Edward, the god of truth and knowledge, said, "Whoever wants to benefit from the situation, he'll naturally have to contribute." The Lord of Light, Hodap, nodded, "Yes, those who are willing, please stay put, we can negotiate further. Those who aren't keen, you can go now." In the midst of the discussion between the gods, the 3 gods of civilization was the first to leave. In a newly born world, there wasn't even a life form or a single intelligent life to be found, let alone civilization. Then the goddess of steam and machinery, Marina, together with her divine throne, transformed into a pillar of light and disappeared from the kingdom of light. The god of truth and knowledge also vanished. The goddess of fate, Natasha, also left. The god of desire, Bart, who would only follow and act according to the will of the world and the desire of all beings, of course, wouldn't participate. The exit of several true gods had caused the sky of the Kingdom of Light, which was originally filled with the presence of many gods, to appear scant and sparse. In the end, there were only the Lord of Light, Hodap, the god of death, Ketasuz, the god of space and exploration, Rode, the god of knowledge and truth, Edward, the god of earth and war, Felix, the god of storm, Jonathan, the god of the night, Alice, the goddess of harvest, Bernice, and the time dragon god, Adolphus, who had left behind. There were only 9 true gods left. Hodap had an idea about who would stay, but he didn't expect time dragon god, Adolphus, who would always be at home in the divine kingdom, and the one who always participated in none, to stay put. "I didn't expect the Lord of Time and Agreement would stay." Hodap was very happy. The divine throne of the time dragon god was a huge mountain of gold and treasure, and he was leaning on a huge clock. He lay on the gorgeous golden throne, and he spoke like a human. "Stay put? No. I'm just here to remind all of you. Catherine, the Master of the Tower, and Wendy, Queen of the Arcane Kingdom, are the last 2 students left by Master. Even if the 3 gods of civilization had rebirthed in numerous reincarnations, its memory has vanished, and it's hard to differentiate their connections." The slender neck of the time dragon god, which was akin to a gem, raised up, it spread its wings, looked at all the gods who were present. "You can compete for the world, this is just a battle for interests, but don't do anything crazy, don't go overboard." Time dragon god, Adolphus, contemptuously glanced over all gods who were present. He was once in the capital of God and had accompanied the Creator and Eva. In face of those guys, even if they were true gods, he nonetheless felt superior. He continued, "No one here will want to bear his anger. With the exit of the golden brilliance and the huge clock, the time dragon god disappeared from the kingdom of light. Following which, the god of death, Ketesus, the god of knowledge and truth, Edward, and the goddess of harvest, Bernice also left, leaving only 5 true gods in the conference. Chapter 423, The Feeler from the Abyss. Restricted access, only passes with special authority or passes signed by the Wizard Alliance can pass through the portal. The heart of the ocean bitwall, which was originally beautiful and quiet, because of the birth and discovery of the new world, the peace was destroyed. Several portals leading to the heart of the ocean bitwall were blocked by the military, they prohibited free access. A large number of wizards were guarding to prevent any people harboring evil intentions into the heart of the ocean bitwall. Most of the portals leading to the heart of the ocean bitwall are sealed. The drastic changes of the heart of the ocean bitwall were reported on the news, several portals was closed and shut down, but the rationale behind it was unpublished. Only military personnel and members of the Wizard Tower can enter the heart of the ocean bitwall. In front of the portal leading the heart of the ocean bitwall was a long lined up. Several military trains and airships were waiting to enter the heart of the ocean bitwall. Each large transmission portal looked like a military base. Those who were watching that scene were as if they had felt the imminent battle, they couldn't help but recollect of the battle for Compete of Thunder Bitwall in the distant years ago. The entire heart of the ocean bitwall will be subject to military control, all will have to be managed and deployed by the Wizard Alliance. All professionals will have to travel to your nearest wizard associations to report and register, otherwise you will be treated as treason. The broadcast about military control in heart of the ocean bitwall was playing again and again. On the development of a new world, the Wizard Alliance seemed to have the greatest advantage, because they had a huge frontier, the heart of the ocean bitwall. A half bitwall which was so near to a new world was a blessing for the Wizard Alliance, it was like a gift from God. In order to occupy the new world, the Wizard Alliance even transmitted and sent the eternal floating space city over, through the space projection magic, the most powerful space magic. The huge eternal floating space city for the first time left Star Soul World and into the depths of the astral world. And the heart of the ocean bitwall, which had originally accelerated to the extreme to bolt over to Star Soul World, began to slow down, it traveled off the planned trajectory and towards the new world. The deep blue sea and the blue sky were connected, the water reflected the sky, and everything seemed to be an illusory reflection on the water. In the heart of the ocean bitwall, one couldn't tell where the sky was and where the sea was. In that moment, the huge eternal floating space city floated in the sky, quietly parked above the clouds. Many people in the heart of the ocean bitwall were seeing the eternal floating space city for the first time, it was the symbol of the Wizard Alliance. When one was under the eternal floating space city, looked up at the giant city in the sky and among the clouds, everyone understood what a great masterpiece it was. They then understood the rationale of the pursuit of the ultimate alchemy in various generations of alchemy warlocks. As long as the floating space city still existed, as long as the master of the tower, Catherine, still existed, no one dared to belittle the Wizard Alliance, and none within the Wizard Alliance would dare to go against the power of the Wizard Alliance. Those who had harbored ill intentions, in the moment when they saw the arrival of the eternal floating space city, they would be scared stiff and terror-stricken. Just then, in a large hall within the floating space city, Catherine wasn't wearing her formal robe of the Wizard Tower, but a loose-fitting long skirt. Her hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, she stood barefooted in the middle of the hall. And there was a projection floating in mid-air in front of her, the projection was a fairy with a silver crown, she was the queen of the arcane kingdom, Wendy. As long as you are willing to open the core of the heart of the ocean bitwall, with the mana of the whole bitwall and the floating space city as a guide, our arcane kingdom will be able to project the Fhardasil's fairyland through the level 8 mythical arcane magic of space projection to your side, and will be your most powerful support and power. The projection of the fairy queen Wendy was suspended in the air, a projection of power from the far-flung astral world of the Fhardasil's fairyland, at an unimaginable distance, and her arms and hair seemed to fly without gravity. Wendy fixated at Catherine as she persuaded her. Catherine shook her head, smiled and jokingly said, "Maybe it's not a strong aid, but a strong competitor." Queen Wendy, the fairy, spoke again, "Catherine, you can't swallow a new world through the sole efforts of you and your kingdom. You can't get rid of our support. Do you remember our agreement? I can now pledge that if our arcane kingdom occupies the new world, we'll retreat from Star Soul World, and you'll have the entire Star Soul World to yourself." The decision made by Queen Wendy wasn't on impulse, a world that was still being born, the world consciousness and rules that weren't yet perfect, it was like an undeveloped gem, for the existence of a system like the Arcane Kingdom, the new world was akin to something built just for them. Star Soul World, which was already perfected, strong and with strict rules, the new world was perhaps more representative of the Arcane Kingdom's future than Star Soul World. But Catherine, the master of the tower, hesitated. The discovery of a new world might be something that would be difficult to encounter for the next 10,000s of years. If they lost it, the Wizard Alliance might not be able to encounter a similar opportunity in the future. And they were completely in the lead. Whether it was the eternal floating space city or the heart of the ocean Bitwall, it had inched closer to the new world. That would be the most important force for their battle of the new world. The eyes of Catherine, the master of the tower, glimmered twice. Maybe it's not the time yet. Queen Wendy's projection gradually disappeared in the hall. Soon, you'll need our help, but if that happened, you won't be the dominant party leading the fight. Catherine turned away barefooted and slowly walked out of the hall. She commanded a view of the entire eternal floating space city and the sky and the sea of the heart of the ocean Bitwall. Abyss World. Divine Kingdom. I'm going to get ahead of all of you, we're already in the lead. When all of you finally started to react, everyone will then realize it's too late. The enormous heart of the ocean Bitwall was now sailing rapidly in Astral World, not sailing towards the new world, but they slowed down their speed and revolved around the new world. They were circling around and inching closer and closer. And as the distance got closer, the wizards in the heart of the ocean Bitwall, even at night, when they were using ordinary astral world telescopes, they could observe the vast world beyond the thin walls of the heart of the ocean Bitwall and into the new world. The emergence of several huge astral world telescopes from numerous wizard towers and elemental towers were seen all the time. They were exploring the huge world from time to time. The number of floating space towers in the sky had also increased, gradually from the initial 5 towers, to 9 towers, then to 12 towers. 12 floating space towers suspended in the sky, they surrounded the eternal floating space city. It was akin to stars surrounding the sun. 12 floating space towers represented 12 mythical wizards, but it also represented that nearly half of the mythical wizards from the Wizard Alliance had all arrived. The heart of the ocean Bitwall had arrived at the depths of the astral world and was in preparation for the development of a new world. Adriana, the master of the Ocean Song floating space tower, had also been in the Astral World Exploration Laboratory. The laboratory, which was usually empty, now had more than 10 times the number of its usual members. They collected information about the new world from day and night, observed the changes in the new world. The great fairy wizard was excited. I was the first to observe the birth of the new world, and also the first to witness the existence of a chaos worm. I was recorded in history. Even if I'm just a mythical wizard, but I'm also an extremely special one. And in the eternal floating space city, the largest astral world exploration laboratory, led by the mythical alchemy warlock, Cook Bay, was constantly observing the new world and making plans if they had to enter it and compete for the new world. Through the astral world telescope, one could see that it was a huge and chaotic world. The huge element storm and space wave had gradually subsided. The gorgeous tail dragged by the new world was progressively absorbed by the new world. The world gradually stabilized. The internal chaos was still in a mess. There were drastic changes, however it was gradually slowing down, the original disorder within the world, as the time passed, and the evolution of material was moving a little by a little towards balance. It could be seen that the new world was like a melting pot. It was burning under a fiery fire, magma, and all kinds of substances in the world were frenziedly flowing, but it had gradually cooled and formed into earth and veins. The sun condensed within the Bitwall. Water, air, lightning, storms were violently produced in the new world. Cook Bay looked at the beautiful world through the astral world telescope. It was as exquisite as the world's most beautiful gemstones. It was an uncarved beauty. It certainly has a huge difference in its speed of time, and if we get inside it now, it may be possible to explore its mystery of time. Cook Bay said excitedly. Just then, he suddenly observed the side of the new world. As if something had changed, he was immediately confused. Intense spatial fluctuations also caused the space fluctuation tracker inside the Astral World Exploration Laboratory to rotate violently, and several wizards and alchemy warlocks were overwhelmed. What's that? No? Someone opened up the portal. How could it be that? We're deep in the astral world, it's so far away. What coordinates did they use to open the portal? Who knows, but the portal is activated. Wizards in various floating space towers also discovered the abnormality in astral world. Someone in the new world had opened a portal and was about to break through the space and landed near to the new world. With the use of the astral world telescope, the new world looked as though it was close, but the actual distance was unimaginable. They could only watch the other party opened up a huge portal. They were closer to the new world, and Cook Bei's gaze turned stern and serious. Just then, Catherine, the master of the tower, appeared behind him. She looked at the projection of the depth of astral world on the wall. They saw a huge portal set off a burst of ripples, a corner of an ink-colored crystal slowly transmitted through the portal. From that tip, it seemed like a huge and unimaginable creature, that was absolutely an enormous creature which could be comparable to the eternal floating space city. Numerous wizards were jaw-dropped. How can it be, such a large portal, without any basis, no space coordinates, no stable space channel, how can it opened up just like that? Cook Bei seemed to figure out something. That's because what he's going to send isn't a thing, but it's an entire life form, it's a mythical life, he's transmitting himself over. A mythical wizard behind him turned to Cook Bei. How could it be, that thing is bigger than a floating space city? From the depths of the astral world, a little by a little, he got out of the space channel, he slowly revealed his entire body in front of them. That was a huge octagonal crystal, like a black hole, and it was parked at the side of the new world. The huge body made others felt a sense of desperation, and the force he eluded seemed to be assimilating and devouring everything. The black crystal span and caused dimensional folds around it. Many of the wizards present immediately recognized who was transmitted, and even if they hadn't actually seen it, they had heard of his name. Catherine's expression became extremely serious and cautious. The Lord of the Abyss Door, Devil Monarch, Talos. Chapter 424, The War Between the Wizards and the Abyss. Deep in the sky, the huge diamond-shaped crystal rotated slowly. In the center of it, it had opened up an enormous abyss gate. For the first time, many wizards of the Wizard Alliance saw such a sight. They knew the horrors of the abyss, but never really knew the true power of the abyss, and as the Lord of the Abyss Door reached the depths of the astral world, the huge black halo was thrown out from the body of the Lord of the Abyss Door, Talos. An abyss gate was fixed. That was probably the largest abyss gate ever. It was personally opened by Lord of the Abyss Door. Countless devils from the abyss were frantically gushing out. It was overwhelming. Millions, 10 millions, there was a steady stream of them, as if there would never be an end. One would never have imagined how many devils from the abyss were there and how many different species and types there were. All kinds of oddly shaped devils, there were human-like, all kinds of monstrous animal forms, there were some which were similar to an insect, and there were dragons which spread its wings and flew. Those powerful creatures, when they had entered astral world, it was as if they had attained freedom and were moving freely around. One of the many devil species was looking like a huge tree, and it was climbing out of the abyss gate. The huge body was simply beyond everyone's imagination. If it was in the Star Soul world, its body was enough to root to the ground in one step, and the other end would sunk into the bit wall. Its huge form was like a legendary world tree, but when its evil vines were waving, there were countless tiny insect-like devils embedded on its body. Those tiny devils were dancing along with its moving vines. It was directly rooted outside the new world. It was waiting for the rules of the world to stabilize, and then it would enter the new world. That was a devil lord from the depth of the abyss. From its appearance, many wizards from the Wizard Alliance unconsciously blurted out its real name. Those devils ignored all kinds of bad weather in astral world, even the lowest class of devils. For them, there wasn't much difference when comparing the abyss and the astral world. Astral world was like a paradise. Outside the new world, the devils were in a chaos, especially when they gradually surrounded the abyss gate, built their own nests of devils, and waited for the new world to arrive. Just then, a red metal broke out of space. It was dropped on top of the abyss gate. Through the portal, it set off an element storm, and it hit the Lord of the Abyss Door, Talos. That was an elemental pyrolysis bomb. It was an item in the level 8 mythical alchemy, and its manufacture involved a mythical wizard's ability in handling rules. It was launched by the Wizard Alliance in an effort to destroy and block the devils from the abyss. They took the chance when the devils from the abyss hadn't yet established a stable territory and protection. They had to destroy the abyss gate. Elemental pyrolysis bomb exploded instantly. It gave off a dazzling brilliance which was akin to the sun. It set off violent element storm. A gorgeous halo spread out. It was a beautiful scene but tainted with deadly danger. It instantly devoured thousands of devils in silence. There was no screams and bloodshed. In a flash of light, everything disappeared, and the halo was still spreading, and more than 10 million devils vanished in a blink of an eye. They had no time to escape, no time to react, and most died from the explosion. Just then, the huge black diamond crystal spun violently. the darkness from the depth of astral world seemed to be revolving around it and was condensing towards the middle of it. It instantly engulfed everything around. The wizards who were observing the depth of astral world found out that they had suddenly lost all the images of the place they were observing. The Lord of the Abyss door seemed to have devoured all the light. It was akin to a black hole, the halo which was expanding and was about to devour and destroy all of the devil's nests, and the element storm which was dashing toward the abyss gate disappeared all of a sudden. What is this? Space capabilities. Cook Bay continuously played back the scene. He couldn't understand what was going on. The ability of the Lord of the Abyss door was too bizarre and eerie. We're not familiar with the means of a devil monarch, but it's so terrible. That's an elemental pyrolysis bomb in the level 8 of mythical alchemy. Another mythical wizard was dumbfounded. It's the first time we've used it, and the power is as scary as we thought it to be, but I didn't expect that the power of the devil monarch was even more terrible. Just then, Catherine, the master of the tower, said, "Activate the eternal floating space city, activate the engine of the magic machine, speed up to its limit, we must be at the new world immediately, go to war with the abyss's devils." Catherine looked back at all the mythical wizards, she waved her white sleeves, and revealed her elegant palm which was radiating. "Everyone, the real war has come, this time in the depths of astral world, and we're facing the abyss world." Underneath the huge eternal floating space city was a circle of light which was all lit up. The magic crystal network which was crisscrossing was instantly activated. Strong mana fluctuations set off a blast of air. It shook the clouds of the heart of the ocean bitwall and it broke off from the heart of the ocean bitwall. It broke through the bitwall and into the depths of astral world. It moved towards the new world and the abyss gate. And in that moment, the darkness dissipated. The sun rays from the new world re-illuminated the abyss gate and the area where the devils were located. The devils of the abyss that had just arrived were severely damaged. An elemental pyrolysis bomb of the level 8 of mythical alchemy had wiped out all of them, not even a scum was left, and it was as if they were erased from astral world with an eraser. But that was not worth mentioning in the abyss world. Lower class devils were merely cannon fodder and garbage. There was a steady stream of them pouring out of the abyss world again. They were frantically crawling out of the abyss gate. They were desperate to escape the abyss world and to the outside. It was as if the empty and cold astral world outside was a temptation for them. Just then, the huge abyss gate suddenly trembled. The flow of the different species of devils from the abyss stopped gushing out in an instant, as if a river was cut off. And the violent tremor continued, as if something terrible was crossing from the other side of the abyss to the abyss gate, but such an enormous abyss gate couldn't even accommodate its body. Space was like a thin film or fishing net which was twisted from the tension, and as the devilish force of the abyss broke apart, a huge white palm stretched out of the abyss gate, and then a large white skull that looked like a mountain protruded through the door. The second devil monarch had arrived. Wizard's Calendar, 10,035. The abyss had revealed its power to the world for the very first time. In the battle for the new fourth world, they had a fierce battle with the Wizard Alliance. Wizard Alliance had a huge half-bitwall of the heart of the ocean bitwall, a floating space city, more than 10 mythical wizards, and constant support from the Star Soul world. But the Abyss world had descended 3 devil monarchs. In addition to Talos, the Lord of the Abyss door who guarded and maintained the Abyss gate, there was also the King of Skeleton, Mondirot, the Mother of Sinister Spider, Hel-Agon, and the never-ending devils from the Abyss. A single blow from the core annihilation element of the huge floating space city was enough to destroy a continent. Numerous mythical alchemy towers were scattered around and were constantly attacking the devil's territory. Not to mention the eternal floating space city of Catherine, the kingdom of a mythical wizard. Every one of them could feel the protection by the forest fairy. As long as they weren't dead from a single blow or their soul was destroyed, they would be resurrected. At the same time, the mythical kingdom constantly dispersed flower seedlings. As long as it was absorbed by a devil, a large number of flower fairies would immediately evolve and devoured the devil. But under the constant deathly attacks of the devils and the constant attacks of the 2 devil monarchs, the floating space city was beginning to be torn and tattered, and even an alchemy tower of a mythical wizard was destroyed. After the appearance of the Mother of Sinister Spider, Hel-Agon, her ability was to drag the consciousness of mythical wizards into her own sinister territory. 4 undead mythical wizards were pronounced dead on the spot in the battlefield on Astral World. At the same time, the 3 devil lords from the depth of the abyss who invaded the eternal floating space city were engulfed by Catherine's realm of mythical wizard. They were turned into flower fertilizer. And 13 devil lords, who were in the midst of the battle, which were smashed by the floating space towers, their devil's body returned to the abyss world to wait for rebirth. They had fought the war for 3 years, the battlefield was dreadful and beyond imagination. The entire battlefield in Astral World had become the meat grinder of humans and devils. Even with the perfect civilization system of the Wizard Alliance, they could no longer sustain the fight. At last, the Devil Monarch, King of Skeleton, paid a heavy price. The floating space city, which was controlled by mythical wizard Catherine, had destroyed half of its body, but in a desperate attempt, it crashed onto the floating space city. Its huge devilish skeleton body directly crushed and shattered the corner of the floating space city. It broke the perfect kingdom of the mythical wizard and the magic crystal network. It forced the entire Wizard Alliance core to retreat. The first battle in Astral World ended with a massive retreat of the Wizard Alliance, and the world saw for the first time the terrible and powerful forces of the devils of the Abyss World. And this year was considered to be the first year of the Astral World's calendar, recognized by Wizard Alliance and Divine Kingdom. The original calendar used by its internal world was insufficient, especially in the comparison of time. There were still some differences between the world's rate of time flow and the Astral World's rate of time flow. Everyone decided to use the Astral World's calendar voluntarily. At the same time, they had set this year as the first year of the Astral World's calendar. However, that set of Astral World's calendar was only used in the Astral World, and within each world, their respective calendars were still used. Chapter 425, The Arrival of the Divine Kingdom. In the vast Astral World, several mobile strongholds and war fortresses from the Wizard Alliance were destroyed, thousands of airships were torn apart, an endless blaze was lit up in Astral World. Each blast and explosion of fire was as beautiful as fireworks, but that beauty foreshadowed the loss of thousands of lives and indicated a large number of powerful professionals who had sacrificed in Astral World. Endless devils from the abyss covered the sky of Astral World, battles were everywhere, and lives in the Astral World were like ants, fragile and die easily. Everywhere in the battlefield was debris that was floating around, war fortresses, mobile strongholds, airships, wizards' bodies, devils' corpses, they were floating everywhere. Many wizards in the floating space tower looked out of the window and into the Astral World. They saw countless frozen dead corpses, humans, goblins, fairies, trolls and war wrecks passed through the windows, stacked on top of each other and piled up into a tower with no end in sight. That tragic scene was never seen before. The Wizard Alliance had never fought such a terrible and a seemingly eternal war. A young wizard took a glance outside the window and into the depth of the battlefield of the Astral World. His eyes reflected the scene of the battlefield, and his hair stood on its end. This is the Astral World battle. As the King of Skeleton, Mondirot, crashed onto the eternal floating space city, the corner of the huge city of Astral World was destroyed. That scene declared the end of the war. Catherine, the master of the tower, stood on top of the tower, looked at the distant Astral World and at the fourth world. The new world looked close and within reach, but it was seemingly untouchable. Her passion, enthusiasm, and vision about the future could only be reduced to helpless sighs. We lost. Miss Catherine turned over to more than 10 mythical wizards behind her and said, "Retreat. We must preserve our strength." More than 10 arcanists looked at the far-flung fourth world. They let out a reluctant roar. So many of us had sacrificed, yet we failed. Are we going to accept such an outcome? Retreat. Several floating space towers signaled for retreat, and tens of thousands of sky fortresses and airships floated around each floating space tower, following them from the withdrawal of the battlefield. We can't retreat any further, we've to stay behind and clear the mess. With the order being given, the large number of captains at the forefront of the battlefield accepted the final war command. Some had blood flushed out of their pale faces, some were shivering, some were shouting the eternal slogan of the Wizard Alliance, and at last all of them darted up and perished together with their enemies. A large number of corps took the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, but a massive number of devils from the abyss bolted out and engaged in endless pursuit. Go, get out of here, retreat, retreat. Numerous floating space towers hovered over the boundary of the Astral World. With the remaining troops they retreated to their frontier, the heart of the ocean bitwall. And the heart of the ocean bitwall was beginning to accelerate to escape into the far distance. It had begun to evacuate from the vicinity of the fourth world because devils from the abyss had continued to gush out and were following closely behind. There were even some devil lords who had opened a miniature version of Abyss Gate. They built their devil's nest. Those damn devils were like maggots, no matter how they killed, they couldn't be annihilated. In the blink of an eye, they hatched a lot more out from the origin. It was endless. And at that moment, in the sky heart of the ocean bitwall where several sky fortresses and mobile strongholds were burning in strong flame had darted through the bitwall, the entire sky was enveloped with thick black smoke. One after another, there were batches and batches of 10,000 in each of them. The entire sky of the heart of the ocean Bitwal was occupied by that tragic episode. They were once the pride of all civilians in the Wizard Alliance, but now they were all tainted with the smoke of war. They were ruined, many even fell directly from the sky and exploded in the sea. It was until when the huge eternal floating space city had entered the heart of the ocean Bitwal and everyone saw that the tower which symbolized for eternal immortality and the will of the level 8 mythical wizard, Catherine, had a corner of it destroyed. We're defeated. The civilians of the heart of the ocean Bitwal looked at the sky. Needless to say, they knew the outcome of the war. Failed. An old wizard was on a crutch. He looked extremely old, but he was still presiding over the logistics of the war. He was despondent. Sala floating space tower isn't back too. A tall troll roared in disbelief. Neverwinter floating space tower isn't back too. Human wizards looked at the floating space towers in the sky, but they weren't looking despaired. The floating space towers of mythical wizards, even if destroyed, it could be resurrected. As long as the mythical wizard was still alive, reconstruction of the floating space towers were only a matter of time. Queen Aujala isn't back, oh my god, Queen Aujala isn't back. But the expressions of the fairies had drastically changed. A queen of the fairy kingdom hadn't returned, and their queen seemed to have lost her consciousness. That news transmitted from the wizard tower, the cry of despair of the group of beautiful fairies erupted. Another mythical wizard has died. He died from a fatal attack of King of Skeleton. How is it possible that even a part of the eternal floating space city was broken? Many wizards in the heart of the ocean Bitwal who were working as support and logistics, they didn't witness the shocking attack of the King of Skeleton on the eternal floating space city, cried in disbelief. Many wizards of the Wizard Alliance were kneeling on the ground and mourning. In that moment, outside the heart of the ocean Bitwal, groups and groups of devils from the abyss, under the leadership of a demon lord, were chasing the heart of the ocean Bitwal. The densely packed devils from the abyss eroded towards the world, but they were immediately destroyed by the enormous mana network set up by the eternal floating space city, more than 10 floating space towers in the heart of the ocean Bitwal. Lightning had the world as its center, it surrounded and passed around the Bitwal, the intense brilliance radiated, even the 2 devil lords who got nearer were affected and died. The remaining devils from the abyss stopped in their track after they heard a strange whistling. It wasn't the sound of air when it was vibrating, but it was the demonic language of a devil monarch originated from the power of the abyss. It was a command from the mother of sinister spider. The devils were afraid to give chase, they could only see the heart of the ocean Bitwal go farther and farther away in sight. The devils had won the war, but the Wizard Alliance wasn't thrown on its beam ends. As the heart of the ocean Bitwal moved away, the Wizard Alliance withdrew from the heart of the war and began to count its losses. The report of its war casualties and the death of mythical wizards, the number of destroyed mythical wizard towers, sky fortresses, and mobile strongholds had reached an alarming level. Cook Bay glanced at the report and said to Catherine, the master of the tower, this war has at least consumed 3,000 years of what the Wizard Alliance has accumulated. The casualties are too severe. The goblin had sacrificed nearly 2 million professionals, it had hurt our foundation, Lord Catherine. Catherine, the master of the tower, closed her eyes. I've underestimated the Abyss world. If I had promised to form an ally with the Arcane Kingdom, this wouldn't have happened. Cook Bay shook his head. I had supported this war, all the mythical wizards and the entire Wizard Alliance supported this war, it was our blind confidence. We thought we've the heart of the ocean Bitwal, floating space city, a strong wizard system and formidable combat potential. We thought we had an absolute advantage in the astral world as compared to the Abyss world, but... Cook Bay shook his head. I'm responsible for the restoration of the eternal floating space city, although we've failed, but fortunately, our foundation in Star Soul world is still there. Moreover, you're still with us. As long as you're here, the eternal floating space city is here, our Wizard Alliance will continue to be the most powerful force. Cook Bay turned and walked away. There was only Catherine, the master of the tower, standing in the hall. Tens of thousands of elite alchemy warlocks were urgently repairing the eternal floating space city, but it was impossible to restore it overnight or within a short span. The eternal floating space city was extremely complex as it was one of the unmatchable work in alchemy. Tens of millions of defeated troops rode on military trains through the portal. They had returned to Star Soul world, while other senior professionals remained in the heart of the ocean Bitwal. Numerous professionals dressed in soldiers' uniform sat on the train. They were discouraged. All races were present, and that was the uniqueness of the Wizard Alliance, a multi-ethnic civilization. There weren't many who were injured. In astral world, they were either dead or uninjured, there were only a pathetic handful that were wounded yet survived. But the scar left by that war was simply irreparable, the scene of the destruction of various mighty sky fortresses and mobile strongholds, as if they were garbage, were deeply imprinted in their memory, the terrible devils and the gigantic demon lords and devil monarchs who were as huge as the stars or the mountains, gave them nightmares. Catherine, the master of the tower, recovered from her grief and started pondering about their future. She commanded the entire Wizard Alliance and the high-ranking officials of the tower. She dealt with matters relating to the post-war. Just then, the depths of the distant astral world had changed again. Several famous mythical wizards and the upper echelons of the Wizards' Parliament, once again came over to the tower. Through the projection of the astral world telescope, they saw the actual scenario of the battlefield in astral world. There's another portal which is opened. Adriana, the master of the Ocean Song floating space tower, even if she wasn't proficient in space, she could figure out the change in the depths of astral world. No, this isn't a portal, this is a level 8 space projection spell, this is a divine fluctuation, the divine kingdom has arrived. In a glance, Cook Bay knew that the fluctuation was different from the fluctuation of the portal, he had figured out the one who had performed the space projection divine spell. What? Are they going to join the war too? A large number of mythical arcanists and high-ranking officials of the parliament finally spoke and broke the silence. The gods have declared war with the abyss. Many had sparkles in their eyes, as if they had seen an opportunity out of it. In the dark and gloomy astral world, there were a lot of garbage floating all around, it was left behind from the 3 years of battle between the Wizard Alliance and the abyss. The garbage seemed to be attracted to the fourth world and was revolving around the orbit of the fourth world. At the moment, on top of the huge land of garbage, in the void, there was a huge projection. It was an illusory shadow, but it was unbelievable humongous. The illusion of the humongous silver star appeared a little by a little, and with the convergence of its power, the original illusory shadow gradually transformed into a substantial being. The silver pattern on it slowly appeared and the silver brilliance radiated, it contained divine power and was glistening. Following which, 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 5 stars of the divine kingdoms, which came from the distant divine world, the Maria's world, were projected over. From merely an illusion, it gradually transformed into substantial being and appeared in the depths of astral world. Each divine kingdom suddenly bloomed into a dazzling radiance, it dispelled all the darkness, and the devils which were originally surrounding the new world were engulfed by the divine brilliance and dissipated as smoke. Among the radiance, the 5 divine kingdoms were revealed, and in each of them, there was a divine shadow which sat on top of their divine throne as they looked down on everything in the world. Around them, groups of hundreds of millions of devil enveloped them, but in that moment, all the devils, which were under the pressure of the true gods, fled wildly. Under the 5 divine kingdoms, the massive quantity of devils seemed to be a ridiculous noun. True god? 5 true gods. The mother of Sinister Spider, her huge body had reached dozens of kilometers, was leading a devil army. They stood right in front of the divine kingdoms, and she let out a startling roar. When the gaze of the 5 true gods was projected onto its body, the mother of Sinister Spider was suppressed and for a second, she couldn't even move. The 5 true gods had joined forces to emit the realm of the true gods and had targeted it. God said, evil will eventually vanish. Hodap, the Lord of Light, reached out his hand and pointed to the devil's nest and the mother of Sinister Spider. Chapter 426, The Oldest King of the Devil. With a point from the finger of the Lord of Light, from his fingertip, a little radiance rapidly expanded. In a split second, a dot of radiance had expanded into an unimaginable range, brightness had arrived in astral world and a sun had arrived into the world. That scene was as if the sun from the Maria's world had landed in astral world, and it was pressed against the mother of Sinister Spider. The 8 spider legs of the mother of Sinister Spider wriggled, the beautiful devilish body trembled violently, tens of kilometers long huge body twisted, it was just like a floating space continent. She once again brought up the power which she had used to devour several mythical wizards. Boundary of the Shadow. The mother of Sinister Spider gave a desperate howl, and all the devils stopped escaping under her roar. The face of the beautiful and enchanting devil had several blue veins bursting out, layer and layer of black lines emerged and gushed out from the lower body of the spider, it climbed up the white belly of the mother of Sinister Spider, it had masked her naked upper body and covered her face. The mother of Sinister Spider, which represented the sinister layer of the abyss world, itself was a rule of sinister, and now she had summoned the rule power of her devil monarch, the boundary of the shadow. Countless gloomy spider webs were immediately seen, they exploded out of her bodies, stretched tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, and rapidly extended to its surroundings. Everything which was covered by the gloomy spider webs were immediately covered by a peculiar shadow. Even if it was a level 7 mythical creature, if one was dragged under that shadow, entangled by the terrible gloomy spider webs, a person's true spirit would gradually lost its way. Just like when a spider was eating its prey, it would entangle layers and layers of spider webs around its prey, and finally completely devoured by the evil mother of sinister spider. The shadow was twisting and creeping. Then, countless large and small shadow spiders crawled out of the shadows. The spider webs interspersed and intertwined, it covered a huge area of astral world. Under the web, all was transformed into pure darkness and it withstood the attack from the Lord of Light, Hodap. Shadows and light were intertwisted, it was the battle between the abyss and the gods. At that moment, in the astral world, to compete for the fourth world, the gods and devils had willfully unleashed their magnificent power. The sun projected from the divine projection and the boundary of the shadow of the mother of sinister spider collided, the violent fluctuations of power impacted its surroundings. In that area, the light and shadows were violently entangled and competed for the new territory. I, Master of the Light, Hodap, Lord of Light, couldn't accept that his glory was tarnished by such a devil monarch. The entire divine kingdom was in the disadvantaged position. Brightness. Derived shadows. The mother of sinister spider wanted to escape, but it had been targeted by 5 true gods, there was nowhere to escape. The other 4 true gods hadn't involved themselves in the battle, but they were casting fierce gaze on her, they had absolutely no tolerance for her to live, the mother of sinister spider was on the verge of death. And now that the king of skeleton was already dead, the lord of the abyss door, Talos was an abyss gate, he couldn't move away at his own will, otherwise the battle of the abyss world in the astral world would be a total failure. The rules of brightness and sinister entangled. The two parties weren't in the so-called power struggle, but it was a battle of rules, the contention for a new territory. The divine kingdom of the Lord of Light gradually merged with the projection of sun in the sky, and was pressurizing towards the mother of sinister spider. The mother of sinister spider looked up and she could see the overlapping world from the sun in the sky. In that world, the great kingdom of light stood in the sky, several continents of heaven were floating around, thousands of saints were singing songs of praises, countless believers were praying to their gods. It was as if on the gates of heaven, which were filling up the heaven and earth, the ancient and present of all the epic myths were painted on them. The massive number of angels, who were the representatives of light, stretched out their white wings and appeared in front of the gate of heaven. They were derived from the rule of light, they were the guardian of the heavenly city. Holy wings spread out, and the brightness and their divine radiance shone onto the hearts of all. The cornetto was heard and the gates of heaven opened, the avenue of light was opened to the believers, and declared death to the evil. And just then, the mother of sinister spider was violently struggling, she watched the sacred gate of the kingdom opened in front of her, behind her was the dazzling sun with hundreds of millions of believers and prayers were together with it. Oh! No! The mother of sinister spider smelled death in an instant. I'm eternally immortal. I'm the mother of sinister. The roar and reluctance of the mother of sinister spider before her death couldn't save her, and she saw the sun set down towards her. The brightness completely dispelled the sinister, the gloomy spider webs and all the monsters under the shadows disappeared in an instant, and the body of the mother of sinister spider, under the intense brilliance, it was gradually decomposing. It had transformed into wisps of black smoke that dissipated and vanished in astral world. Just then, a light flickered, it was from the far distance, it took the opportunity when the 5 true gods' power of barrier was scattered, and it broke in. It swept away the mother of sinister spider, even her true spirit was captured by it, by virtue of that bit of true spirit, the mother of sinister spider wouldn't die, she would be reborn under the will of the abyss and under the power of rule. Talos. You're unable to fend for yourself, yet you want to save the others. Lord Torvalds Jonathan was the first to launch his attack on Talos, the Lord of the Abyss Door. Several true gods didn't launch their attacks at the same time, it was to guard against Talos, the oldest devil monarch of the Abyss. Talos, who had ascended the position of a devil monarch, was the most powerful master of the Abyss many years ago, its power was way above and unparalleled to the newly promoted king of skeleton and the mother of sinister spider. The star kingdoms of the 5 true gods moved at the same time, they were moving towards and crashing onto the Abyss Gate. They planned to either drive Talos, the Lord of the Abyss Door, out of the battle or kill it there. At the same time, the gates of the divine kingdoms which belonged to the 5 true gods were opened at the same time. There was an endless stream of holy ones, saints, and prayers flew out of it, and even a large number of angels and side gods began to appear. They were all over the place and overwhelming. The devils that had suppressed everything by quantity could feel that they were being overthrown by the divine kingdom at the moment. The actual body of the devil monarch, Talos, the 8-sided crystal abyss door, was violently rotating, the entire astral world which was near it was blistering, and the space was akin to water being boiled. The 5 true gods could sense something was amiss, and in the middle of the abyss, which had been brewing for quite a period of time, there was a dazzling red glow. There was an appearance of a huge flesh and blood star which was larger than the 5 star kingdoms combined. The flesh and blood star had a dense number of sarcoma grew on top of it, and bloody red blood was flowing on it just like magma. As it climbed out of the abyss gate, the enormous power consumed even let the lord of the abyss door, Talos, wilted, and the whole abyss gate almost shattered. There was a surge of flame into the sky from the flesh and blood star. After several rounds of splattering, flames had completely covered the flesh and blood star. The power of the flame was ignited and the flesh and blood star instantly transformed into a color of fiery red. It had turned into a huge bloody red sun. Abyss blood sun, Stiqua. Felix, the god of earth and war, suddenly recalled an ancient name, the legendary and oldest king of the devil, and the oldest devil monarch in the abyss, Stiqua. Above the blood sun, within the flames, its 2 huge eyes opened. It revealed a look of extreme madness. I'm, finally, out. The abyss blood sun, which was sealed by the creator, was summoned out of the abyss by Talos, the lord of the abyss door. It even broke free from a part of the seal and was slowly waking up. A pair of dreadful eyes swept through everything in the astral world. Come on, feel the wrath of the king of the devil. That wasn't the end of an imminent tragedy. At the back of the abyss gate, another strong presence appeared. Another devil monarch tried to climb out of the abyss gate. Its evil gaze had been peering at this end of the astral world. Chapter 427, The Battle Between 3 Worlds. As the abyss blood sun, Stiqua, was released from the abyss, a blood-red sun from the abyss and the monstrous abyss gate were guarding and protecting each other. The devil species of the abyss and the power of the devil were constantly penetrating to the outside. With the emergence of 2 devil monarchs, the king of nightmare and the lord of the dark devils, the divine kingdoms who had cracked down on abyss world in which the devils were about to be annihilated, they too felt a great pressure. The war between the gods and the abyss had turned into a tug of war. At the same time, as the rules of the 4th world gradually stabilized, the chaos storm and the turbulence of time and space had gradually calmed down. The divine kingdoms and the abyss world found that they could get nearer to the new world or even enter the new world. The war began to gradually shift from the outside to the inside. For the very first time, 5 true gods had moved their star kingdoms into the 4th world, in an attempt to seize control of the newly born world. And the abyss blood sun, Stiqua, had also moved his actual body directly into the 4th world. In a flash, 2 suns were seen in the 4th world. One emitted a dazzling golden radiance, the other one was like a deformed tumor, rooted in the bitwall of the 4th world and was emitting a dreadful aura of bloody red glow. In that blood-colored glow, there were a variety of monsters pouring out from the abyss blood sun. The quantity of them was overwhelming as they lunged towards the new world. And the king of nightmare also learned from the abyss blood sun, Stiqua. He launched his own nightmare domain and rooted it on the outside of the 4th world. With the erosion of his power, on the outside of the new world, the bitwall of the 4th world was as if it was polluted. The realms of nightmare domain spread and expanded, in which all kinds of nightmare monsters darted out. They roared, shrieked, and hollered horrible and ghastly cries. The lord of the dark devils was like a blood-sucking giant mosquito, lying within the world, sucking and devouring its power. And the gods were the same too. While the rules of the world weren't stable, while the will of the world hadn't yet been born, they used various methods to assimilate and erode the world. At the same time, an even more brutal war, as compared to the astral world battle with the Wizard Alliance, exploded within the 4th world and inside the bitwall of the 4th world. Both parties continued to destroy and block each other from assimilating and devouring the new world's power, while accelerating their own speed. 5 star kingdoms and several devil monarchs continued to attack each other. The earth was torn with merely a hit. They set off 1,000 miles of element storm in the sky. They even caused an explosion of space turbulence in the bitwall. The whole world was filled with all kinds of divine creatures and dreadful devils, and every corners of the new world had traces of their battles. The abyss gates and the portal to Maria's world were constantly sending troops to the new world. With the god of space and exploration established a large and stable portal within the fourth world, various divine professionals from Maria's world continued to arrive in the new world. Numerous alchemy airships and divine astral warships constantly rushed to the new world. Hundreds of thousands of clear geese dressed in divine robes set foot on the battlefield. The fourth world, which was constantly transformed and stabilized, in a flash of light, it was though it was in a disastrous state and was heavily damaged from all the battles ongoing. The bitter war caused the new world to wail. In the Fhardasil's fairyland, on the Tower of Heaven surrounded by clouds, more than 10 mythical arcanists followed closely behind the fairy queen Wendy. The mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose, was still in his white robe. He was holding onto a staff. He looked old, but his eyes were strangely sparkling. Where they stood was close to the bitwall of the Fhardasil's fairyland. The air was thin, and space turbulence was generated from time to time. Within the bitwall, a blue tide was surging. That was the mythical arcane boundary of the Fhardasil's fairyland. Her Majesty, are we still in alliance with the Wizard Alliance? The Wizard Alliance was badly defeated by the Abyss World in the Astral World battle, and now the gods from Maria's world has declared war with the Abyss World and are joining in the battle to compete for the fourth world. Is it not wise for us to join them at this time? Meent Ambrose inquired with some concern. More than 10 mythical arcanists behind him supported Meent Ambrose, and those who were pro in taking part of the battle immediately jumped out to voice their opposition. Her Majesty Wendy looked at Meent Ambrose. I think all of you have all looked at the wrong direction. More than 10 mythical arcanists and Meent Ambrose didn't understand her. What do you want to tell us? Wendy smiled and said, we're not going to win this war, we're going to win the fourth world. Meent Ambrose was even more confused. This? What's the difference? Wendy smiled mysteriously. Of course there's a difference. Whether gods, wizards, or devils, their ability and capability on building a world, controlling a world and perfecting a world's system aren't on par with our arcanists. We arcanists are the true creators and guardian of the world, because the path the arcanists take is to create the world. Heart of the Ocean Bitwall, Eternal Floating Space City. At that moment, on the town square of Truth, the Monoguru legions from the Wizard Alliance stood on both sides in their military uniforms. There were sky fortresses, mobile strongholds, the latest combat airships, even the Wizard Alliance's elemental pyrolysis bomb fort were parked on the sides. A corner of the floating space city which was smashed by the King of Skeleton had been repaired. The floating space city still looked as impressive, and it was brimming with mightiness. The guard of honor was long ready, as if they were waiting to welcome someone. Cook Bay, the master of the mechanical clock tower of the Wizard Alliance, was waiting with a group of wizards from the Wizards' Parliament. As the second most important man in the Wizard Alliance, Cook Bay personally welcomed the incoming guests. Coupled with such a large ceremony, it was enough to show their sincerity and seriousness. A golden-red radiance bloomed above the eternal floating space city's town square of Truth, and when the radiance faded, more than 10 elves appeared. They had the logo of Arcane Kingdom and were led by Meent Ambrose. They were the diplomatic corps sent over by Arcane Kingdom. Meent Ambrose, represented the Arcane Kingdom, and Queen Wendy, came over to endorse a wartime alliance treaty with the Wizard Alliance and to negotiate the terms of the Battle of Fourth World. The negotiations process was fast. Although both sides were at odds over some of the terms, they both knew that they were fighting for time, and within 3 days they had signed a covenant to send troops to the Fourth World at the same time. Star Soul World, which had just settled down, was once again involved in a war. With the signing of the war agreement, the war mobilization order was immediately issued in Star Soul World. The civilians and professionals of the world instantly knew that another war had befallen on them. But this time, it wasn't just the Wizard Alliance. The Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom were fighting at the same time, and the two sides would no longer preserve their strength. The current battle of the Fourth World was between Abyss World and gods from the Maria's world. However, the Star Soul World had decided to join the battle, and it had turned into a war between the three worlds. The master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, after signing the war agreement, he immediately transmitted to the Wizard Tower to meet Master of the Tower, Catherine. Lord Catherine, everything is ready, but the leader of this war will be the Arcane Kingdom. We'll just be fully assisting them in the battle for the Fourth World. If the battle is a success, we'll have the entire Star Soul World, and they'll migrate to the Fourth World. According to Her Majesty Wendy's plan, the price we'll pay may be a little costly, and perhaps it'll cost the entire heart of the ocean bitwall. Cook Bay hesitated for a moment and he looked at Catherine. If it fails, the price we've to pay is too much, it'll be hard for us to accept. Catherine nodded, but the current Star Soul world is no longer able to tolerate both the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom. If we don't go to war on the outside, we'll have a civil war soon. In any case, no matter if we win or lose, this battle is imperative. Cook Bay nodded, yes, this is also the battle of survival. Star Soul world can no longer tolerate the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom, the two behemoths. Go ahead and get ready for the battle. The level 8 space projection spell of Hardisil's Fairyland requires the use of the entire magic crystal network of the heart of the ocean Bitwall. Only if you preside over it, there'll be no problems. Chapter 428, The Arcane Kingdom has arrived at the battlefield. A newly promoted wizard stood under his wizard tower. That was a level 1 wizard tower in a town at the border. It was a master tower in the lowest ranking, one which was guarding the old and tattered town. Because the war had begun, a large number of combat wizards had gathered in the bigger city or the eternal floating space city, and there was only one newly promoted wizard in the wizard tower who was guarding a town at the border. The young man looked at the wizard tower, which was glowing in a dazzling radiance of magic. The magic crystal at the top glowed in a colorful radiance. He seemed to be at a loss. He, who was the guard of the wizard tower, didn't even know why the wizard tower was suddenly activated. The entire seawater of the heart of the ocean Bitwall was shrouded in magic and turned into a huge mirror. What grand witchcraft are they going to use? The young wizard ran up the steps. He stood at the top of the wizard tower and looked at his surroundings. The system of the magic crystal network of the heart of the ocean Bitwall had been perfected to its extreme. It included every corner of the world, every village, city, magic crystal tower were all part of the magic crystal network. Even without the need for a person to preside over it, it could work and activate at its own will freely. The floating space tower in the sky was now connected with the entire magic crystal network. Even the eternal floating space city, which was floating in the central of the Bitwall, was integrated into it. It had become a part of the world's magic crystal network. Everyone in the heart of the ocean Bitwall were shocked by the huge operation. A large number of fishing boats on the sea of the heart of the ocean Bitwall had stopped. They looked at the sea of the heart of the ocean Bitwall, which was completely covered by light. The people in various cities all stopped working and looked curiously at the sky. It was because the magic crystal network was fully activated. The original merchandise workshops, alchemy workshops, non-essential facilities had their supply of mana all cut off. The entire mana of the heart of the ocean Bitwall was entirely supplying the magnificent combination witchcraft. The mythical territory had been laid out. It enveloped the entire sky, and the sea of mana was stirring throughout the heart of the ocean Bitwall. On the eternal floating space city, above all floating space towers, all the mythical wizards had injected their power into the magic crystal network, and millions of professionals had become part of the magic crystal network. Many of the advanced wizards above the eternal floating space city were shocked by the grand scene, and a young wizard with a gaze as if he had went through an ordeal looked beyond the astral world. It's the power of the whole Wizard Alliance and the whole world. The mythical witchcraft it produced will be a level 8 space projection spell. It'll more breathtaking than the last projection of the eternal floating space city. Because the current projection is a half Bitwall. At that moment, the heart of the ocean Bitwall was like a giant mirror in the astral world. With mana gathered and increased in intensity, it had projected a place beyond and in the distant astral world. Huge forces gathered in the astral world. An illusory projection was seen in the astral world. The huge outline slowly appeared along with the spatial fluctuations. It was vague from the beginning and it gradually became as large as the heart of the ocean Bitwall. The initial hazy illusion had gradually become substantial. Many wizards of the heart of the ocean Bitwall looked through the astral world telescope and they could see a beautiful world of colors. They could even see a tower of heaven inside the world, and numerous cities within. Hardisil's Fairyland is projected over. Within the heart of the ocean Bitwall, the news of the entry of the Arcane Kingdom into the battlefield was broadcasted and was on the newspapers everywhere. In Star Soul World, news about Astral World battle was on all magic telly. The Arcane Kingdom had also reached somewhere near the heart of the ocean Bitwall. They have arrived at the Astral World battle. The Mana Guru legions stationed above the eternal floating space city were cheering. They were excited of the change. The war has started. Cook Bay, the master of the mechanical clock tower, ended the space projection spell. He looked deep into the astral world. His gaze was glimmering as it revealed mixed feelings. No one knew how the war would end up to be. For the first time, Hardisil's Fairyland had break out from the Star Soul world. For the elves and the Arcane Kingdom, they were fighting far away from their native land. Moreover, for the Arcane Kingdom, it was a do or die. It was because if they were defeated, the Wizard Alliance didn't have the capability and power to cast another massive space projection spell to project them back to their world. Their Korf Hardisel's fairyland might end up wandering in the depths of the astral world, they would be straying and they might even lose their Hardisel's fairyland, who knew what drastic distortion might happen in the astral world. Hence, this battle is either an all or nothing, we must seize the fourth world. Wendy stood on top of the Tower of Heaven, she looked directly through the bitwall to observe the distant fourth world, it was her first time seeing such a huge world, but at that moment she could see that the entire fourth world was tainted with several patches of fire red or black-brown plaque. Even within the world, volcanoes frequently erupted, the sea hadn't stabilized, and the world was still in the midst of birth. But at that moment, it was severely damaged by the battle between the divine kingdoms and the abyss world. The new world is rejecting them, both the divine kingdoms and the abyss world, they were rejected by the fourth world. But now because of the fragility of the world's consciousness and because it is newly born, such that even a guardian like Star Soul isn't born, so in face of the power of the gods and the devils of the abyss, it is powerless, it simply can't confront them. Wendy was observing the battle of the fourth world from the Tower of Heaven. And from the reports from the Wizard Alliance and the Astral World Exploration Laboratory about the battle of the fourth world, she was well aware about the situation inside the fourth world. Meent Ambrose had just returned from the Wizard Alliance's Eternal Floating Space City and he was hastily walking over to the Tower of Heaven. Her Majesty, it's time for you to show up. Meent Ambrose, the mythical arcanist, said respectfully. Wendy donned in a silver cape and crown, she followed Meent Ambrose and boarded a level 6 Astral World airship belonged to the royal family and headed to the Eternal Floating Space City at the heart of the ocean bitwall. Because it was an official meeting, both parties represented their respective kingdoms, thus it seemed very formal and grand. The airship arrived at the Eternal Floating Space City, after a celebratory and grand welcoming ceremony, even Catherine, the master of the tower, made her appearance and personally welcomed them. Then, a conference on the astral world battle began at the tower. Inside the hall of the Eternal Floating Space City, the high-ranking officials from the Arcane Kingdom and the Wizard Alliance occupied thousands of seats. Numerous senior professionals with formidable power were sat on the front, there were 20 to 30 mythical level professionals seated too. It was a grand scene with many mythical wizards and mythical arcanists present, they had represented most of the power of the Star Soul world. This astral world battle, if we were to compare our power and the number of professionals, we are far less than the divine kingdoms and the abyss world. They're far above us in their heritage and power, whether wizards or arcanists, we are too young when compared with the divine kingdoms and the abyss world. The Queen of the Arcane Kingdom, Wendy, stood on the stage and expressed her thoughts on the astral world battle. She was charming in all her movements, even the mythical wizards of the Wizard Alliance dared not show any disrespectful expressions and thoughts, that was a true level 8 mythical existence. Everyone who was present grew up listening to the story of Wendy and Catherine, the master of the tower. Catherine, the master of the tower, asked, "So what should we do?" Queen Wendy pointed to her feet, "Our only advantage is that we own 2 half-bit wall here, which the abyss world and the divine kingdom do not have and cannot have, these are the source of our courage to engage in this astral world battle." Then she pointed to the distant fourth world, in this moment and in that place, they're wreaking havoc on the fourth world, and both sides have been rejected by the new world. If they win, they can use their own power to suppress the world's consciousness and assimilate the new world. But now they're in a tug of war and we don't know long they need to fight. We're at the best of times and opportunity, we, who aren't involved in the battle, become the last weight on the scale of war. Hence in this war, we don't need to win against the abyss world or the divine kingdom, we can win this war if we gain the approval of the fourth world and take control of the new world. Catherine, the master of the tower, looked at Wendy, "You mean, with the 2 half-bit wall, we can offer sacrifice to the new world, to fill the loopholes and rules of the fourth world? Perfect its origin? So as to receive the new world's recognition and gain access to the world's authority?" Wendy nodded, "Yes." Cook Bay, the master of the mechanical clock tower, stood up. "I don't agree. Why should the Wizard Alliance pay such a high price?" Meent Ambrose, the mythical arcanist, immediately retorted, "Lord Cook, you may have forgotten that you're in a state of defeat, and the heart of the ocean bitwall which should be accelerating towards the Star Soul world has now come to a complete halt. Your half-bit wall has reduced to a lone island in the astral world, it can't get out of here temporarily. Once the battle for the fourth world is over, the gods or the devils didn't even need the slightest effort, and they can swallow your heart of the ocean bitwall." The old man, meant Ambrose, stretched out his hand. "Do all of you have a choice?" Chapter 429, The Battle for the Fourth World. When the half-bitwall of the Fhardasil's fairyland descended into the astral world, the Divine Kingdom and the Abyss world, which were far away in the fourth world, had detected the change. "What's the point of arriving here at this timing? It's too late." Hodap, the Lord of Light, looked deep into the astral world. But his thought was completely on fourth world because the war had reached a critical moment. A duel between the gods and the devils was about to begin. Most of the territory of the fourth world has been occupied by us and the Abyss world. Assimilation has begun, and it's irreversible. Rode, the god of space and exploration, who didn't want to see the Star Soul world taking a part in the war, immediately frowned. "They've only 2 level 8, what can they do?" Jonathan, the Lord Torvald, was dismissive. At that moment, the divine world had occupied most of the entire fourth world, and the devil species of the Abyss world pervaded the entire bitwall. They had reached the climax of the battle for both parties. It was still the divine world that was in the advantaged position, but more and more devil lords from the Abyss world were leading large armies of devils as they crossed the border. The Lord of the Abyss door had opened the eternal Abyss gate, so that devils in the entire astral world were receiving power from the Abyss world. 4 devil lords who was receiving power from the Abyss world were against the 5 true gods. They had fought to a state whereby the entire fourth world almost collapsed back to its original chaotic state. The 4 true gods were now besieging the Lord of the Dark Devils and the King of Nightmares. At that moment the gods were frantically suppressing both of them. They were also constantly bombarding the Lord of the Abyss door in an attempt to break the eternal Abyss gate. Jonathan, the Lord Torvald, set off a wave of element storm. The storm gust swept across the entire bitwall. It constantly scoured the monsters darting out from the Devil's Mirror of the Lord of the Dark Devils. At the same time, there was a surge of divine creatures called the Storm Spirits which were emerging from the storm gust. The gigantic Storm Spirit walked out like a giant from the elemental wave. It torn apart everything that it could see in front. The divine kingdom of Jonathan, the Lord Torvald, was guarded by many giants. From the divine kingdom of Storm, swarms of the Holy One and prayers had arrived. And in the divine kingdom of the god of earth and war, hordes of mythical orcs core rushed out. They held high the flag of the kingdom of the Colossus, harnessed divine creatures, and crashed onto the kingdom of nightmares belonged to the king of nightmares. In there, it was visible that a giant colossus made of steel and rock was leading them, and they were unrivaled at wherever they had passed. And in the sky, there was a steady stream of falling meteors. The meteors emitted a bright brilliance, bombarded the kingdom of nightmares. With their mythical power, they crashed and destroyed the kingdom of nightmares. Just then, Rode, the god of space and exploration, and Alice, the goddess of the night, who were in the midst of tearing down the kingdom of nightmares and the defensive ring of the king of nightmares. They were also bombarding the territory of the Lord of the Abyss door. The massive light and shadow of a goddess, which was carrying a candle of the dark night, smashed and crashed the entire starry sky. And Rode, the god of space and exploration, was fully suppressing the power of the Lord of the Abyss doors, compressed the range of the Abyss gate, tried to close the Abyss gate, forced and attacked the Lord of the Abyss doors. They wanted him to retreat from that war. The most fascinating wasn't the war over there, but the battle between Hodap, the Lord of Light, and Stiqua, the Abyss Blood Sun, located near the sun of the fourth world. One inherited from the oldest and most powerful goddess of light, and the other was the oldest king of the devil, the son of the Abyss. The 2 ancient gods were equally powerful. They were the world's most powerful existence. Moreover, if they were to be compared, there were many similarities between them, their pasts and their strength. Hence, the outcome of the current battle would also suggest who was a stronger party, the Divine Kingdom or the Abyss world. Light is eternal. Hodap, the Lord of Light, had transformed his kingdom of light into a projection of sun from the Maria's world, and it had collided with the Abyss Blood Sun. "I'm the eternal sun of immortality." The actual body of Stiqua, the Abyss Blood Sun, hit the Star Kingdom with a force tantamount to his opponent. The 2 who had fought near to the fourth world's sun, rendered help from the power of the fourth world's sun. The power erupted was beyond an ordinary true god. At that moment, there were 3 suns in the sky of the fourth world, and the whole world was akin to in the midst of a huge smelting furnace. 2 of the suns collided together. In an instant, a red radiance was tearing the surroundings, and violent shocks set off a savage storm. It enveloped the whole world. Even when one was observing outside the world, one could see that the entire fourth world was completely filled with fire. And the impact of the violent explosion engulfed the whole of fourth world. The continent which wasn't completely stable had transformed into a sea of magma and fire. It was estimated that even within a few years, the elemental wave in the air couldn't be calmed. Both sides recklessly extracted the power from fourth world's sun. In that moment, one could feel the fourth world's sunlight was slightly dimmed. Under the impact of that terrible collision, countless devils immediately perished. Numerous strange and spooky human-shaped devils, insect-shaped devils, as well as flame-shaped, elemental-shaped devils, all turned into a flying ash. Humans in their war fortresses who couldn't escape in time also perished. Both of the astral world and airships were blown up. A large number of professionals screamed and were killed in the sea of fire. That scene had strongly affected the four true gods and the three devils core of the abyss in the depths of the Bitwall. Those level 7 and 8 existences which were in their battle immediately stopped to protect themselves. But a large number of saints, holy ones, prayers, and the army of believers they summoned from Maria's world died in that brief moment. Hodab! What are you doing? Hodab! Lord of Light! Instantly, several true gods who were in the midst of battle, their furious voices were resonating from their divine kingdoms. No one had expected that the two would be so reckless and willful in their duel. He, who was a level 8 mythical life, fought for his life. But those devil monarchs had it worst. The devil's mirror of the Lord of the Dark Devils and the kingdom of nightmares of the King of Nightmares were instantly torn, crashed into wisps of smoke and vanished. Ah! What's this? Talos, Talos! Protect the Abyss Gate! The devils who had directly jumped out of the Abyss Gate as they could rely on the Abyss Gate to derive extra power from the Abyss world, but those devil monarchs who were originally guarding them had all vanished. They fled quickly to the Abyss Gate, but the dimensional folds which were covering a large area had engulfed all of them. The divine kingdoms and the devils from the Abyss, who were shocked by the great magnitude of casualties from the devastating blow, the war was immediately stalled. And in that world, two radiances lit up in the sky. Two behemoths came from the distant astral world and landed onto the fourth world. No, they weren't just two behemoths, they were two worlds. Wizard Alliance. Arcane Kingdom. Everyone collected themselves, but this time, no one thought that the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom had brought their half-bitwall directly into the fourth world. At that moment, the fourth world had turned completely into a sea of flames. The interior was enveloped by a strong element storm. The world was severely damaged. It could even be said that the world was reverting back to its initial state, but not with the original time and space turbulence in which even the gods couldn't easily resist. What are they doing? Just then, all of them looked at the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom. They had integrated their Heart of the Ocean Bitwall and Fhardasil's Fairyland directly into Fourth World. They had landed on the world and became two vast continents. The two continents were shrouded in their respective mythical territory and magic crystal network. They were resisting the intense external storms and heated environments which were akin to the hell's melting pots. In the Fhardasil's Fairyland, one could see more than a dozen of the fairylands of elves were glowing with mythical brilliance, and thousands of arcane ancient trees were connected. And the Heart of the Ocean Bitwall had more than a dozen of floating space towers guarding it. Even the eternal floating space city was also integrated into the huge magic crystal network in the Bitwall. It was eluding an immense mythical territory. Chapter 430, The Ownership of the Fourth World. With the Fhardasil's Fairyland and the Heart of the Ocean Bitwall merged into the Fourth World, the two half-bitwalls were acting like the new world's cornerstone. They had subdued the world which was like a sizzling soup and was in ebullition. The order of the world was stabilized. The magma which was billowing on the earth and the constant escalation of the element storm within the world were stabilized. Merge. Offer a sacrifice. Just then, Wendy, the Queen of the Arcane Kingdom, stood above the Tower of Heaven in the Fhardasil's Fairyland, and gave her orders. Merge. Offer a sacrifice. On top of the eternal floating space city, Catherine, the master of the tower, conveyed her will to the entire heart of the ocean Bitwall. The mythical light from the two continents was interspersed into the new world, and the light was connected by the two continents. Through the Fhardasil's Fairyland, the eternal floating space city, several floating space towers and several fairylands of elves were connected. At the same time, there were a large number of wizard towers and arcane ancient trees providing an endless supply of power. They were recklessly and desperately trying to integrate into the fourth world. The power of the Arcane Kingdom and the Wizard Alliance was exploited to its limit. The fourth world which was ravaged, whose rules and world were destroyed to its extreme, had accepted their power in an instant. It had accepted the two half-bit walls which had been perfected to a greatest level of civilization. The power of the rules surged within the new world. The fourth world, which had been destroyed like a domino, began to recover and restore. Chaos and destruction were coming to a closure. Just then, the devils from the abyss and the gods who were having a fierce exchange at the top of the bit wall had finally fathomed what was going on. They want to offer sacrifice with the two bit walls as an effort to awaken the true spirit of the world. Rode, the god of space and exploration, who was the farthest away from them, knew best what that change meant, and he immediately roared. Along with the star kingdoms on the outside, they were moving rapidly towards the interior of the fourth world. Several gods immediately gave up the fierce pursuit of the devil monarchs of the abyss world, and their suppression and destruction of the abyss gate. They changed the direction of their star kingdoms and moved towards the fourth world. Several true gods were sweating bullets. No one knew when they were about to end the battle. Their new opponents didn't choose to fight with them but used an unorthodox method in an attempt to win a battle. They're perfecting the rules of the new world with the two half-bit walls. The speed of time is changing, and the evolution of the new world has accelerated. Hodap, the Lord of Light, immediately felt that the fourth world's sun, which had allowed him to draw its power, was rejecting and resisting his power. The sun, which was once like a toy which the Lord of Light could manipulate at his own will, was resisting any orders given by him. The sun was even suppressing him. At the same time, the original element storm had simmered down. There was a stable and rapid time flow, and the earth was instantly condensed and cooled. There seemed to be an invisible big hand, which was erasing and modifying everything, revising the rule of the fourth world. Stop them. If the world's repressed consciousness wakes up, we'll all be suppressed and shunned by the whole world. Jonathan, Lord Torvald, didn't even turn his head over to look at the devils of the abyss he had defeated. He voiced out his request and immediately rushed back to the new world. Several star kingdoms were approaching from the depths of the bit wall, but they could feel that the dimensional folds in the bit wall were constantly changing, wriggling, and dragging a longer distances away from them. It was constantly entangling them and refusing their advance to the inside of the world. Lord Rode, can you open the portal? How do I open a portal in such a situation when there's space turbulence, and it isn't possible to open the portal that allows the star kingdoms to pass through? The world was rejecting them, cutting off their connection and control of the world, and although there was the god of space and exploration, Rode, who was guiding the way, but they already spent too much time before they could gradually dart out of the space maze. Stop them! Stop them! We mustn't let them succeed. The consciousness of the world had finally awakened before death's door and from its deep sleep, and the power of the world had been built on the two continents. In the name of Queen Wendy from the Arcane Kingdom, I'm here to ask for an agreement with the new world's true spirit. In the name of all the Arcanists, I'm here to reach an agreement with this world's consciousness. We'll protect this world until the end of the world. On top of the Tower of Heaven, Wendy transformed into her mythical form. She was like the goddess of wind. She was supported by the Arcanists of the whole continent, communicated with the true spirit of the new world, and attempted to reach an agreement with the other party. The world's true spirit had no wisdom and self-awareness. They were just the world's operating procedures, and hence there was little possibility to reach an agreement with them. A powerful world like the Star Soul world, even if the Wizard Alliance wanted to reach an agreement with the world's true spirit, it was impossible to. The light shone from the sky, the consciousness of the world fell on the Fhardasil's fairyland, shrouded on Wendy's great mythical body, and a gaze from the world's aboriginal landed on the Arcanists and Wendy. Agree. The voice resonated from all directions, and it seemed as if the whole world was cheering. Just then, the 5 true gods and their divine kingdoms arrived at the same time. They wanted to remove the 2 huge continents, Fhardasil's fairyland and the heart of the ocean Bitwall, from the fourth world. A destructive power ascended from the sky. The respective true gods exuded power stemming from their divine kingdom's aboriginal rules, and bombarded the earth. Hodap projected the sun which pounded down onto the ground and the huge sun scorched the earth. He was repeating his old trick. The god of earth and war summoned the meteors. The whole sky was filled with fire meteors enveloped with mythical power and they were crumbling onto the earth. Lord Torvald pointed to the earth in which a storm immediately engulfed the earth, formed a huge pillar made from element storm which was connecting the earth and the sky. Several gods launched their attacks at the same time. Their power was teeming in the whole world. But their power was constantly being drained as soon as they left their star kingdoms, and when they were close to the 2 continents, they were immediately blocked by the mythical boundary of the Fhardasil's fairyland in the heart of the ocean Bitwal. The Fhardasil's fairyland connected all the arcanists. As the Tower of Heaven shot out the light of the arcane magic, it bolted up to the sky. The eternal floating space city located in the heart of the ocean Bitwal also fired towards the sky. The elemental pyrolysis bomb shot up into the sky, the violent beams of light bloomed, the dazzling brilliance transformed the entire world into a white mass. Their power weren't the same as the gods. At the moment when they had launched their attacks, they had obtained the support from the new world's power. Their attacks swept across the sky, and the magnitude of their attacks was instantly expanded to an unimaginable state. Within a new world whereby one had obtained power from the world's true spirit, the power of their attacks were simply unimaginable. The dazzling radiance of the light of the arcane magic was akin to the Creator's brush. It swiped away the element storm in the sky. The saints, the holy ones and the prayers who had darted out from the divine kingdoms were all annihilated. Several divine kingdoms wailed in pain. The brilliance shot through the divine kingdoms. Although its main force was blocked by the shell of the divine kingdoms, but the mythical light caused a great damage and casualty on the interior of the divine kingdoms. In the meanwhile, the rules of the world were constantly being refined. The bitwalls of the Fhardasil's fairyland and the heart of the ocean Bitwal were dissipating at the same time. Their mythical boundaries and mythical power spread and merged into the world. The two continents were completely fused with the earth and into the depths of the world. The magic crystal network and the arcane magic network merged with the world. And the world's true spirit made use of the power system it had absorbed to transform the new world. The earth and the sea were condensed, several huge ancient trees towering from the earth, they emitted radiance. From a sapling, it rapidly grew into an unimaginable gigantic tree. There was a vague resemblance to the fairies' tree of life and the arcane ancient tree. In a short period of time, colorful life forms began to emerge. Hodap, the Lord of the Light, glanced at Wendy, who was on top of the Tower of Heaven of the Fhardasil's fairyland, and Catherine, the master of the tower, who was above the eternal floating space city. Their mythical bodies were also in a battle against them. After a long time, Hodap retracted his gaze. Let's go. It's over. The other four true gods said nothing. Everything came to an end under the command of Hodap, the Lord of the Light. Just as he said, all had ended. The Divine Kingdom announced their retreat from the battlefield. Together with their star kingdoms, they left the Fourth World. And devil monarchs, who were watching the war outside the Fourth World, were also slowly gathering their vast devil corps outside the world. They went through the Abyss Gate and back into the Abyss. The war had ended. Chapter 431, The Arcane World. A victory. We've won. Even if Meent had lived for thousands of years, he was a really old and veteran mythical creature, but he couldn't stay composed when he knew about the outcome of the astral world battle. When the final victory ushered in, Meent roared and hollered. The arcanists of the entire Fhardasil's fairyland released firework spells simultaneously. The radiance of the firework pervaded in the entire sky of the Fourth World, and it reflected patches and patches of brilliance. We've won. In several fairyland cities, hordes of elves sang and danced, and numerous great fairies and groups of young fairies flew and capered in the sky. Various trolls held up their elemental weapons, bombed the ground, stood above the city and roared. Thousands and tens of thousands of farmer treants, ancient trees of life, and the guardian ancient trees, crossed the mountains and the earth towards the central region to celebrate the ultimate victory. The majestic mythical body which was standing in the sky of the Fhardasil's fairyland had gradually dissipated. Queen Wendy of the Arcane Kingdom stood on top of the Tower of Heaven. She gradually revealed her original appearance. A tall elf appeared at the top of the tower, donned in a silky long robe and a crown above her head. In that moment, the bitwall of the Fhardasil's fairyland had completely dissolved, and the entire half-bitwall was integrated into the Fourth World. It had transformed into a large continent of the Fourth World. Several mythical arcanists appeared above the Tower of Heaven and knelt before Wendy. Your Majesty, we've won. Meent kept repeating the phrase. He was still thrilled and elated. Her Majesty, Wendy. We won. We elves finally have our own world. When a silver-haired elf mentioned that, she immediately saw Wendy turned her head to look at her. There wasn't a tinge of chiding in Wendy's voice, but the power and influence she had accumulated over the years, coupled with the power of a level 8, even a level 7 mythical arcanist was quivering when in front of her. This isn't a world which belonged to the elves. But, this is a world belonged to the arcane magic. Wendy looked into the distant sky. She scanned the whole world while she stood on top of the Tower of Heaven, but there wasn't much joy revealed in her gaze. After a long time, she mumbled, "We finally won." Akin to the Arcane Kingdom, the Wizard Alliance was in cheers and ecstasy. As the Divine Kingdoms retreated, even the Lord of the Abyss doors faded away, he disappeared together with the Abyss Gate. The entire Wizard Alliance was in a celebration. "We won! We've defeated the Divine Kingdoms! Defeated the Abyss world!" Groups of wizards rushed to the streets, sang and danced with the mortals. Ever since the last failure of the fight for Thunder Bitwall, coupled with the failure of the previous Astral World battle, the Wizard Alliance had plunged into intense self-doubt. And the current victory convinced them that the wizard was the most powerful, and in the future, they would even become more impressive. The Wizard Alliance is everlasting. Lord Catherine is eternal. Numerous civilians from the Wizard Alliance waved the flag of the Wizard Alliance and cheered on rooftops and in the streets. The train roared through the streets and transmitted the news of their victory to all corners. Numerous battle airships sprinkled fresh flowers and colored confetti from the sky, and the pilots showed off their skills as they sizzled and flew in the sky. Several airships and war fortresses hung banners, streets and alleys were all decorated with streamers and lanterns, numerous bars situated above the sea were crowded with people, young girls took flowers to the streets to welcome the soldiers who returned from their victory. As the portal opened again, even the Star Soul world heard the news of their victory. On the radio channels and newspapers, their victory was immensely publicized, and everyone couldn't believe they had won the battle so quickly. But just then, the top echelons of the Wizard Alliance were all gathered at the tower. Unlike to the celebratory mode of the other members on other floors, numerous mythical wizard and advanced wizards were distressed as if they were on pins and needles. Will the Arcane Kingdom keep their promise? What if they eat their words? A wizard in a black robe, who was raising a bone staff, questioned. Yes, they've reached an agreement with the world's true spirit, and the fourth world belongs to them. What if they don't keep their promise? A mechanical alchemy warlock constantly raised his concerns. His body was semi-mechanized and only the head retained the human form. The Arcane Kingdom can't be trusted. The war is over, they're no longer our ally, but our opponents. We shouldn't trust them. Many wizards expressed pessimism about the situation, and the entire wizards' parliament in the tower was clamoring. But as more than 10 mythical wizards and Catherine, the master of the tower, walked in, the din quickly quieted down. Catherine glanced at all the wizards who were present. The wizards had filled up the entire huge conference hall. The wizards' parliament had become a behemoth with thousands of members. It was an organization that was in control of more than 100 of nations and 10 millions of population. Catherine didn't say much, but she spoke briefly. Tomorrow, the Queen of the Arcane Kingdom will sign a final agreement with us. The Arcane Kingdom will completely pull out from Star Soul World. At the same time, the Arcane Kingdom will compensate us with the first half bitwall they discovered in the future. It's a compensation for our Heart of the Ocean bitwall. At the end of her sentence, the Master of the Tower declared the meeting was over, and everyone must get ready to withdraw from the Fourth World and all issues related to the Astral World must be settled. There was a more troublesome migration and the handover of the territory of the Arcane Kingdom they had to handle. It would be a long and complicated task. Catherine left with the mythical arcanists. Just then, the Master of the Philosopher Tower asked, "Lord Catherine, why do you trust the Arcane Kingdom so much? Is it just because of Queen Wendy?" Catherine didn't speak, but Cook Bay answered for her, "The Arcane Kingdom is more urgent than we are. They need sufficient population and strength to develop and expand the world rather than complicating matters with the Wizard Alliance. They're more afraid of war than we are. We owned an eternal floating space city. If a war erupted, we can immediately withdraw back to Star Soul World, but their Fardasil's fairyland can't be evacuated from here. Of course, we don't want to go to war. It's over. It's a period of rest and development that belongs to our Wizard Alliance, and we, who have the entire Star Soul World, will become stronger after a period of rest, and not to engage in another war with them now." The next day, on a newly born path in the Fourth World, wizards and arcanists created a huge makeshift palace with witchcraft and arcane magic, where tens of thousands of powerful wizards and arcanists gathered. War fortresses and sky strongholds lined up in 2 columns, a dense numbers of airships and combat airships were on standby. In the palace below, Queen Wendy of the Arcane Kingdom and Catherine, the Master of the Tower, sat face to face, and tens of thousands of professionals below held their breath as if they were witnessing the great moment. The Queen of the Arcane Kingdom smiled at Catherine. She took up a pen to sign on top of the agreement, and then the agreement vanished into the air as a streak of light. Catherine hugged Wendy. "Congratulations! Wendy hugged Catherine as she closed her eyes. Thank you. As the Wizards' Alliance withdrew, Wendy stood on the steps of the palace and looked at all the Arcanists. From now on, the world will be named as the Arcane World. Chapter 432, The Great Migration of the World. Astral World's Calendar, Year 28, which was year 10,053 on the Wizards' calendar, the fourth world was officially named the Arcane World. The Maria's world supporting the Divine Kingdoms, the Abyss world inhabited by the Devils, the Star Soul world of the Wizards and the Arcane world, the four worlds presented the most powerful and stabilized era. The Divine Kingdoms and the Abyss world were the most powerful, but when the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom formed an alliance, they created a delicate balance between each power. Star Soul world, Fairy continent, Sylph continent, Troll continent, and other continents, one could see a huge portal emerged from various cities. The vortex of the portal was swirling and the door to another world was opened from day to night. The new era has arrived, our Arcane Kingdom has our own new home, a world that we can build and where we belong to. The broadcast of the Arcane Light channel continued to preach about the beauty of the new world to the public of the entire Arcane Kingdom. The Arcane World. A world of ours. The streets were plastered with banners and advertisements of the Arcane World, the printed bulletins were spotted with the gorgeous scenery of the fourth world. Above the earth, several gigantic trees firmly rooted to the ground, they were just like the fairy's oldest and legendary tree of life, and its green life embellished the whole world. In the forest, several fairyland cities cascaded upward, it was neatly merged together with the forest, the train passed through the sky with river and forest underneath. A famous elf singer stood above the top of the fairyland city, faced the scenery as if looking forward to their arrival. New home. New dream. Even the passenger airships that crossed the sky were painted in white with such a statement. Everyone will receive freedom and a wonderful new world. There were arcanists, officials, nobles, lords and consuls from the Arcane World everywhere on the streets. They were giving speeches which promised the public of what they would receive if they were to go to the new world, as well as the bright future awaited them. Even so, the migration of the Arcane Kingdom had suffered enormous adversities and problems, and it was hard for most people, apart from the professionals, to imagine what it was like to travel to another new world to survive. The distance between the new world from their native land was far beyond their knowledge. They had been living in Star Soul world for tens of thousands of years, their ancestors left their traces and imprints there, even those humans from Maria's world had long forgotten that they came from another world, they had completely become one in Star Soul world. And now they had to give up everything, give up the traces of their ancestors, and head over to an unfamiliar world. Why are we the one who are leaving, why is it not the Wizard Alliance? Members of Parliament in many cities had expressed serious protest and were reluctant to leave the world. We're the winner. We brought about the victory of this war, why are we withdrawing from our home? The nobles and lords of some of the Arcane Kingdom, one after another, they were sending magic report to the core of the Arcane Kingdom. But the goal of the Great Migration had been set, and no one could halt or change it. Several special trains and airships passed through the portal, and families who owned civilian airships and domestic cargo steam locomotives, registered at the space transfer point, and the whole family headed to the new world together. In addition to the commonly seen old steam locomotives, vans, airships, trains, one could also see a variety of strange means of transport. There were monster-like mobile castles, alchemy airships which looked like warhead and alchemy boats which had a streamlined body. There weren't only elves, goblins, trolls, humans, fairies and intelligent creatures in the cars and airships, but also a large number of monsters, animals and plants were migrated to the Arcane World, they would start again in a new world too. There were also elf arcanists who were traveling with their flying carpets, the great fairies riding on brooms, and the Globan alchemy warlocks who had transformed themselves into flying mechanical forms and human-shaped. The great fairy, Fran, is going to the new Arcane World to take over the post of an agricultural official. This is my document. The great fairy who was riding on a broom dropped a document and left after waiting for the other person to stamp it. Pass. Vroom. The mechanical legs of the goblin squirted out flames and went straight through the portal. The vice president of the Alchemy Warlock Association, Great Alchemy Warlock, Nick, pass. A variety of supernatural occupation formed a long line in front of the portal. The arcanists in charge of the verification were controlling more than 10 seals at the same time as they stamped. It was a swift process. Several batches of small towns, farms, villages, small cities were gradually vacant. The buildings were empty. As lesser civilians were seen in various main cities, kingdoms, and capitals, magical beasts and animals began to break into the empty city and looted. There was no trace of civilians from the Arcane Kingdom. The Wizard Alliance began to gradually take over the territory left behind by the Arcane Kingdom, as well as the remaining small number of civilians who were determined to stay. One portal in the middle of the Sylve continent was preserved and there were a handful of portals maintained. It represented the end of the migration of the Arcane Kingdom. It took nearly a decade for the migration to come to an end. An airship passed through the portal, all the elves were glued to the windows, they were reluctant to part with the world, they looked at the Sylve continent underneath, and their eyes were full of unwillingness. Many people were holding on to their pets, they were sobbing as they lie on the window. Mom! What kind of world is the new world? Is it scary? A half-elf who looked like a newborn hugged her mother, she didn't understand why everyone was so sad. No. She's beautiful, very beautiful. In there, we'll pursue a new future, we'll have a world that belongs only to our Arcane Kingdom. Her mother wiped away her tears and kissed her. Then everyone should be very happy. The child didn't seem to understand. Her mother brushed her head without answering. As the airship passed through the portal, there were no more special trains and vehicles behind it, and a large portal was gradually deactivated and closed, leaving only the vast empty city and the huge doors that stood on top of the town square. Then the main continent of the elves, the Sylve continent, of the Arcane Kingdom, had also completely withdrawn from Star Soul World. That world no longer belonged to the Arcane Kingdom but was marked with the wizard's crest. The original Star Soul World, which could be called the world of wizards and arcanists, at that moment, beneath the description of Star Soul World, there was only the wizards. Maybe, years later, people would no longer call it the Star Soul World, but as the Wizard World. On top of the special airship of the Queen of the Arcane Kingdom, Wendy was inspecting the entire Arcane World. She was examining the migration of various kingdoms and civilians of the Arcane Kingdom, as well as possible problems. The Arcane World, after several years, had finally transformed itself to the point where most life forms of the Arcane Kingdom could fit and survive. The civilians and professionals under the Arcane Kingdom had all migrated over, and most of them had rebuilt their homes and started a new life there. If one was to look down from the airship, from the infinite towns and villages on the land, one would realize that the original primitive and desolate Arcane World had become green and civilized. And in the Arcane World, the most visible and magical was on the earth. A giant heaven tree could be seen after every distance. The giant heaven tree seemed to charge directly into the clouds, one couldn't see the top from the ground. It was the guardian tree of the Arcane World. Of course, it wasn't as powerful or perfect than Star Soul from Star Soul World. But each of them was a level 7 mythical life. When each guardian tree was combined, they represented the power and will of the world. Her Majesty, this is the last stop. The Governor of the Guard Confederate States is waiting to see you. Wendy nodded. She wouldn't deal with such mundane matters usually, it was the responsibility of the Parliament. But it was a time of the great migration of the entire Arcane Kingdom. She had to inspect all kingdoms, principalities, and city-states to stabilize the morale of the majority of the population. Wendy stood up in a gorgeous long dress with a crown on her head, and the diligent and white-haired elf old man followed her. Meant? Tell me the future of the Arcane Kingdom, how does it looks like? I don't know, but I know that the future of the Arcane Kingdom is limitless, and from today on, we'll embark on an era of rapid development. Meent said with a smile on his face. Chapter 433, The Corrupted Within a Prosperous World. San Calendar, 10,586. The original 5 continents of Maria's world, after the successive integration of Rhodes Bitwall and Thunder Bitwall, they had changed its names to Road Continent and Thunder Continent. It had been transformed into a world with 7 continents. Rhodes Bitwall and Thunder Bitwall were gradually moving closer to the core world from the Bitwall. From the boundaries of the earth and the sea, they were gradually merged with Maria's world and become a part of Maria's world. And in the Bitwall, there was a star-rotating Bitwall which was gradually assimilated by Maria's world, and in the distant astral world on the outside, a half-Bitwall called the Black Sea Bitwall had been found by Maria's world. All that had made the aboriginal of Maria's world increasingly powerful. From the outside, one could see the volume of Maria's world had expanded. Within the enormous Bitwall, it was also divided into different regions. Each region belonged to a true god of their respective star kingdoms, and some in the half-Bitwall were regions belonged to various side gods. Within the Bitwall, which was originally empty, one could see a large number of vehicles, the alchemy airships and mythical starships which had arrived outside the continent. There were also several mysterious magical gardens hidden in it. One could see the divine kingdoms of each side god revolved around true gods' star kingdoms. One could also see the special Bitwall floating island where a large number of professionals lived on, and on the vast star-rotating Bitwall, billions of humans, orcs, elves, and Sahajins inhabited. And the city above the continent had fully entered the era of magic crystal system. Magic crystal props were the essence of the era. In there, one could see ordinary people used the melting stone construction car to transform soil into rock. Construction team was operating a variety of magic crystal props, and they were rapidly constructing buildings up to hundreds of floors. The building was a fusion of classical and modern styles, and the road that was paved with melting stone spell covered all parts of the continent. A classical-style high-rise stone building divided the city into various small grids, humans, orcs, elves, and other intelligent life forms. They were akin to ants in which they survived and moved in the dense and crowded place. There were a variety of video images played by projection witchcraft. In various stores on the street, they were all equipped with magic telly, refrigerator, cooler fan, and other equipment. There were also airships, flying cargo ships, and professionals riding on magical beasts or were using magic vehicles which were guided by light in the sky. There were projections in which the flight paths were divided, there were regulations for different means of transport to fly at a certain altitude, even speed limits and so on. When there was a violation of traffic laws, one could immediately see the city's law enforcement teams riding on their flying blankets to intercept those offenders. It was common to see that some professionals who liked to fly illegal were chased by the law enforcement officers riding on their flying blankets. The most striking when one looked up to the sky weren't all that. The most striking in the sky was the huge floating island. It looked like a small continent floating in the sky. In the sky of Maria's world, there were a large number of sky-floating islands which were orbiting on the established tracks. As the population of the Maria's world became increasingly high, even on the Arctic and the island of dragons, there were a large number of hybrid cities whereby humans, elves, Sahajins, orcs lived together. The boundaries of races were becoming weaker. But even that couldn't completely solve the overcrowding problem in Maria's world. Maria's world began to build cities above the sea around the world, and they even used floating space rings to create sky-floating islands. Several sky-floating islands were being created, but they still couldn't completely solve the problem. Fortunately, the 3-half-bit wall solved the pressure on Maria's world. The latest discovery of the Black Sea half-bit wall hadn't been thoroughly explored, they had only determined the name. The plan for the transformation of the Black Sea bitwall and the immigration plan were already being discussed. Although their lives might not seem as good as one might think, most people lived in peace and stability and enjoyed the convenience of the highly developed magic crystal era. And beneath the core world, the depths of the earth, at the bottom of the bitwall, there was a very different place as opposed to the bright, civilized, and developed core world. It was a total opposite. It was a dark and deep world of terror, the dark side of Maria's world, the fate of the soul and the place of death. It was hell. Queue up. Order. Order. Those who wreak havoc must die. No. No. I don't want to die. Let me go, I shouldn't have died. Why am I dead? Ah! The soul-eating goat devil, Heim, stood in front of the gates of hell. It counted the passing souls. It would roar from time to time and devoured the unruly soul, whether they were ordinary people or professionals, whether they were kings, nobles, or the rich. In Heim's view, they weren't worthless. Why am I guarding this damn gate of hell? I've been guarding it for 10,000 years. How many years do I have to be here? 100,000 years? Or 1,000,000 years? What did I do wrong? Why am I punished? It's not fair. It's not fair. Am I a dog to the gods? When it was the first generation of God of Death, I was already the Hell's gatekeeper. Ketesus that fellow, why is he the God of Death? And I had to guard the gates of hell for him. It had no idea why. At the mention of the name Ketesus, the soul-eating goat devil, Heim, was exasperated. That anger made it mad and made it lose its mind. The soul-eating goat devil was crazily roaring in its heart. It was a kind of hatred, unwillingness, resentment that was slowly growing in his soul. It constantly vented its anger to others. But its blazing infuriation wasn't extinguished, it was still burning in its heart and was increasingly overwhelming. It was until a man in a silver-colored wizard's robe came up to it and asked, Heim, are you mad? The master? No, no, you've that familiarity, you're a wizard. Ha ha ha, a ghost wizard. The soul-eating goat devil, Heim, who was hundreds of meters tall, was akin to the ancient soul-eating goat devil. It stamped hard on the ground and the entire gate of hell trembled, its mouth spewed flames that could burn the soul into ashes. Ah! The stench on your body is really bad, ha 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 ha. What kind of conspiracy does you guys, clumsy clowns who are hiding in the dark, are having right now? It was a ghost wizard who had arrived, a level 7 mythical king of the dead, who ranked at the top among the undead creature. Ghost wizard was divided into a variety of occupations, they were namely the bones spirit, devil wizard, soul's corpse, and other different advanced occupations. And the ghost wizard who had arrived chose to be a soul's corpse. He unmasked the hood of his silver wizard's robe, revealed his grey skin and bare head, his body exuded a pattern of red glow, as if flame and magma were flowing. My name is Floza, the king of the dead, and I can free you from this eternal captivity, and we're allies with a common goal, we're not enemies. There's only one enemy, and that's the god of death, Ketasuz. Floza looked at the soul-eating goat devil, Heim, in face of the enormous size and almost unrivaled power of the soul-eating goat devil, Heim, he wasn't afraid of him, his gaze was composed and calm. Heim laughed hysterically, and its bloodthirsty eyes revealed a contemptuous gaze. It was as if it was watching an arrogant bug jumped around and said it wanted to confront a true god. You? Ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. That's ridiculous. I admire your courage. Then, Heim's voice changed, and its steel fork came straight down. Who do you think you are? Creator. An intense amount of black smoke surged up from Floza's body and the dwarf-like shadow under the black robe instantly transformed into a monster made of black smoke. Flames shot out from the smoke which instantly blew up the city and the huge monster, soul-eating goat devil, Heim. It grabbed onto a gigantic soul-eating steel fork, his face was sticking close to Heim. Do you really want to be a permanent guard of the gates of hell and be a dog to the god of death? You're a mythical creature that existed since ancient times, older and greater than most gods. There should be a place for you among the true gods. But now look, what are you doing? Sadly guarding the gates of hell for an eternal life and can't be freed. Heim raged and roared, so what, you're just a little level 7 ghost wizard, what can you do? Floza continued, of course, not only me, there are ghost wizards who have been oppressed for 10,000 years and all the dark forces hidden in the dark. Insignificant. No matter how many you have, how can all of you resist 17 true gods? Of course, we're not that arrogant, we just need to target the god of death, take back everything we should own, and we need your strength to wake up a crucial person. Who? Lin A. Heniton. Chapter 434, Lin A. Heniton. The 9 levels of hells was vast and massive, each layer of hell was owned by a separate master, they were servant of the god of death, and they ruled the entire world on behalf of the god of death. The endless river of death ran through the world of 9 levels of hells and reached below the palace of the god of death. In the raging black waves, countless dead souls, evil spirits, undead creatures in the river were moaning. The fog was thick above the river and it was full of all kinds of spooky black-gray-colored plants. In the black river underground there were heaps of bones and souls sand piled up. And at that moment, in the depths of the river there was a faint lighting. The faint lighting was like a star, it gradually lit up from a distance and was slowly rising. It was from the depth of hell and was slowly floating against the river. In the spooky fog of hell, the faint lighting finally showed its true appearance. It was a magical lamp of soul. When its light shone on all evil spirits and undead creatures, they were immediately banished. Thousands of souls floated above the vast river, which were shown by the light, were dispersed, destroyed, or suppressed at the bottom of the river. And the faint lighting was hanging on top of a large black wooden ship, which came from the depths of hell, and acted as a guide to important souls. He was wearing a black robe, his tattered black robe concealed his appearance, only his pair of sun-like golden eyes flickered under the hood. He held onto a long bone pole, stirred the black river, steered the boat of the soul along the sticks. Thud thud! Thud 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 thud! Thud thud! Thud thud! A series of strange beat was knocking, it was as if the bones were rubbing against the boat, it was as if bells were dangling. In a world full of terror, wailing and hissing, the sound was long and crisp, and it was particularly harsh on the ears. Hum hum. La 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 la. La la, la la ah. La la. Ah. La ah ah. The person on board sang ridiculously, his melody was in a mess and there wasn't a tune, it sounded helpless and as if he didn't know when would be the end of his fate, people even felt that he was a dumb. He was a man without memory and self, he couldn't remember his past and had no future. But as soon as he spoke or sang, the entire river of hell danced along with his voice, the waves fluttered along with the rhythm of the song, the river was quiet when he was peaceful, the great waves surged when he sang loudly, and there were undercurrents when he was gloomy. He was summoned, arrived at the gate of hell, the huge boat of the soul moored under the steps of the gates of hell. There were people here and there above the steps. Thousands of dead souls were in a daze as they stepped down, dived into the Styx, they were devoured as the waves swept. Above the steps stood a row of more than 10 people, the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, who guarded the gates of hell, stood behind them. More than 10 of them were hidden under dark cloaks, in addition to that, they even used witchcraft to hide their mind power fluctuations and soul imprints, as if they were afraid of others recognizing them. However, from the presence of a few on the scene, they were possessing items imprinted with God the Death. If there weren't any mythical objects for concealment, the power of divine fluctuations would have long shot up into the sky. They were the masters of other layers of 9 levels of hells, the most loyal servant of God the Death. And a few others, under the long sleeves, from the bone rings wore on their hands, it was obvious that they were the organization of ghost wizards which was suppressed and annihilated by the god nearly 1,000,000 years ago. They were the members of the City of Bones. Look at those dazzling golden pupils! Floza excitedly bolted down the steps. He was thrilled to see the man who was steering the boat of the soul. The last bloodline of the Golden King, the blood of the oldest king, the owner of the sword of the king, he's reduced to such a state. Floza's tone was dramatic, and it looked like he was performing a stage play. Bam! The soul-eating goat devil, Haim inserted the huge soul-eating steel fork under the slate. He was still disgruntled as he spoke. Why did you choose this guy? He cheated me in the past. This guy is my enemy. Floza immediately explained, Lin Ahenitan was the most advantageous contender for the god of earth and war, the true god's position once belonged to him. He's at the mythical level that has survived since ancient times, we need his help. Of course. Floza changed his voice, he's the only one who is aware of a way to ascend to the position of a true god. He's aware of the taboo knowledge such as the world tree and the god's cornerstone. Except for the 17 true gods, no one will ever know what the world tree is and let alone what's a god's cornerstone. And Lin Ahenitan knows clearly that we can only know the mysteries with his help. To know what a true god is. At the mention of the true god, there was a strong greedy glow which bolted from Floza's gaze, and his hands were trembling even under his robe. Floza clenched his fist, turned back and looked at everyone, he angrily said, 10,000 years. 17 true gods are in control of the world for 10,000 years. The world created by the Creator, this crystal wall system belongs to everyone. Not just a group of others. The 17 true gods are high above, enslaving all beings, oppressing us and suppressing us. Who gave them the right? What allowed them to occupy the position of true gods and we can only become slaves to their servants? But, from now on, it's different, we're going to tell them, tell everyone in the world. Floza tiptoed and he was excited as he yelled at everyone frantically. Era. From now on, we're entering a new era. We'll pull the true god, which is labeled as eternal immortality, from the god's cornerstones, and we'll destroy the so-called indelible divine kingdom and shoot the stars down from the sky. More than 10 powerful existences, their bodies were emitting an intense brilliance, although not said, but all could feel a kind of indignant and anger was burning, even the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, there were flames in its scarlet eyes. As everyone roared, more than 10 of them stood in a circle, as if they had formed a huge energy loop. Darkness devoured the earth beneath their feet as if it had formed an immense hole. An infinite amount of bone surged out from the earth, infinite numbers of bones, dead souls, evil spirits, death knights and skeletons surged out from the earth. All kinds of terrible dead creatures poured out of it, with no end in sight, a massive city of bones formed in the gates of hell. And the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, who guarded the gates of hell, unleashed the power of the gates of hell, cut and blocked all light and exploration. The Deathbringers who were guarding there, the servants to the god of death who were responsible for capturing souls, had long been killed. That region in hell had become a vacuum. No one had expected the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, who guarded the gates of hell, betrayed hell. Not to mention the several lords of other floors in hell also betrayed the god of death, including the Lord of Hell, Black Flame Bone Dragon, Mickey, who controlled the first layer of hell. Bones and hundreds of millions of undead continued to be integrated into City of Bones. It was akin to parts of the city, the corpse demons, bone dragons, devil wizards, souls corpse, those who had only existed in the myth and legend of the existence of dark and terror, had appeared. In the end, a city was made from undead, bones, flesh and blood, floated on the gates of hell. It was emitting intense fluctuations that obscure the connection between the son of the underworld and the earth. It was cut off, the relationship between the son of the underworld and the Styx. Clarence. It's your turn. More than 10 powerful people, who stood on top of the City of Bones, looked at the earth like a burning gaze. A level 7 king of the dead who was in a black robe, walked down the steps. He was emitting a monstrous pillar of soul fire. It was as if he was walking through 2 isolated worlds. He crushed the space barrier and boarded the boat of the soul. Then he reached out and took over the long bone pole from the boatman, Lin A. Heniton. Chapter 435, The Ancient Secrets. The massive boat of soul moored under the stairway of the gate of hell, the boat which represented death was lit up with lights. But the light was about to be extinguished. Clarence, the level 7 king of the dead, desperately grabbed the bone oars away from hell's boatman. The bony claws of the undead creature interlaced with the strong arms of hell's boatman under his robe. Immediately, thick black smoke was emitted from the body of the boatman of the Styx and was instilled into the body of the king of the dead, Clarence. The sky was pervaded with black smoke. It was as if the dark clouds were crashing down. Smoke was constantly gushing out from the boatman's eyes, mouth, ears, and it was absorbed by the king of the dead, Clarence. Ah! That scream originated from the painful torture and depravity of the soul. Even a master of the undead army was roaring in pain. His bone body was quivering and was constantly swaying. His robe was as if it had been eroded by time. It had turned into a broken black hole, and the darkness was instilled into the robe, covered his face and soul, concealed his past and cut off his future. La la la. La la. Ah. 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 La la. And the boatman of the Styx put down his oars. He was bewildered as he walked down the boat of the soul. While he walked, he was humming songs. He looked like a madman beggar on the roadside. As he stepped down from the boat of the soul, his black robe gradually disappeared. He revealed his face underneath. He was a tall and strong man with semi-orc's characteristics. He was wearing decadent armor and crowns. The gorgeous gems on his head, under the erosion of the years, were broken. The gold was dim and dark. He slowly raised his head. In the center of his golden pupils, a faint light flickered. He was the symbol of the first king's bloodline. A flame was gradually burning in his eyes. Lin A. Heniton looked at his hands, which were filled with calluses and bruises. He held his hands high and looked into the sky through his fingers. A dark sun shone on the whole world, and a huge city of bones floated on the gates of hell. Ha ha! Lin A. Heniton grinned with delight. He grinned while he shook his head. He squinted, his nose was crumpled together and his shoulders constantly shrugged, as if he had seen a ridiculous farce or a funny mime. He was laughing uncontrollably. Then tears burst out from Lin A. Heniton's eyes. I'm finally free. Just then, the City of Bones in the sky crashed down and numerous dead souls in the city let out a terrible howl. More than 10 lords of death from the clouds were overlooking the earth. They were staring at Lin A. Heniton. The huge City of Bones was made with the manufacturing methods of the floating space city, and merged with the power of more than 10 level 7 mythical existences. The radiances of the divine artifacts were flickering and they were merely a step away from reaching a level 8 mythical floating space city. The City of Bones could be transformed into an unrivaled presence, one which could compete against true God, when the owner of the City of Bones, Floza, became a level 8. Floza looked at Lin and said, His Majesty Lin, King of the great ancient kingdom of Aheniton, the bloodline of the original king, the owner of the Sword of the King. The most distinguished man of the whole world. It's an honor to meet you. Floza, who was deeply respectful of the royal bloodline and those who were born in an aristocratic family, seemed to have a special admiration for Lin A. Heniton. Lin's gaze was composed. He had lost the once invincible, greedy, and strong competitiveness. He had gone through a sharp vicissitudes of fate. He looked to the front of the vast and endless Styx. For 10,000 years, he was on that Styx and he led the world's dead soul, no matter how powerful, how brilliant, as long as the name was on God of Death's book, they would eventually set foot on his boat of the soul and headed reluctantly to the kingdom of the God of Death. The memory of the last 10,000 years and the glory of the past were gradually recalled by Lin, and all the stories of those who were on his boat. And upon hearing Floza's words, Lin Ahenitan seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing, and he looked at Floza in surprise. The most distinguished man of the whole world? Ha 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 ha! The most distinguished man of the whole world? Ha 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 ha! It was long before Lin looked up at Floza and asked, "Have you ever seen the Son of God, the children of the oldest Creator? Do you?" At the mention of that, Lin was trembling from head to toe. He was outraged. His crazy roar revealed a strong reluctance and helplessness. The positions of true gods were merely toys that are easily ditched away and worthless in others' perspective. When you had done everything, given up everything but still not getting what you wanted, do you know that feeling? What first king? What golden bloodline? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's all just a plaything in someone else's hand. Lin looked furiously into the sky, his expression was contorted like a devil. Gave in your all, no matter how unwilling you are, at the very last, you can only wait your fate to befall on you. We're the chess pieces that are played with. Those who don't accept the arrangement and roll as chess pieces, what awaits them was a fate of being thrown away. Those lords of death who were looking at Lin Ahenitan from the top didn't understand what he was saying. But they felt that, under the imprisonment of hundreds of millions of years, Lin Ahenitan had completely gone mad. Lin Ahenitan said nothing more. He stretched out his right hand and condensed a stone slab on top of his palm. On the front of the stone slab, it was engraved with a complete world tree model template, and rules of God's cornerstone of the 17 true gods. On the back of the stone slab, the world's largest taboo was written. It was the way to ascend to the position of true God and ways to condense the divinity of true gods. It was an ordinary stone slab, but because it was carved with a pattern of taboo knowledge, it seemed like it had gained the power of the whole world. A golden brilliance slowly bloomed from the stone slab, and at last, it converged into a strong beam of radiance which dyed the sky into a golden brilliance, and vanished only a long time after. And just then, all the people in the City of Bones were excited, they were trembling. The legend of the past million years, the existence which caused countless people to hunt and comb for, the taboo knowledge that was sealed by the gods, the way to become a true god, and all was now presented before them. The World Tree. It's the World Tree model template. A Lord of Death was shrouded in a grey mist. He forgot to suppress his power because of his excitement, and a fierce mythical power storm swept out. It's the way to condense divinity. As long as we've a way to condense divinity, we'll attain level 8. We'll have the qualification to compete for the position of a true god. Take it. Give it to me. A bone dragon roared wildly. Give it to me. Give me. The owner of the City of Bones, Floza, gazed at the stone slab on Lin Ahenitan's hand. He was transformed into a giant mythical body. Under the support of the City of Bones, he had turned into a 1,000-kilometer-tall giant made with black smoke and flame. He leaned straight down from the sky and looked at Lin Ahenitan with his eyes. His black smoked palms were twinkling with excitement. He had been waiting for the opportunity for 7 or 8,000 years, and he was finally given an opportunity. Give. Give me. Lin Ahenitan's eyes revealed a tinge of contemptuous, and the stone slab which was glowing with a golden radiance was thrown out. It was as if he had thrown away a piece of garbage. Yours. Lin Ahenitan walked up the steps and went to the gates of hell. He tried to return to the core world through that door. Just then, a huge soul-eating steel fork stuck onto the ground. A strong flame was produced as it rubbed against the ground. A pair of bloodthirsty pupils and a monster with long sheep legs and horns was staring at Lin Ahenitan. Haim looked angrily at Lin, who had fooled him in the past. Do you think it's that easy to leave? His bloody mouth spewed out a dark red hellfire. Impossible. Lin Ahenitan looked at the soul-eating goat devil. Haim, when I was a boatman, I once stood next to the ancient god of death, and I heard about your secret. Lin grinned, as if he had thought of something amusing. Haim? Do you want to hear it? Or should I address you as Ankh Pujuot, High Priest? Chapter 436, The Drastic Change in Hell. There was a drastic change happening in Hell. The first layer of the 9 levels of Hell had gathered nearly half of the masters from each layers of the 9 levels of Hell, and the huge City of Bones was hovering in the sky. And infinite undead creatures from the far distance were darting over. Evil spirits from the depths of Hell were surging over. They were there to see the King of the Dead who was standing on top of the City of Bones. For 10,000s of years, those who were constantly banished to the depths of Hell, suppressed in Hell, one by one, they had awakened, recovered, and crawled up from the earth. The dark ghosts, who were hundreds of meters tall, squealed, herds of female demons roared through the grey clouds of hell, and giant bone dragons circled the sky with flying monsters. Skeleton masters, who were holding bone staffs, carried thousands of undead who were crawling out from the ashes, and the death knights carried their own heads and summoned their nightmare's steed. Riots of the undead creatures could be seen everywhere on the earth, batches of them came from different layers of the 9 levels of hell, they even crossed the Styx to reach there. They kneeled in front of the gate of hell to see the master of the undead. The great movement could no longer be concealed, and the bells of 9 levels of hell rang from inside of the palace of the god of death, it echoed throughout hell. Hundreds of millions of god of death's servants poured out from several cities of soul, they held onto the soul sickle and went all out. The remaining few lords of the 9 levels of hell, who hadn't yet betrayed god of death, they led their families, subordinates, and the legion of death and were fully prepared for the battle. Within the star kingdoms, the gods were holding a conference about the Black Sea Bitwall. 17 true gods' great bodies descended on the divine floating island, it was as if 17 mountains were glowing with intense brilliance. The rules and symbols of the gods' cornerstones, which represented their power, were revolving around them. And just then, the god of death, Ketesus, who was sitting on the divine throne and was holding onto the sickle of God, he suddenly raised his head and was in a shock when he looked down towards the earth. His eyes looked through the layers of space, endless heavens, through the core world, and to the kingdom belonged to death. He heard the bells from the kingdom of death. The gate of hell. The so-called magnificent god of death, the master of hell, Ketesus, is just your servant. Lin Ahenaton stood and danced under the gates of hell. Everyone was listening to his story, a story from tens of thousands years ago, the origin of the Temple of Sky. Legends and stories belonged to the high priest Ankh-Pujuot from the Temple of Sky. Once you were the master of Ketesus, and now, ha ha ha, now. You're a watchdog of Ketesus. A dog of Ketesus. Ha 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 ha. Ankh-Pujuot. What a cruel fate. What a strong twist. It's just like a cheap and old play, you're a ridiculous clown who is being played around. Lin Ahenaton couldn't stand it any longer, he burst out laughing and ridiculed the soul-eating goat devil, Haim. As if that could let him forgot about his pain, forgot about all of his own stories. Ankh-Pujuot. The soul-eating goat devil, Haim, who was holding a soul-eating steel fork, now had his hands down. He muttered to himself. The name was a long-lost name for him. Haim stood under the gates of hell. When the huge body and the tall gates of hell combined together, it represented the entrance to hell. For tens of thousands of years, the gate of hell and the monster, the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, who watched over the gates of hell were connected together, it was an inseparable existence. Even Haim had forgotten about his past, forgotten all about himself, and all the glory and identity that belonged to him. I'm the devil god, Haim, who guards the gates of hell. No. I'm. Just then, the greed, desire and killing spree gradually faded away in Haim's scarlet eyes, he had become clear and sober. I'm Ankh-Pujuot. I'm the high priest of the Temple of Sky. I'm God's favorite high priest, his chosen spokesman. I'm an apostle of God and an original follower of the Lord. Ankh-Pujuot looked at his hands, only to see a pair of ugly monster's claws appeared in his eyes. He was appalled as he touched his face, it was a grisly face with a sheep's horn. No. No. This isn't me. Ankh-Pujuot's hands shook violently. This is not me. He roared angrily, from his bloody mouth, he spewed out a blazing flame. He looked to the left and right with shock, and he saw the gates of hell he had guarded for thousands of years. He saw the massive city of bones, there were monsters running on the earth, and finally he looked up to see the eternal sun of the underworld. He stretched out his hand and reached towards the sun which represented hell and death. Is this your choice? No. It's not like that, why am I in this situation? He roared furiously and he dared not believe what he saw. He didn't believe that he was like a dog that stood in front of the gate of hell, guarded the door of the kingdom of death. At last he looked at the boundless Styx, along Styx, and all the way down the depths of hell, he saw the palace of the god of death, it was as if he could see the figure with a huge black robe that was holding the sickle of God. Just then, he could no longer endure. His anger, jealousy, and hatred gushed into his head. The feud of the past tens of thousands of years was now all vented into a word. It was as if he had used all his power to holler his name, his tremble rose from the solace of his feet to his face, his expression was twisted and contorted, flames was burning on his body, the huge flame lit the whole gate of hell and dyed the sky red. Ketasus. The soul-eating goat devil, Haim, crushed down from the gates of hell. The bond between the son of the underworld and the gates of hell which had trapped him was cut off. He had easily crashed the binding force and stepped into the vast Styx. He waved his steel fork, spewed flames, and ran desperately towards to the depths of hell. He was completely mad. He didn't care about anything. He wanted to vent all his years of indignant anger and resentment. Ketasus. His voice echoed madness. He was trembling, and the strong flame evaporated the water in Styx. Thousands of undead burned into black ashes in the flame. He transformed into a giant which was thousands of meters tall, trampled onto Styx with his enormous body and marched into the next level of hell. Lin Ahenitan looked at Ankh-Pujuot. He knew he was so much more miserable than Ankh-Pujuot's circumstances and experiences, and he had suddenly lost all motivations of mocking Lin Ahenitan. It was because he felt he wasn't just mocking Ankh-Pujuot, he was mocking at himself. It was because he was no different from Ankh-Pujuot. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Lin Ahenitan was in a daze. He took off the decaying crown on his head, and flicked it gently. He saw the jewels on it shattered into dust. When he recollected his past, he found that everything had been concealed by time, all the memories had become history, and he had turned into merely a legend. Everything there was no longer the world he was familiar with, it had only given him humiliation, pain, and regret. I'm leaving this world. Even if it was the era when the Creator was gone, he wouldn't want to stay there again. Lin Ahenitan lost all his interest and motivation. He walked through the gates of hell, and disappeared from the kingdom of death. In the sky, Floza was holding onto the gold-colored stone slate. It was the World Tree model template and a god's cornerstone. He was surrounded by patches of symbols that represented the divinity of the god of death, and it was revolving around the city of bones. Ha 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 ha! Divinity! This is divinity! I can feel it. That's what we've been looking for, the true meaning of death. This is death. Millions of symbols revolved around the city of bones like a galaxy, and finally, as Floza burst out an untamed laugh, all the symbols converged into a black flame that ignited the sky and clouds. I'm the master of death. Floza crushed the stone slate of the World Tree model template, and it was integrated into the flame and the sky. Floza opened his pale and bloody mouth. The flame crazily poured into his mythical body. The entire city of bones was fused with him. There was an unprecedented undead creature, a massive and enormous mythical life appeared in hell. Chapter 437, The God of Death has arrived. Lord of Death. I'm the Master of Death. The earth-shaking roar shot out from the first layer of hell, and the call from the owner of the city of bones, Floza, resonated throughout the hell. His voice was as if it could penetrate the space barrier. The level 8 city of bones was gradually formed in the sky. It used infinite dead spirits as cornerstone, exhausted the power of the first layer of hell, CTHE power of Floza and more than 10 mythical lords. The mythical power of level 8 was palpable in the sky. The dead creatures above the earth were all kneeling down, whether it was the witches who were howling, the fearsome devil witch, the soul's corpse that emitted a massive black smoke that shot up to the sky, or the death knights who were leading tens of thousands of core of the undead. In that moment, all within sight was kneeling down in front of Floza. They knelt down under the great city of bones. No one dared to resist, and no dead spirit dared to look up at them. The city of bones, which was imitated from a floating space city, was undergoing a drastic change in that moment. The bones which were stacked on top of each other were wriggling and merging. The bone heaven's ring was bred in the bones. The heart of the dead spirit was a version of the magic machine. It was crazily devouring all the dead creatures around, and finally it stimulated its blood, as if the heart was beating, supported the entire level 8 city of bones in its operation. The divinity was akin to a mythical template of a level 8, it was integrated into Floza's body, and helped him took the final leap, but he was only a level 8 when he was in Maria's world. If he left Maria's world, his power would fall quickly, and the power which he acquired from the world would quickly dissipate. Incorporating the divinity of death also represented his declaration of war with the god of death, Ketasus. It was the battle for the position of gods and the battle of their powers. They would fight to the end. The mythical territory of the god of death struck from the sky. It enveloped the vast and sprawling city of bones. The light of the rules surged, and it engaged all of the core of the undead. Several towers of the dead spirit rose from the city of bones. The top of the tower of the dead was burning in flames, and it was like a lighthouse which guided all the dead spirits. Hundreds of millions of dead spirits roared and circled in the sky. They roared and shrieked around the tower of the dead. One after another, the figures of the Lords of the Dead Spirit rose from the Tower of the Dead Spirit. One after another, they protected and guarded the master of the City of Bones, Floza, who was in the central. The mythical body of terror carried the power of darkness, death, pain, and evil, and looked at the earth. They set their sights on the entire hell. Declare war with God of Death. The terrifying mythical demoness opened her bloody mouth and made a sharp sound. The air waves toppled the clouds. Will control death. The bone dragon spread its dark wings and roared on the Tower of the Dead Spirit. Be a true master of hell. The mythical devil wizard waved. They saw the power of the plague. The crows were circling, and the hordes of the dead were moving around his mythical body and the Tower of the Dead Spirit. The huge City of Bones was akin to a real boundless city in the sky. It stretched out hundreds of miles, and it was hard to see its end. Finally, the City of Bones was seen moving. It hit towards the end of Styx, and the divine territory of the god of death evaporated the entire Styx. Then, it crushed the entrance to the next layer of hell as it destroyed the surrounding space. The City of Bones crushed everything, and in an irresistible manner, it bolted towards the depths of hell. Billions core of the undead followed closely behind the City of Bones. They headed for the next layer of hell, where infinite legion of death and the servants of God of Death were waiting for their arrival before their imminent war. The evil god. He has arrived. Standing at the top of the City of Soul, a Deathbringer in a black robe who was holding a bone staff looked into the distant sky. Made entirely of huge bones, the City of Bones was wriggling and crashing. It occupied the entire sky, carried along dark clouds, and the power of death swept across the sky and killed thousands of Deathbringers and saints of God of Death in the sky. Above the earth, there was an infinite number of core of the undead. They were covering the earth like ants. They had subdued and destroyed several cities of soul on the earth. Its terrifying power made others shuddered. Deep in hell, chaos could be seen everywhere. The core of the undead were fighting in all places. They could see the power of death since ancient times, the horrible monsters and dead spirits which had evolved, and the dead creatures that had been banished from the core world to the world of death for thousands of years. They were all rioting. The insurgency of the lords from the depths of the 9 levels of hells weighed heavily on the other end of the scale. And at that moment, the guardian of the gates of hell, the mighty soul-eating goat devil, Heim, crossed the earth like a madman and headed towards the depths of hell. He had transformed its mythical body into thousands of meters tall. When he stepped onto the City of Soul, soul-eating flame would blast which instantly ignited the city, and burned thousands of souls and Deathbringers into ashes. The giant steel fork of the soul-eating goat devil, Heim, penetrated any saints of the god of death in front of him, and swallowed them down with a mouthful. Flames was surging in his gigantic mouth. One could hear the saints shrieked in his flames. He penetrated one layer after another, and he finally reached the final city of Kirmu, the 8th layer of hell. That was a city that accommodated an immeasurable quantity of believers of God of Death. Above the defense walls, one could see numerous evil souls wailing in pain. The city had a bottomless abyss and bridges. As long as one crossed over there, one could reach the temple of Death God and meet the great master of hell. And it was Mork, the son of God of Death, Ketesus, who guarded the city. Ketesus led Mork to hell after his death. At the same time, Mork was also the side god of Death. He controlled the powerful divine artifact named as the Book of the Dead. The soul-eating goat devil, which was akin to a giant beast, crossed the land of death as the surrounding land trembled like an earthquake. He stepped through the abyss of sin. He darted towards Ram. He was in madness, hatred, and contempt when he crashed onto him. And from within the city, 1,000 meters tall of mythical shadow donned in his black robe and gold lining emerged. It slowly stood up. Holding the Book of the Dead that exuded the glory of divine power, he pressed towards the soul-eating goat devil, Heim. A blaspheme act. You must be annihilated. The Book of the Dead connected to the entire hell, and the power of the rules of death surged wildly towards Mork's hands. The soul-eating goat devil, Heim, who was unrivaled all the way, was immediately enveloped by the Book of the Dead. The great mythical body was akin to a piece of paper people which was crushed into one of the pages of the Book of the Dead. But just then, the shadow of the City of Bones appeared in the sky. The level 8 mythical City of Bones was like a hammer. It broke layers and layers of passageways, from the first layer of hell directly into there, and they carried an infinite core of the undead which swept the entire world of death. Standing in the middle of the City of Bones, Floza looked at Mork and gave a scornful laugh. You're the only one left. As soon as his voice stopped, more than 10 towers of the dead spirit were activated, the mythical territory of the City of Bones, the undead version of the Annihilation elemental artillery was revealed under the City of Bones, the attack crossed a distance of tens of thousands of miles and directly towards Mork. The Death Annihilation. The radiance scraped the earth, the attack implied outright death annihilation. When the radiance shone onto anything, everything was destroyed, the earth was in complete decomposition under the radiance, only a terrible abyss of the huge ditch was left. Mork, who was holding the Book of the Dead and was sealing the soul of the soul-eating goat devil, he instantly raised his head, his black pupils were left with that horrible light of the dead spirit which was devouring everything. At the same time, the soul of the soul-eating goat devil, who was in the seal, was fiercely struggling. He escaped from the Book of the Dead. The mythical body which was kilometer-tall twisted and stood up from the Book of the Dead, he held onto his soul-eating steel fork and stabbed towards Mork's chest. Even the monsters who had been banished into hell for thousands of years hadn't seen such a real horror, only the astral war that had taken place before could they witness a glimpse of such a power. Thousands of souls in the city of Kirmo looked up and they were in disbelief. They saw the Son of God, Mork, was going through a desperate situation, and even when he held a divine artifact, Book of the Dead, he couldn't avoid his death. The steel fork of the soul-eating goat devil, was close to Mork's chest, and the light of the dead spirit was within reach. The soul-eating goat devil, burst out in his mad laugh, as if to see the god of death's agony upon knowing the death of his son. His bloody pupils were full of arrogance and his anger was slightly appeased. In the far distance, infinite monsters from the core of the undead also revealed an expression of expectant. It was a rare scene to witness the death of a son of God. The lords of the dead spirit on the tower of the dead spirit were also laughing insanely. Mork seemed to have a glimpse of his fate, but he didn't give in at all. He looked ahead, his pupils were in contact with the light of the dead spirit. Then he said in a composed manner, "A blaspheme act. All must be annihilated." At the mention of that, the sky suddenly darkened, and the whole world lost all forms of light, as if the sun of the underworld had disappeared. Time seemed to have stalled, the action of the soul-eating goat devil, instantly paused, and the speed of the light of the dead spirit had slowed down. A figure which one couldn't see its end appeared in the sky, his black robes dropped, it was like cloud iridescence in the sky, it concealed almost everything. The figure of terror seemed to be integrated with the entire hell, the huge hell couldn't even tolerate his body and could only reveal a part of his form. "Only when I grant it. The world will own death." A massive hand fell from the sky and caught the light of the dead spirit out of thin air. The great hand of the god brushed and erased all traces of life forms above the earth. God of Death, Ketasus, had arrived. Chapter 438, Red Poppies. The black curtain of light enveloped the whole world, obscured the sun of the underworld in the sky, and the whole world plunged into total darkness. But at that moment, all living creatures in hell looked up into the sky and they knew that it wasn't a curtain of light, but it was the robe of the god of death, the true master of hell, Ketasus. The sky was blazing with two flames, the light was dazzling and shining on the earth. It was the eyes of God of Death, covered by a black cloak which obscured the face of the god of death. It admonished all life forms that he was in existence whereby no one could peer at. He turned his head and looked City of Bones in the sky. The City of Bones carried hundreds of millions of core of the undead which occupied the entire land. The mythical light of a level 8 mythical city of the dead swept across more than half of the sky, and the mythical rule of death was affecting the power of hell. More than 10 great mythical bodies rose from the tower of the dead spirit, and they were in confrontation with God of Death who was in the sky. It was a rebellion that spread throughout hell, and almost all of the forces in the 9 levels of hells declared their dissatisfaction and hatred for God of Death, Ketasus, and were waging a battle for his divine position. They were trying to dethrone him from the eternal throne of a true God. But at that moment, the god of death arrived without support. He only revealed his usual appearance but was already at the top of the world. He had suppressed all others. The aura of terror and majesty had oppressed all core of the undead and the City of Bones from straightening their backs. The god of death looked down at the earth, without saying a word. Under the cohesion of his power and majesty, all the dead creatures trembled. More than 10 of the level 7 mythical lords of the dead spirit, under his oppression, they even recalled their fear of him. Are we really a lord who could resist death? No one has succeeded in tens of thousands years. This is a true god, one of the oldest and most powerful gods, God of Death. And just then, the owner of the City of Bones, Floza, roared angrily, "Have you forgotten our pain and suffering over the years? Have you forgotten our misery when the 17 true gods suppressed and oppressed us? Have you forgotten about our agreements and dreams? A giant shadow of 10,000 meters emerged from the city of bones, and it gradually condensed into a substantial being, a human-shaped body of a god, which was fuming in black smoke and flowing with flames inside, floated above the city of bones. The great mythical body was above the clouds of the sky. He was like a giant pillar which ran through heaven and earth, and his eyes were locked onto God of Death, Ketesus. Today. This is the time. Now. Let us break through this decadent world. Our will and strength are unstoppable. Hundreds of millions of core of the undead hollered a reluctant roar, within their pupils and skulls were burning with a blazing flame. Even in face of God of Death who controlled death, the legendary God of Death, Ketesus, they nevertheless voiced out their own desire. Break through this decadent world. Several lords of the dead spirit followed after him and hollered with their sharp cries. Unstoppable. Numerous dead knights ran with tens of thousands of horses across the earth and canal and headed for the city of Kirmu. Ketesus. The time has changed. It's a new era now. Floza was looking resentful as he looked to the sky. It was the anger of every dead creature against the Master of Death, his unwillingness that his own destiny was controlled by another. I'm going to attack all the decadent and depraved gods. Get rid of everyone from their superior positions. The city of bones quickly launched its attacks. Floza activated his mythical body. His twisted body, which was fuming in black smoke, was targeting God of Death, Ketesus. He was using himself as a cannon. He activated the power of the mythical rules and bombarded God of Death, Ketesus. The intense red flame burst out from the mythical body of Floza. It set off waves of thousands of miles and illuminated the whole world. The radiance pierced through the clouds, through the sky, through the 8th and 7th layers of hell, and all the way towards God of Death, Ketesus. The God of Death, Ketesus, raised his hand. He pressed onto the earth, his huge palms brushed through the clouds, and the flames which was surging was pressed down. The strong explosion on the earth set off a sandstorm which drowned out everything. The hand of the gods landed from the sky, destroyed everything, and annihilated every little thing. It had given Floza a big blow. The giant palms were pressed directly on top of the huge city of bones. It was as large as a continent in the sky. Along with the mythical body of Floza, all was pressed down onto the earth of death and was crushing down from the sky. The intense level 8 mythical territory spread. It was resisting the divine power of God of Death, Ketesus, but the power of rule, in his oppression, continued to fall apart, and was about to disintegrate. How can it be? How can it be? I'm a level 8 too. I own the divinity of death too. I've the support of hundreds of millions of the undead, more than 10 lords of the dead spirit and a city of bones. Why? Floza roared frantically towards the sky. His mythical body, which was shot down from the clouds, was struggling. An infinite mythical death witchcraft bolted and smashed towards the sky. A strong force erupted from the entire city of bones. The light of the dead spirit frantically pounded towards the sky. It was retaliating against the God of Death, Ketesus. Just then, the God of Death, Ketesus, stretched out the other hand. The presence of death and the entire hell suddenly shook. The dead creatures of the entire hell all irresistibly kneeled to the ground. All saw a giant sickle of God appeared in the sky. It went through several layers of hell and came crashing down. It was the power of God of Death left by the first God of Death. It was the symbol of the God of Death, and it was a present given by the legendary creator. Wherever the sickle of God had passed, all living and dead creatures would be devoured, and as it fell from the sky, the rules and divinity of death in the city of bones were constantly being torn and ripped. The entire city of bones was struggling from its imminent collapse, and at last when it was completely intolerable, the whole city fell apart. After the disintegration of the mythical body of Floza, he was reduced to a body of soul's corpse which dropped from the clouds. The entire city of bones shattered into pieces. He looked into the sky during his fall, only to see the sickle of God which had occupied his sight. Is this the true God? And the legendary sickle of the death god? The divine artifact of death came crashing down, and then in Floza's disbelief, everything had fallen into darkness. Billions of core of the undead collapsed in a flash. As the sickle of the death god waved through the earth, everything decomposed in face of death. Those monsters that were previously hidden in all corners and spaces of hell, had now gathered together, and were in its own destruction. The sandstorm above the earth subsided slowly. It had calmed down. From the madness and clamour to a deathly silence, all had changed too fast. A grand rebellion with more than 10 mythical levels involved and billions of undead which had swept the earth. At last, it had all came to an end. God of Death, Ketasus, glanced across hell, he scrutinized at everything and took into account of everything. Did Lin Ahenitan escape? There's another one. The guardian of the gate of hell. Haim, the soul-eating goat devil. No. Now, he's Ankh-Pujuot. Chapter 439, The Outcome of Ankh-Pujuot. God of Death, Ketasus, waved and saw the original space of hell which was once torn apart. The cracks which were torn by the level 8 mythical city of bones, were slowly closing up. Several cities of souls recovered from the destruction and tens of thousands of Deathbringers, who were shrouded in darkness, emerged again. The order of hell was quickly restored, and the disorder of the rules was brought to stability by God of Death. The dead creatures and the souls of the dead in the 9 levels of hells all looked at the divine body of God of Death, Ketasus. They were shocked by the power of the God of Death. For his power of death and destruction, they were trembling upon seeing the power of a true God. This is the master of hell. A ghost, who stood at the side of Styx, was in a daze as it looked into the sky. The power of a true God is irresistible. The powerful presences who didn't participate in that war were crouching in the shadow of the hell's borders. They heaved a sigh of relief. The remaining dead spirits in the upper levels of hell were fleeing frenziedly above the earth, and the core of the undead beat a hasty retreat. Sickle of the Death God, Sickle of the Death God. Harvest death. Prey on spirit. Even the devil wizards, mythical, undead lords, can't escape the harvest of the sickle. The terrified skeleton masters, even if they had only half of its bodies left, they were still frantically fleeing into the distance. Deplorable. Tragic. Our resistance is like the struggle of the ants on earth when in front of a god, ridiculous. Vulnerable, ha ha ha, vulnerable. A defeated bones spirit from the depths of hell, fled to the banks of the Styx, watched his mythical power within his body which was constantly repairing his body and soul had no restoration effect. When he was hit by the sickle of the death god, he was doomed to die. The power of death finally devoured him, he was reduced to ashes as it fell into Styx. A total failure. As the order of hell was restored, the divine body of God, which covered the whole of hell, gradually dissipated in the sky. It had transformed into a black light which shot through the sky and fell above the core city of death, the city of Kirmu. Contrasted with the mighty power which caused a tremor in the world with just a wave of his hand and the divine shadow of the god which overturned the world, at that moment, Ketasus looked like an ordinary man. There wasn't a trace of divine fluctuation. He held onto a crutch, his body shape even appeared to be a little hunched back. But at that moment, thousands of dead spirits and saints in the city knelt on the ground, and the guardians of the city of Kirmu, the son of God, Mork, knelt in front of Ketasus to salute his father. Even the son of gods dared not look directly into Ketasus's face. The entire hell echoed the scriptures from the Book of the Dead from the Bible, and holy prayers and chants resonated in the city of Kirmu. Ketasus reached out, and the Book of the Dead flew up and fell into his hand. The palm, which was filled with ravines, flipped through the pages of the book, and saw a huge monster sprang out of the book. A thick black smoke poured into the sky. It was hundreds of meters tall. Che only revealed half of his body. The monster was roaring madly, he was struggling to lean down, revealed his bloody mouth and bite towards God of Death, Ketasus. Intense hatred and pain were surging in his pupils. Ketasus. The name of the god was called out, word by word, as if each call was the world's most vicious curse. Haim recklessly pounced on God of Death, Ketasus. His huge body seemed to be in stark contrast to the old man in a black robe and who was on a crutch. But Ketasus looked up, his eyes calmly fixated on the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, and Haim's movements suddenly stalled. His threatening gestures were paused, his bloody mouth with flames surging was facing Ketasus, and he waved his soul-eating steel fork which was only a meter away from Ketasus. The black robe was fluttering and a palm was gently lifted. Under the gaze of Ketasus, all the support from hell, the soul-eating fire, the divine power were peeled off from his body. The large head of the soul-eating goat devil dissipated into smoke and his steel forks was reduced to gravel as it spilled onto the earth. The body of the huge monster gradually vanished. As he lost all power, a little of the soul-eating goat devil, Haim, original appearance was revealed. A figure fell from the sky and above the defense wall of the city of Kirmu. It was a short-haired, thin, middle-aged man with a distinctive exotic Batko's appearance. There was a slight difference with the descendant 1,000 years later. He was full of quaint aura, dressed in the gorgeous high priest's robe of the Temple of Sky. He was looking noble, which revealed his former identity. Ankh Pujuot slowly crawled up from the ground. Although he had lost all his power, he had completely regained his sanity. He looked at Ketasus with hatred in his eyes. He stood face to face in front of him, a deaf slave who had been at his feet, slept with horses, the most inferior slave, but at that moment, he had become a supreme god. The wind blew through Ketasus's hood and revealed the old and vicissitudes face below. His gaze was cold and without any feelings, there was no enthusiasm and excitement. Contrasted to the youthful Ketasus he last saw in the past, the enthusiastic and determined young man, the current Ketasus who was old-fashioned and one who abided to regulations, were like two different men. In the past, he was a practical idealist, but now he was like a guardian of the ghosts. Ankh Pujuot, who had thousand curses and resentments, had now turned speechless. You. Ha 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 ha, in the past, you even judged me in the name of justice. Ankh Pujuot held his face and his fingers were cut into his flesh, but he still laughed uncontrollably. Look at you. Look at you. How are you different from me? You're even more disgusting than I am. More despicable. Look. Look at him. This is the supreme god. Ankh Pujuot yelled to his surroundings, but no one dared to respond. Ketasus finally spoke. His voice was dry, and that voice, which was emotionless for tens of thousands of years, was filled with emotion at that moment. What do a person like you know? Ankh Pujuot smiled and turned his head. He looked at the city of Kirmu, as if he could see the shadow of the city of Pujuot. He stood above the defense wall to see the black land outside the city. The sun of the underworld was about to set, it would soon set under the horizon. The original dimly lit hell, which had grey-black and blood-red as the main color tone, was about to sink completely into darkness. The whole world was quiet, no one dared to say a word. It was as if only Ketasus and Ankh Pujuot were the two main characters left. At last, he stared at the sun of the underworld. He lowered his head, which he was always unwilling to concede defeat. He had never refused to bow. Yes. What do I know? I know nothing. Why? As Ankh Pujuot spoke, his body was constantly shuddering, the veins above his neck stood out, his face turned red. Why? His 5 facial features were tangled together, he was crying as he spoke, his gaze revealed confusion and turmoil. I'm devoted. All my faith. At the very end, all I received is this outcome. Ankh Pujuot's face was full of tears, and he roared angrily, all I received is this outcome. Master! This is truly unfair. This is truly unfair. Ankh Pujuot leaped down from the defense wall of the city of Kirmu and fell into the terrible abyss of death. When the deepest, darkest, and most sinful snake twisted its body, opened its bloody mouth, it swallowed Ankh Pujuot in one bite. Chapter 440, A New Start. The star-rotating half-bitwall was a half-bitwall which was incompletely evolved, or it could be said that all half-bitwalls weren't perfectly evolved, but the star-rotating half-bitwall was even more unstable. Its interior didn't even have the rules of gravity, there was no light, temperature, water, and life, there was nothing. On the inside, there were boulders which were constantly colliding, a large number of stones in different sizes were revolving around the largest stone. After Maria's world captured that half-bitwall 2000 years ago, it was being transformed since then. Over the years, divine kingdoms of Maria's world had formulated a perfect procedure for the transformation and use of the half-bitwall, mana floating island, simple floating device, yarn of light, magic crystal tower, sea crystal, and all kinds of technology were developed. There were generation after generation of clergy coming forward to assume various roles. The clergy of goddess of harvest cultivated plants, the clergy of god of the sea created water sources, the clergy of the god of earth and war stabilized gravity, masters adjusted the atmosphere, temperature, air environment, and finally they had transformed the half-bitwall into a life-friendly world. Floating islands gathered and transformed into a continent, floating space ring stabilized gravity, water sources gathered into a sea, eventually it had created the current star-rotating half-bitwall. Of course, perhaps not many years later, one would have to call it the star-rotating continent. In the bitwall, a man who was in his black robe, who was looking as if he was in tough straits, he broke through several dimensional folds, it was as if he was randomly crashing through and he broke into the star-rotating half-bitwall. Lin A. Hanaton didn't expect that when he had wanted to enter the core world through the gates of hell, he was banished outside the bitwall by the rules of the core world. Those who were at the mythical levels weren't allowed to appear in the core world, it was an agreement signed by all gods in the past. He was 10,000 years lagging behind in time, he didn't know what were space magic and space anchoring detection, let alone how to guide and fix space coordinates. He didn't know how to ride a bitwall train developed by the Church of the God of Space and Exploration. After all, when he was alive, the Maria's world hadn't yet begun to explore bitwall, they didn't step out of astral world and there wasn't any half-bitwall and space witchcraft. The litters, turbulences, meteorites, spatial storms in the bitwall, although not enough and impossible to bring to Lin A. Heniton any life-threatening crisis, it had made him in tough straits. He was crashing and bumping. When he finally saw the existence of the star-rotating half-bitwall in the bitwall, he went straight into it. Through the yarn of light that was emitting a white radiance, through the atmosphere and white clouds, it shone onto the earth. Lin A. Heniton saw a huge city which was embedded in a magic crystal network. There were all kinds of airships crossing the sky, the ground was formed by stone transformation magic and had created a classical high-rise buildings made from stone which could be seen everywhere. Steam locomotives, trains, flying props, magical beasts, master towers and all kinds of technologies were seen in the city, projection witchcraft bloomed above the city. Divine incantations and alchemy props were used in all aspects of the city. Everything there was completely different from the world that Lin A. Heniton knew. Although he had heard the souls of the past talked about the changes in the world above, he didn't had a chance to see the changes. And when he was standing there, he truly understood that everything there didn't belong to him, and that the name of Lin A. Heniton was only a name written on history books, a distant and ancient king. Lin A. Heniton stood on top of the city's town square of gods, his torn and tattered black robe and his gaunt figure made him look like a tramp or a beggar. Lin walked around the square, and the children and couples on the other side were unwittingly avoiding the eccentric man. There were 17 statues of true gods on top of the square, but each had only a basic outline and a sacred sign which represented the gods, their faces were blurred. God of the Sea, Gina. Lord Torvald, Jonathan. Goddess of Steam and Machinery, Marina. Lin A. Heniton read out their names one after another, each of which made him recollected of his past, and the subsequent gods were basically his juniors. Goddess of Fate, Natasha. Lin was in a daze for a moment, and he looked down at the teachings on the cornerstone, and he immediately sneered, "How is this Goddess of Fate?" A woman in a black robe stood behind him, she looked like a believer of the Goddess of Fate, and she had been observing the eccentric man for a long time until he uttered words which desecrated God of her faith. She couldn't help it and voiced out, "Those who engage in the desecration of gods will be punished, especially the Goddess of Fate. Quickly pray for redemption from the Lord and ask for her forgiveness." Lin A. Heniton laughed, his head turned as if he was looking at her, "They're gods to all of you. For me, they're just people who are holding a greater power. You." Before she could finish her speech, she immediately saw that the man in front of her vanished. She was a professional, but she could sense nothing. Advanced professional. Lin A. Heniton walked around the star-rotating half-bitwall. He would spend half a month in the large library belonging to the three gods of civilization, and then observed the recent witchcraft in the Master Association. The change through the years was too great, much witchcraft which were unimaginable were now everywhere, in particular, space witchcraft and time dragon god who was capable of controlling time. Even Lin A. Heniton couldn't imagine their power. He stood above the square of the Church of the God of Space and Exploration, sometimes he could stand there for an entire day. He watched trains cross the tracks through the vortex of the portal and reached the distant world. They only needed a portal to cross infinite distance and space to reach another kingdom and world. Maria's world wasn't unique. In addition to the vast and boundless astral world, there were powerful wizard alliance, the abyss world, and the arcane world. Furthermore, they had constantly discovered half-bitwall in the astral world. There were even new worlds waiting for them to be discovered. In front of a portal, the major churches and large-scale bitwall construction unions began a new round of publicity. Development of Black Sea Bitwall. Recruiting professionals in level 4 and above. Before the Master Association, members of major construction unions used high salaries to hire middle professionals and advanced professionals. The development of Black Sea Bitwall, we're recruiting professionals in level 4 and above. Those who don't fit our criteria please do not come to us. The speakers in the square started a new round of bombardment. Black Sea Bitwall, our new home. The first development project is about to begin. The slogan was heard from the magic radio all day and seen in the sky from the projection. Lin A. Heniton looked at the portal. Black Sea Bitwall? A new half-bit wall. A few days later, Lin A. Henneton followed a caravan through the portal opened by the Church of the God of Space and Exploration to Black Sea Bitwall. Black Sea Bitwall was still wild and in the midst of development. Lin A. Henneton left Maria's world for the first time and headed to the depths of the astral world where he would begin his new story. Chapter 441, An Invitation from the Arcane Kingdom. Arcane's Calendar, 589. The First Astral War had ended nearly 600 years ago and the Arcane Kingdom had moved over and settled down for hundreds of years. With the exception of some older professionals, a new generation of the Arcane Kingdom had gradually forgotten about the Star Soul world, they only remember the Arcane world. If the most prominent feature in Star Soul world was their Star Soul, then the most important feature of the Arcane world was the world's guardian trees, or in the entire Arcane Kingdom, the biggest feature was a variety of trees. The world which belonged to the Arcane Kingdom could simply be called the World of Trees or the Sea of Trees. Whether it was the cities, mountains, valleys, flat lands, a variety of supernatural ancient trees could be seen everywhere, special marine trees could be seen on the sea floor. Even the sky cities which were floating in the sky were combined together with the arcane ancient tree as their core. And the fairyland garden which was developed in the Bitwall, not to mention, it was entirely created and supported by the arcane ancient tree, elemental ancient tree, farmer treants, and so on. After entering the Arcane Kingdom, if one wanted to find the main city of the Arcane Kingdom, as long as one looked at that world's guardian trees which were shooting into the clouds, all one had to do was to fly towards and through it. Each world's guardian tree was equivalent to a world's network host. Wherever it covered, those areas could be adjusted to modify the landscape and modify the environmental index. When the forces of all world's guardian trees were combined together, it could seal up the entire Bitwall and ban any existence from accessing it. Hence, when one entered the arcane world, one could feel everything there was akin to an extensive garden of art carved by man. It was beautiful, natural, fresh, elegant, whether it was the cities, mountains, or plains, each was the most beautiful scenery. Around the Tower of Heaven, there were 3 world's guardian trees. At the foot of the Tower of Heaven was the Fhardasil's fairyland of the Arcane Kingdom. Under the massive Tower of Heaven, one could see airships flying around the lower half of the Tower of Heaven. Tens of thousands of fairies and arcanists were flying around the Tower of Heaven. Numerous professionals employed a variety of alchemy props or rode on their magical beasts around Tower of Heaven. Several sky cities floated among the clouds, they were akin to stairways, they were layering towards the Tower of Heaven, and below them was a massively huge Fhardasil's fairyland. There was a combination of cities and arcane ancient trees which were intertwining together. The gigantic Tower of Heaven was like the center of the world, it was the heartland, the place of pilgrimage. The Tower of Heaven was an enormous, white, and gorgeous palace. There was no stairway leading to the bottom, no passageway, it was akin to a lonely island which was suspended at the corner of the sky. There was only one door to the outside, but when one stepped out of it, it was a cliff with clouds and endless abyss below. Wendy, dressed in a gorgeous long dress, stood on the ring gallery outside the Tower of Heaven. The pillars were carved with elegant patterns and were beautifully decorated with silver and gemstones. When one was standing there, one could see the entire Fhardasil's fairyland, and they could even look out to the end of the world. Just then, there was a sign of projection witchcraft behind Wendy's back. Light was condensed. It's been so long. And I haven't seen you come to the wizard world to visit me. Catherine stood behind Wendy. Wendy lay on the armrest, the gorgeous dress dragged on the ground. She didn't need to turn her head to know who had arrived. How long have we left and you're already calling it the wizard world? Instead of answering her question, Catherine brought up another topic. You know what? Wendy, I went back to Maria's world, though I only entered Maria's world in a projected state. Wendy was surprised. Can the gods tolerate you entering Maria's world? You really dare to go back? We just fought a war with them. Catherine shrugged her shoulders and looked unusually cheerful, as if she was rarely that elated for thousands of years. We only fought with a few of them, and this time it was the 3 gods of civilization that had invited me. Catherine spoke of her return to Maria's world. She talked about the changes in the old site, but after that, Catherine's gaze darkened. Unfortunately Frank isn't Boer, Avars isn't Akkad, Wilbert isn't Uruk, the past is the past, and everything that has passed is irretrievable. Catherine turned her head and looked Wendy. Don't you want to go back and take a look? Wendy's fingers brushed over the armrest and she walked around the Tower of Heaven. What's there to see? Didn't you say? Everything we know is gone. Catherine stood side by side with Wendy. I heard the news about teacher too. Wendy's eyes moved a little. Catherine nodded. I heard that he last appeared at Blackjack Dreamland, and the last thing he saw was the legendary master of the Dreamland, Blackjack. Wendy seemed to have heard the name, Blackjack? The legendary partner of the god of space and exploration. Catherine turned and whispered, the leader of the Wind Raven of the Wizard Tower in the past was called Blackjack. With that said, Catherine was seen leaping, quickly passing through Wendy's side, and the robe of the master of the tower, along with the figure, disappeared slowly into the air. In the Blackjack Dreamland. The magical dreamland was akin to be made up by countless diamond-shaped mirrors, different mirrors shuttled into different magical gardens, the whole dreamland was made up of several magical gardens. Blackjack simply squealed, and he sounded like a male duck, but for thousands of years, he had been rated by the voice of the world as the world's best voice. The biggest adventure has begun. Ga. Blackjack, with his captain's hat, he led a ship through the sea of clouds, then slipped down the track into the sea, through the dark and eerie forest, and hordes of children screamed in horror at the shadow of the ghost. It was followed by an amusing fight with the ghosts. Just then, a clown appeared in front of the Blackjack who was in his captain's hat, Lord Blackjack. We received an invitation. Blackjack laughed, smashed a moon hanging in the sky with his big ship, he passed through a gate made with card and appeared in the magical garden of solitaire. We're not accepting any invitation. We're the world, no, the greatest amusement park of the whole crystal wall system. The clown took out the invitation and revealed the name above. This time we're invited by the master of the arcane world, the big shot. The emperor of the arcane kingdom, the level 8 mythical arcanist, Lord Wendy. Chapter 442, The Vast World. The mythical alchemy ship was named as the Goddess of Joy and was built like a huge moon. On top of the dark hull was painted with golden stars. The ship was divided into several layers, each layer was divided into different facilities. After all, it was a mythical alchemy ship. It looked like a large city, but it was more like a large cartoon maze. When it floated above the clouds of the night, it was akin to a fairy tale dream-like moon which was appearing in the sky. The ship was lit with star-like alchemy gas lamps and they were radiating colorful brilliance. At the corners of the building, there were pieces of wind chimes hung up. When the night wind was blowing, pleasant and sweet sound would be heard which also signaled for the others to hit the sack. The ship was packed with children of the arcane kingdom, young elves who were fooling around in pajamas, trolls dressed as vicious monsters, little goblins that were dressed like mechanical geeks, and little fairies in floral skirts that were flying and dancing around. They were all holding onto a ticket printed with a funny-looking wind raven with its tongue out. There were various troops on board and one show after another were waiting for them, and the children from Arcane Kingdom were seeing such a grand show for the first time. The naughty kids and the mischievous children were getting even crazier there, and everything there was like their imaginary dream garden. After all, that was a happy world created at mythical level. Goddess of Joy? Is there such a goddess? A side god from Maria's world. Wendy wore a simple and short black robe. It was similar to the apprentice robe they wore when they were in the tower. The simple robe was worn, but it still couldn't cover up her godlike and queen-like aura. She asked Blackjack about the origin of the name of the mythical alchemy ship. There was certainly no goddess of joy among the 17 true gods, and the rest would be some insignificant side gods. And Blackjack stood on Wendy's shoulder, and there had never been anyone who dared to be so bold, let alone an exotic wind raven. It spread its wings and chattered, "Heh! There's no such thing, if there's a god of joy, it can only be me." Wendy looked at it, her gaze was as deep as the sea. "Why don't you become the god of joy?" Blackjack jumped up, "Heh, that's not good, it's not fun to be a god." Wendy followed Blackjack. They passed by groups and groups of children. The children were screaming and laughing. It was as if the entire ship, Goddess of Joy, had truly turned into a divine kingdom of Goddess of Joy. Blackjack led them to experience his carefully designed dreamland together. But the scene there was a repeat of a day nearly 1,000,000 years ago. That day was supposed to be an ordinary day of the dreamland, but because of the arrival of someone, it had turned into a special and extraordinary day. The mythical alchemy ship transformed and revolutionized. The original 3-story huge dreamland was folded like a paper and into a large horror castle. The children screamed and swarmed together, and then broke through the skull's door and entered it. "You haven't said why you named it the Goddess of Joy." Blackjack didn't reply, but he spread out his hands. With his broken voice, he sang, "Goddess of Joy. Holy beautiful brilliant light shines on the earth. His voice even cracked, the singing was horrible, but Black Jack was immersed in his song, and Wendy's expression softened a little, as if she had recalled something. It was a night, during the banquet at the castle of the tower, and the master of the tower, Anthony, played the piano placed at the side of the lobby, a song that no one had ever heard. Even if Wendy was born into a musical family, and his father was a court musician, she hadn't heard of it too. At that time, they were like those children, the tower was their dream land, and the master of the tower, Anthony, was their dream weaver. Wendy couldn't help but sang along, Goddess of Joy. Holy beautiful brilliant light shines on the earth, our hearts come to your temple with enthusiasm. So it was. Originated from here. Wendy had a smile and her gaze was softened, it was a rare sight. Teacher. Who is Goddess of Joy? And aren't our wizards non-believers of gods? Why sing a song that praise gods? Henry stood up. This is the god that belongs to another world. Moreover, there's no boundary between civilization and art. Teacher Anthony, how big is it outside the world? Bo raised his hand and asked. How vast is your imagination? How boundless the world would be? Just then, the mythical alchemy ship was flipped like a page on the book, it transformed again, the previous horror castle vanished and a grand theatre appeared. With the appearance of lights, music, and projection, actors began to appear. It was an old stage play that few people watched now, it was called The Song of the Wizard Tower. It told the story of the legendary Wizard Tower, but in Maria's world, most of the wizards didn't even know what it was, let alone the Tower of the Past. The old stage play was playing again at that moment. The wizards in the story were evil, the tower was the world's most terrible place, the scene was a shady and terrible black spire, the wizards of the towers were wearing sharp hats, and they hid their bodies in the dark. It was a story about the human and evil wizards in a battle. With the biggest ugly villain Anthony appearing, the children on stage cheered for Saintess Kelly, who was wearing the mask of Pharos, and yelled at her to get rid of the skunk wizard. Wendy was dismayed, he was looking at this. Black Jack and Wendy sat behind the children, yet Anthony was sitting, in your position. He said he wasn't happy, but he was smiling. He was joyous. Wendy couldn't contain her laughter, she covered her mouth and laughed continuously. She watched the old man who played Anthony on stage, it was an exaggerated performance. He uttered evil slurs, and finally being beaten by the human girl who played the saintess. Everything was full of joy, the children under the stage were cheering, Wendy was laughing, but Wendy ended up tearing during her laugh. Where did you go? I said. One day I'll show you a world created by me. But you disappeared. She held her face, her long silver hair drooped down, and her hands completely covered her face and eyes, and even Black Jack on the side quietly walked away. The final stage play was over, the lights went out, the show had ended, and the children were sent home by several giant wind raven monsters. They rode on the wind, accompanied by starlight and unfinished dreams. The sky slightly brightened up, the figure of the sun gradually appeared at the end of the sky, and it was the time for Moon and Dream to retreat. How big is the world? Then let's take a look. How big is the world? Wendy stood on the mythical ship akin to a crescent, the wind chimes were resonating, and she transformed into brilliant starlight and dissipated on top of the ship. Chapter 443, The Development of Astral World. Several fairyland cities hovered around the Tower of Heaven, they were akin to islands in the sky, they shuttled between clouds, accompanied by the Tower of Heaven that one couldn't see its top, it made others feel like they had entered a mythical capital. Each city was supported by a huge arcane ancient tree, it was divided into layers from the top to bottom and was inhabited by professionals of Arcane Kingdom. Each owner of every fairyland cities was a mythical arcanist. The fairyland cities varied in sizes, there were big and small ones. The mythical arcanists varied in their strength too, there were strong and weak, a powerful mythical arcanist could even go against more than 10 low-level mythical arcanists. Just as 1,000 years ago, the master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, suppressed the civil unrest of the Wizard Alliance. The smaller fairyland city looked just like some larger town, and the larger fairyland city was larger than some of the duchy in Arcane Kingdom. When they floated in the sky, it was simply a small continent. In the early days, there were only a few mythical levels, thus the division of the levels wasn't strict, it was because there were only a few gods, mythical wizards, mythical arcanists, devil monarchs, and devil lords. And more than 10,000 years, the forces of the four worlds erupted one after another, side gods and mythical creatures were born. Each world was constantly reaching out to the outside world and showcasing their power. The battlefield was no longer on half-bit wall or within a world or a bit wall, but war broke out in the vast and boundless astral world. It was because the leap from a level 7 mythical form to a level 8 true god was too huge, the difference of power was 100,000 folds. It was only then Maria's world started to divide the mythical levels. From the lower rank side god, the middle rank god, the upper rank god, true god, and so on. Later, both the Wizard Alliance and the Arcane Kingdom accepted the division of power to distinguish between the differences and strengths of those mythical levels. The huge arcane ancient tree sparkled, several light of the arcane magic could be seen shuttling and darting through green leaves, branches, and between roots. One could see the light flow. It was magical and dreamy. The ancient trees was connected to the pedestal of the fairyland. It was a thick magic crystals network condensed into the magic stone. Looking from the sky, one could see a pedestal was painted with each mythical wizard's symbol and emblem. The city surrounded the arcane ancient tree, the light of the arcane magic and boundary revolved around the city. But on usual days, those fairyland cities were either floating or cruise along the sea, they were guarding their respective regions or carrying out a mission in the Bitwall. But recently, all of them came to the Tower of Heaven, as if they had received an order from the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom. Proposed by the Holy Parliament of the Arcane Kingdom. The Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom, Wendy, signed the agreement. We've decided to start on the development order of Astral World in 592 of Arcane's calendar. This order was signed on July 23 by Lord Wendy. This order is intended to support the Wizard Alliance in the exploration and development of the Astral World. Professionals, ordinary people, or kings, Grand Duke, nobles, as long as they can contribute to the development of the Astral World, they can obtain support from the Imperial, including but not limited to resources, inheritance, titles, mythical arcane ancient tree and fairyland. Exploration and development of the astral world aren't only about discovery of half-bit walls and other worlds, the ability to map stars, discover unknown areas, new species of the astral world, abnormal regions in the astral world, chaos worms, the existence of all unknowns, and so on, can be calculated into merit. The era of astral world has arrived, but we're still huddled in our own world, with the old space wave detector, anchoring method, and space transmission to hide in the back to observe the world isn't enough. Until now, we don't even know the specific location of Star Soul World, Maria's World, and Abyss World in Astral World. We don't even know which side of our world is in Astral World. When it comes to distance, we'll always have only one phrase. It's a long way. Out of reach. What is the depth of the Astral World and how big is it? How many magical species we have are only unspeakable, unknown and mysterious. No. It's not enough. And from now on, the era of the development of Astral World has arrived. All should move forward in this era and start a new chapter of the Great Arcane Kingdom. Huge projections appeared above the boundary of several fairyland cities, and the same sound was heard throughout the magic telly and the channels of the magic radio of Arcane Kingdom. In Arcane World, hundreds of millions of civilians and nobles, from businessmen, nobles, airship captains, professionals, at that moment, they were jaw-dropped. They put down what was in their hands and looked at the picture of the great fairy who was the Speaker of the Holy Parliament. An Astral World's airship was sailing inside the Bitwall. The bearded troll captain who was lying on top of the airship's seat jumped up at once. If you accumulate 10,000 points of merit, you become a count, or exchange a set of drawings of level 6 Astral World alchemy airship, or directly exchange for a set of Heaven's Ring. What is this nonsense? Can those things be used as rewards? A silver-haired elf in a white robe stood in front of the arcane ancient tree. He waved and saw the constant flow of the projection, and he perused the order of the development of Astral World above. Mythical heritage, mythical arcane ancient tree, construction methods of fairyland and mythical alchemy ships, these are never open to the public. It's owned by the major heritage, mythical families and the Arcane Academy or owned by professional associations. Are they opening these to the public? This is our great opportunity. On the bitwall of the arcane world, a goblin alchemy warlock who was wearing a Monoguru suit was repairing a magic crystal alchemy satellite on the ground. His mechanical hands were constantly creating a variety of alchemy tools. He was flying and following the magic crystal node around the earth. From the many illusory bitwalls, one could see the earth and clouds below. Just then, he was completely absorbed in the projection projected out from his pocket watch. His eyes were sparkling. All hail Lord Wendy! Mythical alchemy doll. Titan Colossus. They're even doing this. Why should I fix this broken stuff? I'm done with this. And around the Tower of Heaven before several fairyland cities, several mythical arcanists were under the Tower of Heaven. They had accepted the reception of the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom, Wendy. They were holding Ono the imperial decree and appointment and went to the astral world to begin their new mission. An elf, who was wearing a star robe with a crown on her silver-haired, sat on top of the throne. She accepted their requests, and several lower-rank mythical arcanists were tearing because of excitement. They shouldered responsibility and mission as they left. Several fairyland cities rose into the sky, broke into the Bitwall, left Arcane World, and headed for the dark and chaotic astral world. They would follow the guidance of space anchoring of the arcane magic to travel and explore Star Soul World, Maria's World, and Abyss World. They went all the way through the endless distance of Astral World, explored and divided the vastness of the Astral World, and determined the position of various worlds within Astral World. Eventually, they drew up a map of the Astral World. How long they would spend and how peculiar and mysterious the journey would be, all was unknown, but they would be pioneers in leading and pioneering the future of the development of Astral World. And the Arcane Kingdom, more pioneers for the development of the Astral World would follow in their footsteps, whereby they would use portal witchcraft and the ever-evolving Astral World airship to explore the new unknown world. The era of the exploration and development of Astral World had finally begun. Chapter 444, Ignite the Flame of an Era. Astral World's Calendar, 620. That was Arcane's calendar year 592, the Arcane Kingdom had started a new chapter and era in the great development of Astral World. Thousands of Astral World airships, alchemy ships, and Astral World sky fortresses were flying towards to Astral World. Several fairyland cities had become the adventure continent in the exploration of Astral World. They carried the dream of hundreds of millions of pioneers. Infinite numbers of exploration and development companies had been set up and most of them support and undertake exploration or discovery tasks. They would just follow behind the fairyland cities and then receive merits upon fulfilling the tasks from the Castellan of the City of Mythical Arcanists and the Astral World Development Association. Chaos worms were born not knowing how many years ago. Other creatures were either born together with them or those creatures were born after derived power from the chaos worms. Various Astral World creatures, the horrifying forbidden land of Astral World, the dark domain and peculiar mythical life were found from time to time. Although there were tens of thousands of pioneers who entered the Astral World to explore, those who could find the unknown regions in the Astral World were some lucky ones. But it also proved that the vast Astral World wasn't a deserted land. There were a variety of bizarre life forms and unknown existences. Some people found a dark shadow creature in the depths of the Astral World which could carry out space transmission. Some people drive their Astral World airships, mistakenly darted into the unknown dark domain. They lost their way and eventually died. There were some who detected strong spatial fluctuations from their space wave detector. They thought they had discovered a new half-bit wall and a core world. But a large space hole was eventually discovered that they were led to uncharted territory. And then there was a terrifying region whereby time was warped inside. The intruders would be swept away by the intensely accelerated time field. They would age quickly, eventually die and transformed into ashes. A planet which was like a mythical life crashed and smashed onto the alchemy ship directly. It had begun a fierce battle with the Fairyland City. But as the Arcane Kingdom opened a portal, several mythical arcanists came across from the far distance were immediately captured into the Arcane Kingdom. They set off new wave of experiments. The territory of meteorites, the gem dragon Raja which was wandering in the star world, the astral world giants with mythical blood, a huge elemental wave life form which could be comparable to a world and so on. All kinds of magical sceneries and life forms unfolded before their eyes. It was only then they had realized that the astral world was amazing and fascinating. It could enable them to receive huge income too. Many people by virtue of their discovery, they leaped and gained a strong power or become a noble of the Arcane Kingdom. The development of the astral world was intensified, with the first half-bit wall found, which was discovered on the trajectory of a fairyland city. The Arcane Kingdom entered a new round of development. A variety of legends spread in the Arcane Kingdom and then spread to other worlds. When the wizard world knew of the news that the Arcane Kingdom had discovered the first half-bit wall, they sent a letter to the Arcane Kingdom, demanded that the promise of the astral world of hundreds of years to be fulfilled. The discovery of the first half-bit wall was to be paid to the wizard world as the price for Heart of the Ocean bit wall which was integrated into the Arcane world. Then the wizard world, along with the Arcane Kingdom, embarked on a plan to explore the depths of the astral world. Catherine, the master of the tower, convened a wizard parliament and the meeting was projected to the entire wizard world. She signed the pioneer agreement and called out to all professionals to start their exploration to the depths of the astral world. Catherine, dressed in a silver and white robe, belonged to the master of the tower. There was an eternal symbol which symbolized for countless towers at the back of her robe. The symbol was like an entangled Ouroboros. She spoke only a sentence in face of the whole wizard world and it had ignited the flame of the whole era. Everyone! The era of the astral world has arrived. After hundreds of years of rest and recuperation of the wizard world, they had restored their vitality and strength. They had once again initiated their breakthrough to the astral world, to release their excess energy. Hundreds of millions of professionals who engaged in civil war and professionals who had been excitedly waiting for such opportunity turned their attention to the astral world. Several mythical floating space towers and tens of thousands of professionals acted according to their plans. They were advancing toward the half-bit wall in the depths of the astral world. They had begun the first process of the development of the astral world. As compared to the arcane world and the wizard world, the divine kingdom of Maria's world was facing a greater problem. The population had reached its limit. The 17 true gods and nearly 100 clear geese under each sub-god were all over the world. Even hell couldn't fit all those ambitious people. Although the previous astral war had eased a bit of their immense pressure and the rebel in hell had cleaned up a large number of unscrupulous fellows, but that were completely inadequate for Maria's world. The enormous pressure was on Maria's world. Everyone within the world could feel the tension. The society, civilians, nobles, and professionals needed to ease their tension. Hence, when the wizard world initiated the development of astral world, divine kingdom of Maria's world also pounded on astral world. 17 true gods also issued oracles at the same time. The popes, saints, sages of the major churches, and the churches and gods signed the pioneering Knights' Covenant. Whoever explored the depths of the astral world would receive favor and reward from the gods, from receiving a position in the divine kingdom to become a saint or the rewards to be reborn as an angel. Or if they wanted to be a nobleman or king to have endless wealth and access to vast tracts of land, those were possible if one could find a half-bit wall. Even the divinity of a sub-god was within reach. If one could find a core world, then needless to say, a position of a sub-god was promised. The three worlds were launching their exploration at the same time. A variety of information from the astral world was constantly spread to the major worlds. It had attracted the attention of civilians, nobles, professionals, and even gods. The entire astral world became lively in a flash of light. Black Sea Bitwall. After 100 years of Bitwall transformation and construction, it was a joint effort of the 6 major churches of the Divine Kingdom. The Black Sea Bitwall, which was originally like the Land of Death, finally it was gradually transformed into a paradise. The power of the gods and the clergy was akin to power which could change a world. They had transformed all of the decaying sea which was emitting poisonous gas and stench. The rotting Black Sea was purified. The stardust which was floating and rotating was gradually collected and converted into a continent. The Black Sea Bitwall of today didn't have a single trace of its original look. Blue sea and sky, white clouds were fluttering, sunlight shone through the clear and clean sea water, and sea coral and water grass could be seen under the depths of the sea. Several magic crystal towers were built on the sea, ships were shuttling on the surface of the sea, sea railway was built on the sea, and steam trains could be seen shuttling over the sea. With a quick glimpse, it seemed to look like the heart of the ocean Bitwall which belonged to the wizard world. Off the coast of Yar Island, one could see a white red hut on the edge of the cliff. The road which followed down the hut and across the bridge looked like a paradise. It didn't take long to see the sky with the dense numbers of alchemy airships. Thousands of steam-armored vehicles above the ground surrounded that area. Several clear geese and professionals rushed there. Their bodies were glowing with divine brilliance as they looked to the top of the house. Everyone was fully prepared, and there an even panic in their eyes, as if they were facing the existence of something extremely terrible. Just then, a mythical alchemy ship in the sky penetrated the space and dived into that area. A divine shadow twisted out from the mythical alchemy ship. The emergence of the gods had thousands of worshippers kneeled on the island below and they began to pray. Lin A. Heniton. The ancient and declining fallen god. The great Lord of Light has given you. Bam! Before the sentence was finished, an intense red light shot through the mythical alchemy ship. That brilliance darted through the clouds and shot directly into the Bitwall. The shock created had blown away all the clouds in the sky was dyed into a bloody red color. The large number of airships was blown apart into pieces, transformed into a fiery fire and fell into the sea. Then the whole cliff collapsed and it revealed the existence at the bottom. It was a delicate tower that seemed to be cast by gold. At the moment, the mythical light was twisting, it turned out to be a floating space tower. The golden floating space tower was gorgeous and it had features of the ancient logo of Aheniton. Ah! Lin Aheniton, how dare you! Mythical floating space tower bolted into the sky and burst out a golden mythical territory. With its absolute strength and aura, it had crushed the body of a sub-god. The sub-god shrieked and was torn in the air. And Lin Aheniton stood on top of the floating space tower. He didn't bother to turn and look, it was as if he had just crushed an insignificant bug. Then, the mythical floating space tower rushed into the bitwall and into the world outside. The floating space tower, which had consumed half of the resources of the Black Sea bitwall, had left and abandoned the Black Sea bitwall. Everything was incredibly fast, the god hadn't yet reacted, and his body fell apart. He was back to the divine kingdom of the true god to wait for rebirth. And Lin Aheniton, who was hiding in the Black Sea world for nearly 100 years, he had finally gained an immense power and capital to break into the astral world. Chapter 445, The Arcane Light. On the course in the astral world from Arcane Kingdom to the Divine Kingdom, a fairyland city was sailing through astral world. The light of the arcane magic of the fairyland city enveloped the whole city. Hundreds of thousands of defensive ancient trees, ancient war trees and mythical arcane ancient trees were connected together with the fairyland city as a whole. The arcane silver ring at the bottom of the fairyland city not only solidified the propulsion power of the fairyland city, but it also connected with the boundary as an effort to pull the fairyland city forward in the form of spatial migration. The fairyland city, which was called the Secret Silver Capital, was a fairyland kingdom created by a noble, the mythical arcanist, Chitty. He was a rare goblin arcanist born in the family of mythical blood. He was born into a core class of the Arcane Kingdom, a mythical reserve. This time, he was on a mission under the order of the Emperor Wendy of the Arcane Kingdom. He was to carry out a task that would take a long time to complete. The secret silver capital of the fairyland city had sailed for more than 1,000 years towards the divine kingdom of Maria's world, and even so, the journey still seemed a long distance away. But on that journey, in the vast landscape of astral world, all kinds of strange astral world life forms were discovered. The mythical creatures they had discovered had elevated the development of Arcane Kingdom. Those strange astral world mythological creatures could evolve a large number of mythical blood families, even evolved a special mythical bloodline of ancient trees, and a new generation of mythical professionals was born. The large number of elves, trolls, goblins and the fairies shuttled through the city. A silver mechanical palace with goblin style stood in the center. The city was full of tracks, not only the earth, but above the sky. The train from the sky shuttled to the ground and then darted underground. It didn't look like a fairyland kingdom, but it was more like a playground. While his master sat on top of a seat entangled with a variety of metal pipes, he was floating in all places in the palace's laboratories. Just then, a goblin flew to the front of the mythical arcanist, Chitty. Lord Chitty. New spatial fluctuations have been detected nearby. Chitty immediately disappeared in a ray of light, and then reappeared in front of a spherical instrument several meters high, and it was continuously spinning. He leaned up from the eerie seat and stared at the instrument. Such a strong fluctuation? It's well over the fluctuation of a half-bit wall. It's probably special space turbulence or a territory of elemental wave. We better send a fleet of astral world airships to take a look. With an order from Lord Chitty, a fleet of astral world alchemy airships flew out of the secret Silver City and quickly made their way to the destination deep in the astral world. After several months of sailing, it finally reached its destination. And at that moment, everyone from the fleet of astral world alchemy airships was stunned. They didn't need the astral world telescope, they were merely lying on the window and they could see a beautiful world in the distance which was blooming with brilliance. It was a familiar bitwall structure. The light in the space bubble refracted dazzling rainbow radiance. It lit up the dark astral world. The silver-haired elf of the fleet commander looked at the dazzling light in the distance. The vast blue sea and blue sky was seen through the huge space wall. He was in disbelief. Lord Wendy! This time, did we discover another? A new world? Then, a loud cheer broke out on the airship. No one thought they would actually find a new world. A new world! A whole new world! We're going to be as great as Adriana and will be remembered and recorded in the annals. They then received orders. Some of them had to wait in their original spot, and some of them had to go deep into the newly discovered world. That was a world that had evolved. It had stable rules and life forms. According to external observation and analysis, it should have been born 1,000 years ago. At the same time as the birth of the arcane world, there was likely to have intelligent life forms and civilization inside. The mythical arcanist, Chidi, had received orders from the kingdom. They had relieved him of his original mission and to be on standby to explore the innermost of that newly discovered world. And because of the terrible horrors of the last astral war, this time the Arcane Kingdom immediately mobilized its domestic forces, used secret Silver City of the Fairyland City as an outpost, and established an indelible advantage in the newly discovered world. Otherwise, with the strength of the current Arcane Kingdom, without the allied assistance of the Wizard world, whether in face of the Divine Kingdom or the Abyss world, the Arcane Kingdom wasn't on par with them. But as the exploration alchemy ships which had entered the New World failed to stay in contact with those outside, they had disappeared, and then several search and discovery ships entered and hadn't returned too. Secret Silver City had set up outposts outside the world, they had opened a stable space portal and ushered in a steady stream of armies, exploration and development personnel and supplies from the Arcane Kingdom. But several plans were organized and enacted but nothing was gained. The New World seemed to devour everything that had entered. Even when a lower-rank mythical alchemist broke in with his mythical alchemy ship, he had vanished too. The mythical alchemy ship which was powerful in the astral world, the undead mythical arcanist, had all fell into total extinction and annihilation, and even his true spirit didn't escape. Finally, a moment before the mythical alchemy ship was destroyed, a message was transmitted. The world's guardian. The will of the world, it's loathing us. Then, in the midst of a loud explosion and his voice died down, a mythical life form died. Chidi, the owner of the secret Silver City, sent back all the news about the New World which led to heated discussion by the upper echelon of the entire Arcane Kingdom. In the study and exploration of the will of the world, the Divine Kingdom had the most say and it was followed by the Arcane Kingdom. The abhorrence of a world's will and the resistance of all the power of the guardians of the world, even if it was a level 8 mythical life form, they dared not break into it easily. And even when they had the power to break in and completely destroy a world, not only that they couldn't get what they want, but a more terrible thing would happen if they did so. According to the world researcher and mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose, he speculated that the birth of the world evolved from the body of a chaos worm, and once the world fell into its final twilight, the chaos worm was likely to reawaken from it, devoured and destroyed everything. Even a true god couldn't stop the power of a chaos worm. The news of the discovery of a new world couldn't be concealed for long, but the Arcane Kingdom had been unable to seize the first chance. With several upper-rank mythical arcanists entering the new world, 2 mythical arcanists were torn apart together with their mythical bodies. And the remaining mythical arcanists escaped after being seriously injured. The Arcane Kingdom finally abandoned its original plan. Just then, a mythical conference was held on top of the Tower of Heaven. Meent Ambrose proposed a new plan. The will of the world is resisting us, this is our biggest problem at present. And we still have a last way to attain this new world. The will of the world will resist us, but it will not resist its native life forms. We just need those aboriginal lives to spread our civilization and power system of the arcane magic, and also then integrate them into the system of the arcane magic, spread the civilization of the Arcane Kingdom to their whole world, and integrate all the intelligent life of the new world as a part of ours. The will of the world will be assimilated, the light of arcane magic will flow in the new world, and the new world will naturally belong to our Arcane Kingdom. Meent Ambrose's proposal was accepted by most people, and even the Queen of the Arcane Kingdom, Wendy, agreed with him. But this proposal takes a long time. But we don't have much time. We must attain the greatest advantage before the Divine Kingdom, the Abyss world, or even the Wizard world discovers this new world. Arcane's calendar, 1782, the plan was called Arcane Light and it had begun to be implemented. The Arcane Kingdom secretly established a fairyland kingdom outside the New World. They had begun to penetrate the New World, they contacted and influenced the world's native people. But at the same time, several other worlds had also received news of the New World, masters from the Divine Kingdoms, alchemy warlocks from the Wizard Kingdom, and demon warlock from the Abyss world, they had secretly entered the Arcane world. Numerous secret reports and mysterious figures began to break into the Arcane world, they looked for and explored the coordinates of the New World, and the entire Arcane world became unstable. After more than 1,000 years of peace, danger was lurking again and the 4 major worlds were in a tug of war once more. Chapter 446, The Fairyland Kingdom That Has Lost Its Way. The portal opened by Secret Silver City of the Fairyland Kingdom was one way. They were only allowed to enter Secret Silver City from the outside but not allowed to return easily from Secret Silver City. Moreover, the portal was connected to a portal under the Tower of Heaven. Every arcanists, alchemy warlocks, trolls, blood warlocks and so on, who entered the Secret Silver City, were subject to intense scrutiny to ensure that the coordinates of the Secret Silver City and the New World weren't leaked. As long as the coordinates weren't leaked, it was impossible for the other three worlds to find that new world in the vast astral world. And the Secret Silver City was constantly accumulating its strength and mana. It was ready to embark on a large-scale space projection witchcraft. The Fairyland Kingdom belonged to the mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose, was in preparation to be projected over. With that level 8 mythical arcanist in control of the situation, it had given the Arcane Kingdom a little courage to attain the new world. On the shores of the Tower of Heaven, several large and terrifying fairylands floated in the clouds. It was above the clouds, but the clouds simply couldn't block its existence. The vast fairyland was like a small continent, it was stretching to the end of the sky. Looking from the bottom, it looked as if the sky was all dark and gloomy. The fairyland was stretching along the horizon, and even the sun wasn't in sight. That was the Fairyland Kingdom belonged to the mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose. At that moment the Arcane Kingdom didn't deliberately declare the reasons for the migration of the Fairyland Kingdom belonged to Meent Ambrose. There was no announcement within the nation, but such a big movement, whether it was the Arcane Kingdom or the other three worlds, they had kept a close look on Meent Ambrose. On top of the Tower of Heaven, a hunched-back and white-bearded old man was holding onto a star magic staff. He had a head of white hair and was wearing a tattered hat. He looked like an ordinary old man at a roadside. No one would believe that he was the legendary man who was the nearest to a level 8 mythical level. He held the highest position in the world. He was the most trusted man of Her Majesty, the Emperor of the Arcane Kingdom, the mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose. Ambrose stood behind Wendy. He listened quietly to Wendy's instructions and was looking unusually serious. Meent. This time you'll travel to the astral world in the far distance. You'll encounter all kinds of problems and all you've to do is to seize time. Our time is running out and the three worlds are ready to launch their attacks. The master of the mechanical clock tower, Cook Bay, from the Wizard Alliance will arrive in a few days. He should be here to put pressure on us regards to the new world. Wendy wore a white elf gown with a sun garland over her head and her long silver hair was over her shoulders. It was the elf's traditional dress that was only worn when one was meeting the main members of the elf. It belonged to the classical costumes of the elf period of Sylve in Maria's world. It could only be seen from the records in the ancient atlas. Within the Arcane Kingdom, they dare not have any action, but once they're out of the Arcane Kingdom, it'll be very dangerous. You'll be a target by a large number of gods and devil monarchs. Meent tapped onto his star magic staff as he walked and it made a crisp noise. Space projection mythical arcane magic will be handled by you. I believe there'll be no accident. But the coordinates of the new world haven't been discovered yet and the Divine Kingdom, the Abyss world and the Wizard world didn't launch any plan to. It's very strange. How is it possible for them to halt their plans? It's a new world. A world which is even better than the rules of the arcane world. It's a new world with lots of potential. Meent frowned. I've a bad hunch. In the sky, the Fairyland Kingdom belonged to the mythical arcanist, Meent Ambrose. Rose and with ancient trees which were created by the arcane system was fully activated. An immense and dazzling light of the arcane magic lit up, and the arcane boundary enveloped the entire Fairyland Kingdom. The floating space ring was activated, the mana pool was loaded, and the largest arcane ancient trees in the center projected the mythical body of Meent Ambrose. At the same time, on top of the Tower of Heaven, several mythical arcanists activated the Tower of Heaven at the same time. The mythical body of the Emperor Wendy also appeared. Her body moved along with the wind, her body was accompanied by white clouds and starry sky, and she stretched out her hands and pointed at the Fairyland Kingdom. A brilliance that covered the stars was cast from her fingertips and it had enveloped the entire Fairyland Kingdom. In the eyes of an ordinary soldier of the Arcane Kingdom, who was standing under Tower of Heaven, the blue glow which was suddenly glistening, had stolen his attention as he fixated at the sky of the Fairyland Kingdom. Pubs, hotels, and even the nobles and mythical families of the Arcane Kingdom and the high-ranking professionals looked up to the sky. Tower of Heaven was a mythical alchemy equipment. It could be said that it was a level 8 mythical alchemy props. Moreover, it was a space-type alchemy created by creator, Zhiyu. Otherwise, it wasn't easy to project such a large Fairyland Kingdom into the distant astral world. The Great Fairyland Kingdom, along with the power of the entire Tower of Heaven, it was gradually turning transparent. It was as if it had broken the barrier of space, it was about to disappear from that space and into another world. But as they were about to leave the arcane kingdom, there was a violent tremor in the entire fairyland kingdom. Bang! The violent space turbulence torn apart St. Ambrose's arcane boundary. The entire fairyland kingdom's stable gravity, climate, and rules were restless and in chaos. No! Someone modified the coordinates. A mythical arcanist above the Tower of Heaven looked at the fairyland kingdom beneath the clouds, and his face showed fear and anger. It's not our side, it's a problem from the base that's responsible of receiving the space projection. They've rejected our space projection and changed the receiving end to another spatial coordinate. Another mythical arcanist immediately discovered the problem. Space projection witchcraft was the most advanced space witchcraft. It needed not only a huge mana system and level 8 mythical existence to provide support and power, but that large projection witchcraft needed a base on the other side of the coordinates to receive their projection, otherwise it was easy to be washed away by the space turbulence. The Emperor of Arcane Kingdom Wendy was the first to discover something was amiss. Her huge mythical hand was waving. She tried to stabilize the entire space turbulence and cancelled the entire process of the space projection mythical arcane magic. But when she was involved, the entire space turbulence became even more unstable, in which the fairyland kingdom was squeezed into a clump and could collapse at any time. She immediately stopped, but the fairyland kingdom, along with the space projection, disappeared from the sky of Arcane Kingdom and headed into an unknown territory. Wendy knitted her brows, her expression was cold. The location of the secret Silver City has long been exposed, and there are mythical arcanists who had rebelled against us. Who is it? Chitty of the Andropov family? The master of the secret Silver City? Or the few mythical levels who were sent later? These guys, they really have a nerve of steel. They didn't rush into the new world, they have waited for this chance to weaken the power of the Arcane Kingdom. Wendy immediately knew who the culprit was. Someone who was able to do that and caused a big impact on the arcane world could only be the Divine Kingdom, who had suffered a great defeat when they were against the Arcane Kingdom in the past. In the far-flung secret Silver City, a violent chaos broke out. The existence of several mythical levels launched their attacks in secret Silver City. Mythical floating space tower, mythical body, alchemy colossus were unleashing their power on the streets in secret Silver City. In a flash, the entire in secret Silver City began to have huge cracks. It was close to the state of collapse. Ovid, and you guys, how dare you betrayed the Arcane Kingdom? Lord Wendy will never let you go. Maria's world, the Star Kingdom of the Gods. Violent space fluctuations and elemental wave appeared in a continent like Fairyland Kingdom. Projection appeared in sight. From the illusory image, it had gradually turned substantial. The space elemental turbulence tore the arcane boundary and the entire Fairyland Kingdom was scarred. It was as if a hurricane had struck them. When they had stabilized, St. Ambrose looked up into the sky and he immediately saw a terrifying scene. Several huge silver stars suspended above his head, each one was glistening in infinite dazzle. They were exuding the power of the Aboriginal rules. Its heavy pressure subdued and controlled the entire world. It looked like a cornerstone of the world. Star Kingdom. St.'s face was drained out of blood. He didn't even need to think about it and he immediately recognized where he was.